What is political theory? Rajiv Bhargava. Chapter outline. Introduction 3. What is theory? 5. The distinctiveness of theory. 8. Cosmologies and common sense. 12. What is political? 14 points for discussion. 16. Introduction. A cursory glance at the newspaper brings us face to face with dozens of political issues. The Supreme Court pronounces that there should be no reservations in private colleges. University students demonstrate against the government to demand the proper implementation of the Rural Employment Guarantee Act. Riga. Women's organizations complain bitterly about the unequal treatment of women and girls in our society. Trade union leaders condemn police brutality against workers. Animal rights activists demand better protection for endangered species of tigers. The Prime Minister apologizes to the Sikh community for moral indifference and neglect by the Congress government at the time of the 1984 massacre of Sikhs. The government gives up the sale of public sector units, PSUs. The Rajya Sabha passes a bill to grant Hindu women an equal right in ancestral property. The Chief Minister of Gujarat insists that Gujarati identity and pride is wounded by opponents of the Sardar Sarovar project. What, in your opinion, makes all these issues political? Do all these issues have some one thing in common which defines them as political? Consider the examples that refer to reservations, Riga, the massacre of Sikhs, equal rights to women and ancestral property, and the sale of PSUs. All these refer to some institution of the state: the judiciary, the government, the legislature, the office of the Prime Minister. They also refer to the decision-making power of these institutions. Does it follow that the term political refers to any public agency with the power or authority to take decisions? Notice, too, that all these decisions possess the potential to have an impact on almost every member of the society in question. Even when a particular decision appears to target a specific group, it relates to and has an impact on other groups. Does the term political then refer to the common power to take decisions about the common life of a society? It would be a mistake to confine this term only to this common power of state institutions. Consider once again the example of women's organizations protesting against the exclusion or unequal treatment of women. On the understanding of political arrived thus far, this action of a group of women is not political. Why so? Because women's organizations are clearly not part of the state. But, surely, on any intuitive understanding of a political act, such a protest by a women's group is political. If so, this must compel us to change or broaden our understanding of the term political. This protest is political not merely because it is a collective act by a group against some continuing social practice or an earlier decision of the government, but also because the very object of this protest, namely the unequal treatment of women, is part of what we understand by the term political. And why is this so? Because to treat women unequally is to exercise power over the men, make women do things which, left to themselves, they may not do. This exercise of power is also part of what we mean by political. A closer look at most of the examples points to another feature of the political. The political is that domain or dimension of our collective life where we fight for our interests, make claims, including moral claims, on each other, where important and urgent issues are contested. But demands, claims, protests, and complaints cannot but generate conflict. The political, it appears, is inherently conflictual. Finally, we might look at the political in a still different sense. Implicit in almost every example is a vision of a future world, one where all are equal, or where even animals are treated with some respect, or where force is replaced by deliberation and so on. The political, then, is also where new worlds are imagined. Clearly, the term political has no fixed or unique meaning. It has multiple, though related meanings. One objective of these introductory chapters is to enhance our understanding of the political and to draw the attention of the reader to its multiple meanings. Our second task is to understand what we mean by the term theory. Though not easy, it is important that this be done so that eventually we can put the terms political and theory together and have a better grasp over what is meant by political theory. Consider once again the examples in the first paragraph. Many of us have an opinion on most of these issues. Some of us are interested in seeking an explanation of the actions of the police, the Supreme Court, and the government. Are there any motives behind the actions of these agencies? Do their actions serve the interest of the entire community, or the narrow interests of a class, or perhaps a tiny political elite? For instance, some might argue that the issue of a Gujarati identity is used to further the interests of rich peasants. Others may claim that identity is a non-issue, that the real motive underlying every public action is class interest. The academically minded amongst us may claim that there exist structural reasons underlying these actions. For example, the slow implementation of Riga might be due to systemic institutional biases hidden from the consciousness of power wielders. Is doing political theory the same, then, as explaining an act, practice, event, or process? This does not appear to be so. Although explaining is part of political theory, surely, it is not the whole of it. And this, for two different reasons. First, because an explanatory statement does not on its own constitute a theory. If I say that I fell down because I stumbled unknowingly upon a stone, I have offered an explanation of why I fell down. But have I offered a theory of what has happened? Or, if I said that the United States has invaded Iraq in order to have easy access to oil, I would have offered some explanation of why the United States government acted the way it did. But is this the same as articulating a theory of it? No. Why so? Second, although explaining may be part of theorizing, it is not the whole of it. There are other functions of theory. For example, Theories offer justifications of actions. Take the examples of the first paragraph again. Some of us might silently condemn equal rights to women and ancestral property or justify police brutality. Others may disagree. They might denounce police action as violative of the most basic human rights or rejoice that equality now covers an important gender issue that had hitherto been neglected. These justificatory statements do not constitute theory, but they may be its crucial components. Moreover, in denouncing police action, we are necessarily evaluating it negatively. All justifications presuppose evaluation. Behind these evaluative judgments are deeper issues. Why should women and men be treated as equals? What is the appropriate response of the government to mass killings? What is the connection between ensuring employment to everyone and social justice? What is the proper function of the police in a modern democratic state? Workers are beaten up, apparently for disobeying the state, but why should we obey the state at all? Why should we be law-abiding citizens? Similarly, we might ask, why should tigers who sometimes turn man-eaters still be protected? Such questions have to do with right and wrong, good and bad, in short, with ethics and morality, with the normative. Admittedly, answers to these questions may not on their own constitute theory, but what additional features are necessary for them to be deemed theoretical? As theory, political theory must share features with theories of other phenomena. It may even have some features in common with theories of the physical or the biological world. However, by virtue of being political theory, it must possess characteristics that are distinctive. Some of these distinctive features separate it from theories of nature, but not from theories pertaining to human affairs more generally. But its truly distinctive features must flow from its focus on the political. In what follows, therefore, we outline the more general features of any theory, and in particular elucidate features of a theory of human condition and action. In order to do so, we relate theory to and differentiate it from other forms of systematic reflection such as art, literature, and religious worldviews. Finally, we ask the question, what is political, and outline the specific features of political theory. What is theory? As concept-bearing animals, let us begin with some truisms. No one denies that we are physical creatures, part of the physical universe and subject to the same laws as any physical object. Nor will anyone deny that unlike purely physical objects, but like other biological creatures, we are sentient creatures. We breathe, we eat, we grow, and have sensory experiences. However, what distinguishes us from most, though not all, biological creatures is that we are concept-bearing animals. As conceptual creatures, we are born in a world that is already arranged thoughtfully in particular ways. Consider the following. A child is told to sit on a chair. From a purely physical point of view, chairs are just wood, nothing else. But it would be odd to tell the child to sit on a piece of wood. What we wish to convey to the child is that a particular piece of wood, when crafted in a particular manner, serves a particular purpose, that it is something on which we sit or with which we can do certain things such as eating, reading, writing, talking, and so on. It is these purposes that we wish to convey to the child, purposes which would not exist unless conceptually formulated. This is true not only of objects such as chairs, tables, blackboards, chalk, the classroom in the school building, but also of human beings themselves. A student interacts with the person standing in front of the blackboard and talks to her not as if she is any odd person, but as one who is there to perform a certain role, that of a teacher. Once again, no teaching is possible unless all of us already have a rough idea of the social role of students and teachers. The same is true of bus conductors, drivers, ticket inspectors, shopkeepers, government officials, and so on. A society cannot function without these elementary understandings, and so every child is initiated into the social world by an informal instruction in these concepts. Unlike the purely physical, chemical, or the biological world, the human world is conceptual through and through. Plants and most lower-order animals live in this world and sense it, but by virtue of living the world through concepts, humans do not merely have sensory experience. Because their experience is mediated by images, concepts, and representations, we might say that human experience is always thoughtful. Humans do not merely live, but have a thoughtful experience of living, what we might call lived experience. Concepts embedded in practices. As hinted above, most concepts that we use in everyday living are not formally learned in the classroom but are acquired by participating in various practices. Since we use concepts, we may liken them to tools, but this should not lead us to think that we have mental boxes in our head from which we pick them out as and when we need them. Much of our conceptual understanding is available to us as a practical skill or is directly embedded in practices. We are not even aware most of the time that we possess this skill or understanding. This may appear implausible to you at first, but really, the matter is quite simple. Several activities you do routinely are not thoughtless, but are mostly absent in the stream of your consciousness. How many times do you really interrupt the flow of your activity and think? You just do them without explicitly thinking about them, just as the bus driver changes gears without first asking himself whether or not he should. You see the object in front of you as a table or a book, and you understand that what you are doing is sitting at the table and reading. When we see a person entering the poll booth and approaching the ballot box, we understand that he is voting. This understanding is direct and practical, not inferred from something that first takes place in your consciousness. It is usually the same with people and social relationships. We might call this an embedded understanding of things, practices, people, and relationships. Human expressions. All humans have the ability not only to have thoughtful experiences, but to express these thoughts in different media. A child experiences a piece of wood as a chair or a table, but she may express this experience in a drawing by representing these objects on paper. An actor, a mime artist, or a dancer may use her body to say the same thing. A photographer may use the camera for the same purpose. There are multiple ways of expressing an experience, some word-dependent and others not. Besides, we may express this experience in words. To other people, "Hey, I see a table there." Or I may express it to myself, privately, "That's a table, isn't it?" So, some of these expressions are in the outer world, in public spaces, and some may occur inside, privately as ideas in our heads. These private expressions may be called subjective reflections, a kind of mirroring of the world in our own heads. Ad hoc and systematic reflections. All expressions, including subjective reflections, may occur randomly, on the spur of the moment, or be arranged systematically. All of us, from time to time, have spontaneous and random reflections. The chalk with which I unthinkingly and effortlessly write on the blackboard keeps crumbling one day. When that happens, I may interrupt the flow of my action, examine the chalk, and ask if I could not have a chalk of better quality. I have an embedded understanding of what a chalk is and practical knowledge of what is to be done with it. But confronted with a piece of chalk literally melting in my fingers into dust, I may think to myself, just what it is made of, whether it really is what it is meant to be. Is this really a piece of chalk? Such random thoughts may occur and then disappear for no ostensible reason, but they arise invariably when there is an unexpected interruption of my activities, when I am faced, for example, with a problem. Word-dependent and word-independent reflections. Suppose, then, that I don't let this thought disappear. I engage with it, indeed pursue it obsessively. Suppose that I now examine not merely the chalk in hand but the entire box, indeed not just one but all the boxes bought by the department of my college, and arrive at the conclusion that the entire lot is defective. I identify the manufacturer and begin to look at the quality of other lots used elsewhere. Quite obviously, I have begun a kind of sustained and systematic empirical inquiry. When I write a report on chalk produced by the manufacturer, it becomes an expression of systematic reflection on an issue selected for sharper focus. A report is systematic and word-dependent, but humans have the ability to systematically reflect and express themselves in a variety of non-linguistic media. Systematic expressions and reflections on the world and on ourselves are also found in music, sculpture, painting, dance, pottery, architecture, and so on. A filmmaker or a painter may reflect on the human condition, on a social environment, on the problems of a society in transition, on the predicaments of modernity, or on the futility of war, but without deploying words to convey their meaning. Have you seen the paintings in Ajanta caves? Or Madhubni and Worli paintings? Or a replica of the Spanish painter Pablo Picasso's Guernica? Many of you may have heard Amir Khan's rendering of Bhairavi or Kumar Gandharv's rendering of Bhim Palasi. These, too, are systematic reflections. Other forms of systematic reflections use language, but in interestingly different ways. Varieties of word-dependent reflections. Word or language-dependent systematic expressions or reflections can also be accomplished in multiple modes, in interestingly different ways. The essay is one form. A written dialogue is another. Poetry is yet another. Newspaper articles, a mixture of short description and analysis, provide another form. A record of one's experience in a village. The ethnography of a good anthropologist is a systematic expression of collective lived experiences. Folk tales, moral fables, myths and legends, epic poetry, short stories and novels are all systematic reflections. What has all this got to do with theory? I propose that theory, too, be seen as a particular form of language-dependent systematic expression different from, but related to, other forms of systematic reflections on the world. Like other expressions, a theory articulates in a particular medium a conceptual world lived practically by a specific set of human agents. Moreover, it does so in its own distinctive way. What marks a theory out from other language-dependent systematic expressions? I propose that there are 6 such features, 4 of which it necessarily shares with philosophy, and 2 that are specific to it. The distinctiveness of theory. The first feature is an almost obsessive and self-conscious concern with the internal structure of concepts, with how concepts relate to one another and come in clusters, and how, in turn, they mark their own boundaries. A philosopher or a theorist for my purpose, I will often use these terms interchangeably, focuses on the meaning of words, on the different ways in which the words are used so that she can eventually answer questions, such as, what is justice? What is the meaning of the phrase social revolution? And how is it different from social reform or social engineering? What is the core idea of freedom, if there is one? What are the different interpretations of this core idea? What is the relationship between freedom and equality, and between freedom, equality, and justice? What distinguishes power from influence, force, violence, or persuasion? What distinguishes power from influence, force, violence, or persuasion? In ordinary life, we use words more or less unself-consciously, and we are not normally compelled to ask such questions. But philosophers must raise these questions and understand them in a particular way. When asked what time is, We don't expect philosophers to look at their watches and tell us the precise time of the day. Philosophers are expected to convey to us what the meaning of time is and what it is for us to live in time. Likewise, if a philosopher is asked a question about basic needs, he is not expected to supply us with a list of our most urgent desires, but rather to make us understand how needs are different from ordinary desires, and what the distinction is between our most inescapable and significant needs and others that at least temporarily we may live without. As long as our purpose is served, we don't ordinarily care whether a word is used literally or metaphorically, or both. Poets, novelists, essayists use words self-consciously and with extreme care, but it is not their business to elucidate why they have chosen to use this rather than some other word, or to make explicit connections between different concepts. The job of a philosopher, and insofar as philosophy is part of theory, the job of a theorist is to accomplish precisely this: a full-blooded sensitivity to the entire web of concepts and a commitment to its articulation is the first feature of theory. Let me illustrate this further with an example. Suppose that someone gives a call for freedom. We should all be free. What are people to make of this call? For a start, they must understand what it means to be free. Once they have understood the meaning, or rather, the different meanings of freedom, they may ask why they should be free, or at least why they should be free in this rather than in some other sense. To be free of, or from, something is to get rid of it. What you wish to get rid of must be something that you evaluate negatively. In the literature on freedom, such things that you wish to get rid of are usually called constraints. So, to be free is to be free from constraints. But what is the nature of these constraints? Surely, our ideas of freedom will depend upon our understanding of what these constraints are. Are these constraints purely physical? Take the paradigmatic example of freedom. A man is in chains. Get rid of the chains, and he is free. The same is true of birds in a cage. The cage imprisons, restricting the flight of the bird, that which it is most prone to doing and is its nature. To set the bird free is to get rid of the cage. In the same way, prisoners are set free when they are released. Have you noticed that our notion of constraint may already have changed with this last example? For at issue here is not merely the idea of physical but of legal constraints. A person may have been put behind bars because he has been caught stealing. He stole because he was physically free to steal, and yet he was imprisoned because it is illegal to do so. Appropriating a thing that by law belongs to another is illegal, and it is because of the presence of this legal constraint that the man was put in jail. To be free, then, is to be free not just from physical but from legal constraints. Is this all there is to freedom? Notice that both physical and legal constraints are external to the agent. Can a person be unfree not because of the presence of physical and legal constraints? There may be none but by virtue of psychological barriers, obstructions that are present within his mental makeup. So, consider a slave who is set free and who is now pronounced as formally equal to his former master. Suppose that they both compete in an open exam, and while the former master always does well, the former slave simply cannot perform. Centuries of slavery have taken away from him the basic self-confidence required for a good performance. He is unable to achieve his objectives not because of physical or legal constraints, but due to internal psychological ones. A conception of freedom in purely physical or legal terms is unable to capture the mechanism of unfreedom which is at work here. We can similarly talk about constraints which are neither purely external nor purely internal, but a bit of both. I mean social constraints. A person is physically and legally free to enter the higher education system. He has done well in his school examinations, well enough to get a place in a decent college. But higher education is costly. There are no subsidies or scholarships. The person is confident that he would do well, and he has every reason to feel so. And yet, he cannot get higher education. He is severely handicapped by his relative poverty, which is a major socio-economic constraint on what he wishes to do. Implicit in this is a still different conception of freedom. Freedom from not merely physical, legal, and psychological, but also socio-economic constraints. Hitherto, we have focused on constraints. However, our conception of freedom changes with our ideas about what we should do once freed from constraints. Some argue that it is enough that we are able to fulfill whatever we happen to currently desire. So, if I desire to smoke and no constraints exist to prevent me from doing so, then I am free. Others argue that by a focus on current, unevaluated desires, we misunderstand what is really at issue in discussions of freedom. Such people work with a less instrumentalist, more robust conception of reason and argue that one is free only when there is absence of constraints and a real opportunity to do what we evaluate to be good for us. On this view, if information that cigarettes are gravely injurious to health is available to us, but we continue to both desire smoking and fulfill this desire, then we are not really being free. We are not free because we succumb to a habit or addiction, completely bypassing, ignoring, or evading what our reason says is good for us. To fall prey to one's current unevaluated desires, in this view, is to be in a state of unfreedom. Freedom is a condition of leading a life and of doing things that are evaluated to be good for us, to fulfill desires that are judged to be worth having in the first place. This view slowly leads to the idea that freedom is identical with self-realization. The detailed elaboration of different conceptions of freedom is one task of political theory. The other one is to reason why we should choose one rather than the other conception. Why, if at all, one conception is better than others. This brings me to the second distinctive feature of theory or philosophy, i.e. that it is a rational enterprise, where the term rational is understood very broadly to mean that the conclusion arrived or hinted at has some discernible structure of reasons behind it. To say this is not to imply that philosophers or theorists do not rely on instincts, emotions, or flashes of insight. Nor does it mean that a philosophical or theoretical inquiry must possess a definite argumentative structure of the kind made familiar by logicians, although some philosophies and theories may have some such pattern. However, it does mean that philosophers and theorists are not satisfied with bland assertions, the flat announcement of a claim, or the presentation of a ready-made proposal. When they make an assertion or proposal, they must state why they do so. In other words, they must give a reason. Indeed, they cannot be satisfied with providing one reason and stopping the process of questioning at this point. There can be a reason for a reason already supplied and a reason for the reason for the initial reason. In other words, whether stated explicitly or not, there is a chain of reasons that is discernible in a theoretical or philosophical work. Does this mean that we can reach the final reason, a reason beyond which there is no reason, the foundation of all reasons? Some philosophers appear to be obsessed with this idea of ultimate cause or justification of an event or act, but I doubt if we humans can ever get to the bottom of all things. Take the example of scientific theories. Suppose that it is claimed that water is a compound. This must be backed by some evidence demonstrating that it is composed of two elements, hydrogen and oxygen, and that this composition is not a mere mixture of features of both, but rather a new substance with features of its own. Furthermore, this evidence must itself be supported by more general claims about the mechanism by which such a process takes place. Similarly, suppose that it is proposed that all children must be provided elementary education, and suppose in answer to the question why it is asserted that education is a fundamental right, then it must also be argued that at least in modern times there is a connection between education, employment, and a life of dignity, and further, that a dignified life is a crucial component of human well-being, and so on. This rational structure of theories, their internal requirement that they persistently ask for reasons, makes them, albeit with some qualifications, subversive with the potential to transform societies. The rational component of theory also illuminates another of its important features, namely, its aspiration to truth and objectivity. This claim must be made very cautiously but clearly. The truths that theories, particularly social and political theories, aspire to are not valid for all times and all places. The truth of most theories is context-dependent and therefore limited to specific times and places. Only the very exceptional theories have a reach that cuts across time and space. Nor is this very achievable but limited truth in any way final. We must rid ourselves of the illusion that, like God, we humans can stand outside all perspectives and attain godlike objectivity or an eternal truth of the matter. The truth that we achieve is dependent on the collective reasoning of human beings, and even if all rational persons can agree at any given point of time that they have arrived at the truth of a certain matter, new information or a flaw in an argument detected much later by other reasonable beings can force us to revise our earlier truth claims. Human knowledge can neither altogether escape subjective viewpoints nor be imprisoned within the subjective biases of wealthy classes, powerful political blocs, or even intellectuals. Such views may pass off as knowledge for some time, but sooner or later their limitations are bound to come to light. We might then arrive at some acceptable version that can be rightfully claimed as the truth of the matter, an achievement not possible without the use of reason, although reason alone cannot help us attain it. A fourth feature of philosophy/theory is that it is committed to unearthing the background assumptions and presuppositions of our statements, beliefs, actions, and practices. For example, the force of gravity is presupposed by all our situated action. We don't always articulate this, nor are many of us aware that this is so. Yet, without the force of gravity, embodied persons cannot exist on this earth. Similarly, when we set out to attend a class, we make many assumptions which remain in the background, as part of our pre-reflective understanding. For example, the classroom is exactly where we left it on the previous day, that the teacher would arrive to take the class, that at least some other students would be present, that the teacher will give the lecture in a language that we speak or understand, and so on. All of us exist, think, and act with these assumptions and presuppositions, but do not always articulate them. To take another example, in 17th century England, politicians had begun to think and speak of politics without appeal to religious principles, but frequently, they did not acknowledge this. It was left to Hobbes to articulate these new background assumptions, and to show that it was possible to conduct politics in a purely secular manner. Thus, within reasonable limits, Philosophers and theorists are committed to articulating these background assumptions and presuppositions. The fifth feature of theory, and here philosophy and theory may begin to diverge, is this. A theory aspires to some degree of generality and abstraction. It does so because it aims to cover a wide variety of related but disparate phenomena. This does not mean that all theories must be universal in scope, but it does mean that a theory cannot deal only with a concrete particular, something in the singular. Thus, we have a theory of motion that applies equally to planets as it does to rolling stones. Such a theory has a very high degree of generality appropriate to the object of its study. There cannot be a theory exclusively for rolling stones. Likewise, we could have a descriptive study of Indian nationalism or an empirical study of the causes of Indian nationalism. But it is unlikely that we will have a theory of nationalism that applies to India and to India alone. Finally, a sixth feature of theories, one that is a product of modem conditions and has emerged more particularly with the birth of modem science, has to be mentioned. Modem theories cannot be purely speculative and must pass through and then transcend the empirical world. They cannot bypass the empirical world altogether. This feature is related to the point mentioned above. The data collected by the sciences, the collective lived experiences of a people captured in the work of insightful observers, socially engaged thinkers, or consummate social scientists, cannot be ignored by theorists. These general and interconnected reflections must take into account all of these. For this very reason, a theory must be simultaneously rooted in and transcend the lived experience of a people, the collective practices of a society, and the embedded understandings and common sense of a community. There is no theory if there is mere description of lived experience and common sense, but we have theory only in name if theoretical propositions are altogether disconnected from experience, practices, and the data collected by sound empirical inquiries. Let me sum up. A theory is a form of systematic reflection with 6 features: A. Conceptual sensitivity; B. Rational structure; C. Aspiration for a humanly achievable truth and objectivity; D. Generality; E. An explicit mandate to unearth assumptions and presuppositions; and / strong non-speculative intent, the need not to bypass results of micro-inquiries into the particular. It is not identical to any one feature, but must possess all 6. Thus, a theory must be distinct from ad hoc reflections, speculation, empirical inquiry into the particular, rich insights, imaginative but active prose, and other related narratives. It must also be distinguished from ideology, worldview, and cosmology, a point that will emerge more clearly below. A rare specimen of theory may be universalist or reach the foundation, but on the whole, the constitutive features of a theory do not include a commitment to foundationalism or universalism. Cosmologies and common sense. I have used the terms embedded understandings and common sense above. Let me remind the reader what I mean by them. I made a distinction between conceptually organized lived experience and reflection on that experience. This distinction presupposes that though conceptual, lived experience may not be present in our consciousness, we may use our concepts in practice but be unable to speak about them, quite like a skillful cook who can make delectable dishes without quite being able to tell us how. Conversely, the possession of a good recipe book is not sufficient to make a good cook. By embedded understanding, I mean this practical knowledge that remains pre-reflective and inarticulate. It is an understanding we acquire by being initiated into the practices of a society. The term common sense is broader and covers embedded understanding but also, at the very least, our spontaneous and ad hoc reflections, including reflections that are closely aligned to our practices, which might be called practical reflections. It usually also includes stories, epics, folktales, legends, myths that have been passed on from one generation to another and with the help of which we make sense of and evaluate the entire universe. Such nearly systematic but non-theoretical reflections which knit together in a seamless web the physical, biological, social, mental, and spiritual worlds may be called cosmologies. Cosmologies frequently inform and become part of a society's common sense. If this is true of the relationship between cosmologies and common sense, can it also be true of the relationship between theories and common sense? Can theories shape and inform our common sense? Though they can do so, indeed, good theories must aspire to do so. The two remain and perhaps must remain distinct entities. The common sense of a society is the collective possession of an entire people. A theory is a specialized activity or product dependent on and generated by specific skills. Does this mean that theorizing is an elite activity from which the common man will remain forever estranged? I don't think so. First, distance does not mean estrangement. Many cricket lovers in India have never played cricket. Some do play it, but quite badly. Still others play well but are not exceptional. But all of them can love or admire the skills of a Sachin Tendulkar or Azharuddin. In some ways they are distant from them, but surely no one can claim that distance here necessarily means estrangement. Second, and more importantly, though the practice of theory involves skills, these can be acquired, in principle, by anyone who has some talent and a lot of opportunity and commitment. Just as cricket is not the preserve of a special class or caste of people, so also theory is not the monopoly of a particular kind of people. Do think, so is to be committed to a deplorable and outdated form of casteist Brahmanism. We must avoid both the view that theory is the monopoly of the special, naturally talented or genetically endowed group, and the claim that it is available effortlessly to the masses. To the objection that there is a sense in which everyone is a philosopher or a theorist, an appropriate response is to draw the distinction between having a philosophy/theory and doing it. Though all of us have a philosophy, we do not all do philosophy. Everyone may have a systematic worldview, a theory of the world, a philosophy, but it does not follow that all these are the result of his or her own theorizing philosophizing. The emphasis on the distance between theory/philosophy and common sense, as also between theory and practice, should not be misunderstood or exaggerated. As I pointed out earlier, there is also a close relationship between theory and common sense and between theory and practice. As we will see in Chapter 2, the most fundamental questions asked by philosophers are the same to which answers are implicit in our practice and in common sense. A philosophy of the human world articulates what is already implicit in human practice. In this sense, and unlike what many believe, philosophy is down to earth. Yet it is also up there. It takes flight and is up there because, like other systematic reflections, and this close relationship between theory and the arts is equally worth emphasizing. It frequently tries to do more than merely describe human practice. It also attempts to explain and justify it in general terms, and less directly to endorse, modify, or change it. What is political? The term political has multiple meanings. The first goes back to classical Greece and is derived from the word polis, which literally means the city but is better, more properly understood as a place with a common world, or even more simply a community. Political, then, pertains to whatever is done within or by the community. More specifically, it refers to decision-making within and about the community. Decision-making itself has a specific connotation. To be political, to live in the polis, as Hannah Arendt tells us, means that everything is to be decided through words and persuasion and not through force and violence. The term political then points to a specific mode of decision-making by words, not force. However, the term political also refers simultaneously to what decisions are about. When we use the term political in this first sense, we speak not merely about life, but necessarily about the good life of a community. Thus, we may ask, given that we live by a certain conception of the good life, who is to be a member of the community and why who is to rule, i.e. take fundamental decisions about the community and for what reasons, how resources are to be distributed, to whom and why. In this conception, as we can see, the empirical and the normative are completely intermeshed. Nor has the distinction emerged in this context between political and social spheres. Nothing that we now consider to be merely social, i.e. falling between the public political and the private household, is outside the political. On this classical view, then, there is no distinction between social and political theory. Political theory is about how and with what justification decisions are made concerning the good life in a community. Over a period of time, and particularly with the advent of modernity, the meaning of the term political appears to have changed. To understand this change, let us go back to what I said above. In classical Greece, the term political had to do with fundamental decision-making about the affairs of the community. To make decisions, however, one must first have the power to do so. If the entire community is involved in decision-making, then decision-making presupposes the collective power of the entire community. The term political then may also refer to this collective power, to the use of this power to make decisions, and political science or philosophy may be viewed as the study of this collective power. However, as is well known, even in Greek societies, decisions were not made by everybody. Power was not exercised by everyone. Slaves, women, and aliens were excluded from the decision-making process. One might then say that decisions about the entire community were taken by some, only by excluding others from the processes within which they were made. Some people had the power to make decisions about everyone only on condition that they also exercised power over some others. Of course, this can be said only with hindsight. People living at that time did not see their own condition as we now describe it. With the advent of modernity, this meaning of the term power became far more explicit. Indeed, the classical meaning of power as the collective capacity to decide about the community was almost completely obscured and replaced by the second meaning of power as the capacity of some people to act in a manner that thwarts the significant interest of others, that marginalizes and excludes them, so that they are left with no ability or capacity to take decisions about themselves or about the whole community. Power came simply to mean power over others. Correspondingly, the term political refers to this power over others. Political science, then, came to mean an empirical inquiry into the exercise of this power. And political theory, the most general reflection on the processes, mechanisms, institutions, and practices by which some people are excluded by others from significant decision-making. Yet another related meaning emerged under conditions of modernity when major sites of decision-making were relatively separated from the rest of society and were concentrated in a specific set of institutions designated by the term state. This is related to the point that a new concept of the social emerged which was distinguished from the political. If politics, considered as a comprehensive inquiry, is the study of decision-making power, then the birth of the modem state naturally implied that the major object of study of political science and political theory is the state. Indeed, the term political was itself identified with anything pertaining to the state rather than to the entire society. Political science and political theory studied the institutions of the state, the government, the judiciary, the bureaucracy, the military, the police, and so on. Sociology and social theory, on the other hand, studied all those structures, processes, and institutions that fell outside the state. Some people continued to believe that a study of the state was the study of how power was exercised on behalf of and in the interest of all the individuals who make up a particular society. Others, cynical of this view, saw political science and political theory as the study of how these institutions take major decisions on behalf of a small elite or the dominant class to the exclusion of the interests of the subordinate classes or subaltern people. To summarize, the term political has multiple meanings. A. The collective power to take decisions about every aspect of the good life in the community. Notice that political here refers both to power and to ethical values. B. The power of some groups to control or subordinate others in order to realize not the good of the entire community but their own narrow interests. In short, to get others to do things that might go against their own interest. Here, the term political is used to relate power and self-interest. It also refers to power embodied in a separate institutional apparatus, i.e. the state, and, therefore, C. To state power used to realize the common good/values, or D. State power used to exercise domination by one group over others. But how can A or C coexist with B or D? How can the entire community take decisions when a group excludes others from collective decision-making? Well, in this case, we might say theta split has occurred between the empirical and the normative. The subordinate group may be excluded from decision-making but may have the desire to forge a new world where everybody is involved in taking decisions about shared interests and values. Then, A and C become normative/ethical notions capturing something which is hitherto unrealized, or realized very marginally, while B and D capture what really exists on the ground. A final meaning is related to but still different from how we have hitherto conceived A. The reader may have noticed that so far, A refers to the good life of the community, to values of specific communities. But what if we begin to use the term political for values common to the entire humanity in abstraction from both power and specific communities? What if it refers to values common to all living species? Here, Poles coincides with Cosmopolis. So, A splits into two and gives us a fifth meaning of the political. This meaning, E, refers to values common to the entire humanity, even all living species. Recall that the political sphere may also include the art of imagining new values and devising new worlds. Therefore, E is maximally abstracted from really existing lives. Thus, today, we use the term political in each of the five senses and as both an empirical and a normative concept. Political theory, then, is a particular form of word-dependent systematic reflection on any or all of the following. A. The collective power to take decisions about the good life of a community. B. The mechanisms by which power is exercised by one group over another. C. The use of state power to achieve the good of the community. D. The use of the state by one group to exercise power over another. And E. On the values by which a particular community governs its life. Finally, there can be a grand political theory that reflects on the general condition of the entire humankind or the values by which the entire humanity may govern its life. Points for discussion. 1. A child complains to his father that he has got fewer chocolates than his brother. Women's organizations complain to the state that women are often given unequal pay for the same job. Are both these acts political? 2. Can you think of things in the world which are not concept-bearing? Is concept-bearing a unique feature of human beings? Can you think of worldviews which reject this idea? 3. Do you think that even in our ordinary life we are frequently engaged in explaining or justifying our acts? Can you think of examples? 4. The term political refers both to power and to values, sometimes together and at other times separately. Do you find this puzzling? Can you explain why? Reading list. Ball, Terence, James Farr and Russell L. Hanson, eds. Political Innovation and Conceptual Change, Cambridge. Cambridge University Press, 1989. Barry, Brian, Political Argument, Hemel Hempstead. Harvester Wheatsheaf, 1990. Dryzek, Why Do We Need Political Theory? Rajiv Bhargava. Chapter Outline. Introduction 19. The Big Questions of Human Life, 19. The introduction. What in general are theories meant to do? What are the functions of theory? In the first chapter, some of these functions have already been listed. However, here we ask a different, deeper question. Do we really need political theory? One may ask how this question is different from the one mentioned in the previous line. Consider then the following. Doctors of modern, Western, allopathic medicine undeniably perform a function in our society. However, we might ask, in the critical spirit of Gandhi's Hind Swaraj, if we really need doctors who practice modern Western medicine, can the function of healing and restoration of health not be performed by other practices and their practitioners? Analogously, we might ask, can the function of political theory be better performed by something else, say ideologies or cosmologies? Why do we need political theory? I propose that this question cannot be answered unless we ask the big questions of human existence and collective life. I suggest that many of these answers are now provided, though not exhaustively, by natural scientific theories and the social sciences. However, this was not always the case. Most of these answers were once provided only by religions, cosmologies, and philosophy. Moreover, political philosophy simultaneously performed both explanatory and normative functions. In what follows, I suggest that political theory now performs three key separate functions. It explains at the most general level possible, it evaluates and tells us what we should do, and it speculates about our current and future condition. It also tells us who we are. In some sense, these functions are no different from the tasks performed by cosmologies and ideologies. Yet, I argue that political theory is distinct from both. I also try to claim that political theory has a special function under modem conditions. Far from being dead, it not only lives but needs to flourish. The big questions of human life. Consider the following abstract but significant questions. What is there going on in the world? Understanding. Why are things there going on in the world? Explanation. Will something that is currently going on continue to go on in the future? Prediction. Is that which is there going on good or bad, right or wrong? Ethics. What am I to do? What is to be done? Normative. Who am I? Who are we? Metaphysical self-knowledge. Human life is virtually impossible without the availability of answers to each of these questions. One might say that one becomes a human being, or at least a certain kind of human being, as answers to these questions are learned. Humans can live in a society only if they have some understanding of what the nature of the society is. For example, it is crucial that in a hierarchical society a person has an understanding of his own rank as well as the social standing of others. A person who is part of the lower order has a practical understanding of this status and knows that he must be deferential to someone superior to him. A member of this society understands what is going on when a person stands bowing his head and lowering his eyes before another man. He also understands why this is going on. He knows that a person must bow before another person because he is inferior. Such understandings and explanations are part of common sense and crucial to the functioning of the society. Similarly, members of such a society have some idea of what is in store for them in the future, indeed what they can hope for. For the lower castes, practically nothing. For the upper castes, the permanence of privilege. And all this is linked further to a fairly common understanding of what is right and wrong, good and bad in that society, and to a certain self-understanding. Given that I am a member of the lowest caste and therefore inferior, I must perform this action. In a properly functioning hierarchical society, the person deemed inferior believes that bowing before his superiors is the right thing to do, that it would be wrong to violate this norm. Thus, the possession of answers to all these questions is vital to the working of a hierarchical society. The availability of different answers to roughly the same questions makes possible a functioning egalitarian society. Of course, to possess a fairly comprehensive understanding of one's society does not mean that this knowledge is available as answers to questions. As a matter of fact, we do not first have questions for which we seek answers. We begin to have an understanding of our world that is reformulated as answers to these big questions when, as reflective creatures, we learn to raise these questions. But what are the circumstances in which we learn to raise these questions? There are many reasons why this might happen. I mentioned three. It might happen first if, for whatever reason, an individual or a group is alienated from the rest of the community. It might then be asked by alienated persons, do I really belong here? Who really am I? This estrangement leads to a crisis of mutual understanding. Second, this could occur with the entry of the stranger whose opaque actions provoke curiosity and internal dissonance. Why is that man doing whatever it is that he is doing? How should we relate to him and others like him? Third, it may be caused by unpredictable changes in the natural world. Disease, flood, earthquake, any natural disaster. Why do such dramatic changes occur in nature? Why do they cause suffering in this world? Why is there suffering in the world? Why are we born at all if we must suffer? Now, I want to suggest that small communities develop their own local cosmologies in the face of any of the three changes mentioned above. Unpredictable changes in nature, the coming of the stranger, the possibility of the breakup of the community, all of these lead human beings to seek refamiliarization with what has become unfamiliar, in order to make a fresh sense of the world and their own place within it, or to lend larger, deeper significance to our somewhat shaken existence. Revisions in common sense become necessary. Cosmologies perform this function and help us tell a story about ourselves and our relations to others and to nature, and make sense of the existing chaos. By making sense of something that is going out of control, becoming meaningless or discordant, they help in endowing it with meaning, make it harmonious with other things, and bring it under some semblance of control. Cosmologies inform and refashion common sense. They frequently extend and even challenge the common sense of the day by raising some of these questions afresh. Is the world that is apprehended by our senses real? A question remarkably similar in form to: is the chalk that is crumbling and falling through my fingers really a piece of chalk? Does life end with the physical destruction of the body? Am I to be identified exclusively with the physical body? Several cosmologies provide negative answers to these questions and thereby oppose our common sense. The world of senses is illusory, or there is a life of the soul after death, they say. Whatever the case, cosmologies are never identical with common sense. The emergence of Western modernity. Several ancient cosmologies tied to relatively small communities tended to see these case tie-ins as pertaining to one unified universe. A distinction between the human and the natural world was neither drawn sharply nor seemed significant. Metaphysical self-knowledge was believed to be related to an understanding of the whole universe, including nature. As Charles Taylor points out, identities in these worlds were not self-defining but defined in relation to the rest of the universe. Moreover, ethics frequently pertained not merely to human action, but also to natural events. There was no distinction between science and philosophy, and certainly no clear lines were drawn between a philosophy of the natural and the human world. This judgment might seem oversimplistic about all cosmologies, but it is certainly true of several European cosmologies and Aristotelian sciences, and it is not too off the mark to claim that elements of such cosmologies are present in virtually every pre-modem cosmology, including in several world religions. Let me stick, however, to pre-modem European cosmologies. For example, before the rise of modem science, much of what we call the Western world believed that the universe is a meaningful whole signifying something higher than humans or embodying some important purpose, goal, or final cause, and that everything which exists was moving towards the fulfillment of that cause. This was the great design or pattern in the world. Moreover, some cosmologies believe that this design was part of the intention of a transcendent God. To find fulfillment, human beings simply had to relate to this pattern, one that existed in society, nature, and the whole of the universe. This pattern could be known either by revelation, by the grace of God, or by pure reason, explaining human and non-human nature. Around the 15th century, a change began to occur in the intellectual climate of several Western societies. For many of its members, nature no longer appeared to be meaningful. It expressed neither an idea nor perhaps the intention of some transhuman subject. Aristotelian physics was challenged by a new perspective. The elements of nature were no longer believed to be purposeful. Fire does not move upwards because this is its purpose. Likewise, water does not flow downwards to serve this purpose. It is mistaken to understand nature in terms of final causes, as if its design was preordained. Rather, for the modems, nature was composed of discrete things, in themselves meaningless and independent of one another. They were not related to one another by virtue of some overall design. If related, this relation was more accidental. A ball moves because one hits it with one's foot, not because it is destined to fit into some larger cosmic pattern. Its movement in a particular direction is not preordained. It is due to a variety of contingent reasons, i.e. that a person happened to hit it with his foot and the ball remains hit, keeps moving till some other force stops it. How does one find this out? Not by relying on cosmologies that talk of deeper significance. This interpretative move, the modems felt, must first be jettisoned. Instead, one discovers this by seeing the world unmediated by these meanings. One observes what an entity is like, how it happens to relate to other entities. If they happen to relate regularly, then this observed de facto regularity is what constitutes causation. There are no final causes at work here. Explanation is nothing but recording this pattern of regularity. By recording regularities, one can explain not only why something occurred in the past, but also why it is likely to occur in the future. If you go near the fire and feel warm, and this happens each time you have been there, then this is also likely to happen at a future time. This fact can be predicted. Thus, these new sciences are not just telling stories about nature, but, so it appeared to modem thinkers, also explaining and predicting it. Before the birth of modem empirical sciences, the only form of rational inquiry abroad was philosophy, which used the a priori method of reasoning to arrive at answers to each of the 6 important questions concerning both the worlds taken together. In other words, a speculative, largely non-empirical mode of inquiry was expected to answer all the case tie-ins. With the birth of modem natural science, the traditional role of philosophy was transformed, for it now transpired that reason by itself cannot arrive at knowledge of the natural world. It could not by itself answer questions concerning the nature and activity of the physical world, nor to explain or predict what goes on within it. This could be done only with some partnership with the human senses. Some considered this a partnership between unequals, with reason playing a subsidiary role. Others thought that reason and the senses were joint authors of our cognitive world. What the precise nature of this partnership is remained contested, but the sole authority of reason had been permanently debunked. This meant that philosophy became, in the now famous words of John Locke, a handmaiden of science. Several thinkers, Hobbes, for example, tried to apply to human behavior what was earlier applied to natural phenomena. Hobbes tried to replicate the idea of a unified universe by talking of an all-embracing materialism. To him, it appeared that what held true for the physical world was also true of the socio-historical world. Later, some philosophers drew the conclusion from this Hobbesian standpoint that a rational inquiry of the moral world, or the self, was impossible. As in the natural world, the task of the rational inquirer was to seek the guidance of the senses, to gather data about the social world, and to try and understand its structure, and to explain and predict all the manifold events that take place within it. Theory was a more generalized form of explanation, rooted in and dependent upon data-based inquiry into the particular. Direct observation yielded a knowledge of particular things. Reason saw connections between all these different things and offered generalized explanations and predictions. These generalized explanations were theories of both the natural and the social world. Understanding humans, however, soon a second perspective emerged in which the universe began to be segmented into at least two worlds. Though some questions were relevant to each, their form became different. Other questions could be raised only in relation to one of these worlds, and not to the other. Modern understanding allows for a much sharper distinction between at least two worlds: the non-human natural world, the world of physical and chemical objects, and the world of plants and animals, and the world of humans that is already constituted by pre-reflective and reflective understanding. To admit the existence of two worlds does not imply that they are completely disconnected from one another. But no matter how deep the relationship between the two, there also exists some fundamental differences. The difference between the human and non-human worlds. One such difference is this: while the natural world in principle exists independently of human beings, the human world is largely constituted by, and is therefore dependent on, human action. The force of gravity is not contingent on whether or not we exist. Neither is the movement of planets. Even if the entire human species were to perish tomorrow, rainfall, thunder, a flash of lightning will still occur. Not only are these independent of our actions, they are also independent of our thoughts. There is rainfall whether or not it is apprehended by us, whether or not we have a concept of it. This is not the case with the human world, which is both action-dependent and concept-dependent. Let me explain. Consider the act of raising one's arm. This is already different from the expression, the upward movement of the limb. The latter is a purely physical description, while the former is an intentional act, a movement guided by or possessing an intention. To raise my arm, I must already be in possession of the concept of an arm, and I must know what it means to raise something. The concept of raising something is constitutive of the physical movement of the hand going upwards. Now focus on the phrase, raising my arm. This, in turn, may mean different things in different settings, i.e. in different conceptual worlds. In the classroom, it means that the student wishes to raise a question or offer a comment on what she has heard. In the board meeting, it may signal the act of voting on an issue. On the cricket field, it signals a bye and so on. Outside these settings, it is simply the raising of the arm. In other settings, it signifies questioning, voting, or signaling a bye. In each of these settings, therefore, the relevant concept of questioning or voting or signaling a bye is constitutive of the purely physical upward movement of the arm and involves an enrichment of the simple idea of raising one's arm. All human actions, practices, and situations are constituted by concepts. To understand them is to understand these concepts. This is why an interpretative component is crucial to what we mean by the empirical in the human sciences. Understanding the human world is to grasp the complicated structure of concepts that partly constitute it. This is not true of the understanding of the natural world. So, this is the first qualitative difference between empirical social sciences and natural sciences. Indeed, the word empirical itself has an entirely different connotation in the human sciences. The term empirical is related to experience, but the nature of our experience of the natural world is different from experience in the human world. The natural world cannot be apprehended without concepts, but it is not constituted by them. In this sense, the natural world exists independently of the concepts we have of them. As I said, it existed even before we had any concepts of them, before we even existed on this earth. This is not true of human or social phenomena. What is true of human sciences in general is also true of social and political studies. The state is not just an ensemble of material things and movements. To describe it materially is absurd. Besides, such a purely physical understanding fails to distinguish the state from other social and political institutions. The modern state is a form of public power, relatively independent of the ruler and the ruled, embodied in an apparatus that has virtual monopoly of violence in a particular community or territory, and that functions to reproduce the conditions of existence and perpetuation of that community. This is just one way of understanding of the state, but notice how many different types of concepts we must have already learned in order to grasp the concept of the state. Power, ruling, the distinction between ruler and ruled, monopoly, violence, community, conditions of existence, and so on. Take a relatively simple example. A man called John E. Kennedy has just died. Physically speaking, a living body has turned into non-living matter, but we humans describe this event as death. The person in question was no ordinary man, however. He was the President of the United States. To understand this fact about Kennedy is to already grasp a complex institutional setting. Moreover, we must ask, is it true that President John E. Kennedy simply died? Yes and no. To say that he has died does not convey that he has been killed. Indeed, to say that he was killed still does not capture what has happened, for one can be killed in an accident. Would it then be right to say that he was murdered? This, too, is true, but only up to a point. For Kennedy was a president of the United States of America, and his murder had a political motive. He was murdered probably by a network of rival political groups, state agencies, and the mafia. His was a political assassination. When a person says that Kennedy was assassinated, we assume that he understands the distinction between dying, being killed, murdered, or assassinated. Each of these concepts and the distinctions among them are part of, and implicit in the event of Kennedy losing his life. Each of these concepts and the distinctions among them are part of, and implicit in the event of Kennedy losing his life. Thus, we arrive at the following conclusions. The question of understanding, explanation, and prediction about the non-human natural world is answered by the natural sciences. Given the difference between human and non-human nature, the question pertaining to the understanding, explanation, and prediction about the human world is answered by the human sciences, by political science, sociology, anthropology, economics, etc., though always aided by humanities and the arts. What then is the proper role of social and political theory? Why we do need it? Let me straightaway elucidate two functions of political theory which it shares with social theory indeed. The first is not a separate function but an integral feature of all social sciences, including political science. If all human phenomena are constituted by pre-reflective or conceptual understanding, and if philosophy/theory helps us understand this and make it explicit, then given the first feature mentioned above of political philosophy or political theory, the latter is an integral part of empirical social science. You can neither identify what you wish to explain, nor what you are to explain it by unless you have a conceptual grasp of what these are. Philosophy is not merely a handmaiden of the human sciences, but its integral feature. This is the interpretative and explanatory role of political theory. The second function of political theory is this. Some social and political phenomenon have such a large scale that no specific empirical inquiry can do justice to it, nor can it result from a collection of all the empirical detail. Data gathering and controlled inquiry can never suffice for the understanding of large social formations, and for the explanation of changes within them or changes from one type to another. So the explanation of the rise of capitalism or the transition from feudalism to capitalism can never be understood or explained without some degree of speculation which is independent of empirical inquiry. Nor can we fully understand the nature of modernity or the variety of human predicaments in the modern world, or the general attributes of subordination in a society that is colonized by another society merely by controlled empirical inquiry. This job is best done by social and political theory. The object of this inquiry itself is identified at a very general level, and its fuller understanding or explanation cannot be properly controlled by empirical data, but requires a speculative jump. Political theories must perform this second function of providing insight and understanding into the most general pattern of human practices and social change. Bhikkhu Parekh calls this the contemplative role of political theory. To grasp the third function of political theory, it is important to register the second qualitative difference between the natural and the social world, and therefore between the natural and the human sciences. It makes no sense to ask moral and self-related questions about the physical world. It is no longer sensible to ask, how do we morally evaluate the force of gravity? Is there anything good or right about the laws of motion? Do chemical compounds have self-knowledge? However, such ethical and normative questions are at the heart of the human world. Why is this so? Consider once again our claim concerning the action dependence of the human world. Also, consider any human action. It is true that human action can be explained, and to explain it is to provide the reason for why it was done. In this respect, explaining an action is no different than explaining any natural event. But in the case of human action, we could ask another question. Is the reason for action a good one? Now, to say that it is a good reason is to endorse the action, to justify it. An action is not merely explained, It is also justified, and as I said, this justification is always accomplished in the light of some idea of good and bad, right and wrong. This idea of justification can be explained in another way. Take the example from cricket again. When a batsman faces a ball bowled outside his off stump, he also faces a number of distinct possibilities. He can leave the ball alone or flash at it. If he decides to hit the ball, he must make a quick decision whether to drive, slice or cut it, to hit the ball towards long off, to cover drive or square cut. If he is audacious, he can even pull it towards mid-wicket. This judgment must be made on the spot, within a split second. Now suppose the ball is a perfect outswinger. The batsman flashes at it, gets an edge and is caught behind. He must ask himself if he had good reason to go after the ball, whether or not he made a correct judgment. Could he justify what he did to himself, to his captain, his team, the team's coach? Indeed, he is answerable to a much wider public. He is answerable because he could have acted otherwise. There is a reason why he got out, but it is not a good reason. His rash act can be explained, but it cannot be justified. Now, I want to draw a general conclusion from this example. To say that the human world is action-dependent is to say that it is grounded in one set of reasons from among several available, and that the choice to act on one rather than another is made in the light of the person's own understanding and judgment of what is good or right for the agent in the context. This understanding can be evaluated by others. We can ask if the person's judgment of what is good is really so. Moreover, what is true of human action is also true of the state of affairs it brings about. Anything which is a result of human action is out there from among many possibilities, and part of the reason why it is there is because the agent or agents in question undertook it in the light of their own understanding of what is good or right. Human action and the world it creates must be necessarily evaluated because a normative component is an integral part of it. The example I took involves an evaluative, but not an ethical dimension. But cricket does possess an ethical aspect, too. Consider once again a bowler who has been hit for 3 consecutive fours. This assault is not merely on his bowling, but on his own reckoning, also on his sense of self-esteem and dignity. As he goes towards his bowling mark, he is angry and resentful. Indeed, he is so angry that he cannot contain himself. It occurs to him that to avenge the treatment meted out to him, he should bowl a beamer. Should he? Really? He has a second to decide whether to do so or not. Should he use unfair means to remove the batsman from the crease? This is not all. A bookie has offered that if he is hit for 4 consecutive fours, he would earn twice the match fee paid to him by the board. Should he succumb to this temptation? He must assess these reasons in the light of some conception of the good life, some idea of right or wrong. A cricketer has this choice. So do all other human beings in their respective contexts. In short, a human being has some degree of ethical or moral autonomy. Similar ethical considerations also arise in politics. Consider that the state is withdrawing from the public sector, say public educational institutions. The policy of reservations is predicated upon the availability of seats or jobs in the public sector. If admission or employment opportunities get limited in this way, the policy of reservations becomes practically toothless. What must now be done for those who have been historically disadvantaged? At least 2 options are available. One is to pretend helplessness and to become indifferent to the plight of the scheduled castes. The other is to compel the private sector to have, for example, a proportion of seats or jobs reserved for them. Whatever policy the state adopts will be guided by some reason. The question is whether the reason guiding the policy is a good one, and whether it is really good or not must take into account the policymaker's understanding of what is good or bad, right or wrong, and the assessment of this understanding by others. It will depend upon whether these considerations are given any weight at all, which itself is a matter of ethics. To fail to assess one's reason in the light of any ethics is itself unethical, if ethics has a bearing on these issues. Decline of political theory? This view that all human actions, including public policy, can be evaluated in the light of ethical considerations was not accepted by scientific-minded early modernists, and resistance to it has somehow persisted to this day. A number of persons believe that a rational evaluation or inquiry of the moral world is impossible. The moral and political philosophy of yesteryears expressed merely the opinions, tastes, and preferences of the individual inquirer, and did not deserve the status of knowledge. Our experience yielded a wide variety of forms of self-understandings and moral opinions which cannot be rationally evaluated. If they come into conflict, reason cannot arbitrate between them. Perhaps for this reason, several philosophers in the Anglo-Saxon world began to claim that political theory was in an irretrievable decline. If political theory is a rational and normative enterprise, as indeed classical political philosophy from Plato to Hegel had sought to be, then after the new discovery about the impossibility of such an enterprise and the rise of the empirical sciences, political theory was believed to have no future. Indeed, as someone put it, it was already dead. This view, associated with positivism, is now widely believed to be deeply mistaken. Everything seen, heard, or touched by human beings is already constituted by concepts, and therefore everything in the human world has to be properly understood even as it is observed. Moreover, most of these concepts carry a normative import. The human world has to be, to some degree and extent, good or bad in human action, right or wrong. There is no feature of the human world entirely free from evaluative significance. Of course, from this we could draw two different conclusions. If values are impervious to reason but constitute the human world, then all we can have is subjective opinion of this world. This means the impossibility of social sciences. This is a radical conclusion that the positivists did not reach because they rejected the first premise, namely, that facts and values are intertwined. Alternatively, we must abandon the assumption that values are beyond reason, and that therefore, it is possible to have objective knowledge of the human world. If values can be known and rationally assessed, then their permeation in the human world is no barrier to its understanding or rational assessment. This not only brings out the difference between the character and method of the natural and social sciences, but also paves the way for a kind of systematic reflection that is exclusive to the human world, namely normative, moral, or ethical theorizing. So, in addition to two functions of political theory mentioned above, we have a third function, one that is special because exclusive to human phenomena. To bring out the normative import of concepts embedded in social practices and used in social sciences, and to subject them to detailed critical reasoning. Indeed, for some people this has become the defining, perhaps even the sole function of political theory. Much of Anglo-Saxon political theory focuses only on the normative at a sufficient level of generality. In contrast, political theory on the continent refuses to separate the normative from the explanatory/interpretative and the contemplative. Continental political theory has a broader scope for another reason which needs explication and brings into relief the fourth function of political theory, to tell us who we are. Recall the point made earlier that in a hierarchical society, people perform actions in accordance with their social role, what in contemporary parlance we might call their identity. A person stands bowed with folded hands or walks at a safe distance from others, given that he is from a lower caste and the other has a much higher rank in the caste hierarchy. What he does now depends on what goes on in society and who he is. More generally, almost everywhere what one should do and who one is are related issues. When we ask the question, what are we to do? There is another question that we do not always ask. The implicit form of the question is, given that this is what we are, what are we to do? Classical political philosophers almost always ask these questions together. Given the essence or purpose of human beings, what should they do? In contemporary theory, these questions are separated. Thus, political philosophy remains both a practical philosophy, i.e. one that has an action-guiding character, and a systematic inquiry into the self, a kind of metaphysical self-knowledge. At the cost of repetition, let me once again answer the question. What is the function of political theory? Given that empirical political science is meant primarily to understand, describe, and explain how decisions are taken in a society and how some individuals, groups, or classes are excluded from such decision-making, one task of political theory is to help empirical political science to perform this role. However, it performs three roles not undertaken by the social sciences. First, to offer a general reflection on the human condition, on the predicament of modern societies, on who we are, and so on, in Chapter 1, see point E. Second, a general reflection on a relatively narrow topic, the exercise of power in societies and the mechanisms by which power, i.e. domination, is exercised by some over others. This includes the most general reflection on state power, but if power resides in the capillaries of a society, then political theory is a reflection not only on the state but on the myriad capillaries in society, in Chapter 1, points E, B, C, and D. Third, it is the study of how this power should be wielded, by whom and why, and in the light of which values and ideas of the good life. This is a prescriptive, normative, and broadly ethical enterprise. In Chapter 1, point EF, and partly AA, these three constitute the distinctive functions of political theory. We can put the point differently by once again examining the six big questions. If the first three are answered primarily by the natural and the human sciences, the next three questions, of ethics and normativity, and of metaphysical self-knowledge, are answered by normative political theory along with philosophy, humanities, and the arts. Types of political theories. Allow me to elaborate in somewhat greater detail these three different types of political theory. Explanatory. Suppose that we wish to understand the birth of capitalist socio-economic formations. In the social sciences, we have several different explanations. For example, Marx offered a general theory of fundamental social change. In one version of this theory, humans have a fundamental interest in improving their material well-being and, therefore, in raising their level of productivity. Thus, Marx believed that this interest explains why there is a constant improvement in the level of productive forces. However, he also believed that a thing became a productive force only in use, and the use of productive forces presupposes that human beings relate to each other in particular ways. Marx called these relations social relations of production. Marx proposed the thesis that a certain type of social relations of production is appropriate, roughly speaking, to a particular level of development of productive forces. For Marx, a particular type of social relations of production facilitates the development of productive forces. However, beyond a point, these very relations begin to hinder the further development of these forces. The level of productivity fails to rise, productive forces get into crises, and yet the human urge for better material well-being does not cease. In short, a contradiction develops between the ever-developing productive forces and the existing but outdated relations of production. This contradiction, according to Marx, is resolved not by preserving the level of the development of production. This contradiction, according to Marx, is resolved not by preserving the level of the development of productive forces, but rather by changing the social relations of production. The new set of social relations of production comes into existence in order to facilitate the further development of productive forces. Marx developed this general theory to explain the rise of capitalism, which he defined largely in terms of the relation between capital and labor mediated by a free market. Such relations had to come into existence in order to increase human productivity at the time of the emergence of capitalism. Other thinkers offered different explanations. For example, Weber argued that capitalism could not have come into existence without a change in the cultural climate, in the attitudes of a specific set of people. This change of attitude was a component of and was brought about by a transformation in the dominant religion of particular societies. For Weber, the Protestant ethic that emphasized a certain degree of this worldly asceticism and disciplined work was crucial both for the accumulation of capital and an efficient labor force, both of which were crucial for the emergence of capitalism. Normative. Suppose that in a poverty-stricken country such as India, there is a demand that the right to work and therefore that the right to an adequate minimum income be entrenched not just as a desirable goal but as a legal guarantee. Suppose also that there is a great deal of resistance to this idea. For example, it might be argued that while social justice is important, it should not take precedence over the decisions of elected representatives, and that therefore the government of the day, backed by the parliament, may from time to time decide to have welfare schemes for the poor, and no welfare measure should be guaranteed by law. Thus, we have two broad positions on this issue, one for the right to work and the other against it. How do we break the deadlock? How do we advance further to resolve this dispute? We can settle the dispute in a number of ways. 1. By a simple recourse to power. A position that is backed by greater power may override the other, irrespective of its moral strength. A pro-poor government may enact a law that entrenches the right to work as a judiciable right. Alternatively, a coalition of wealthy classes may buy off the fence-sitters and block the constitutional entrenchment of this right. Both sides may arouse passion and let the matter be decided in the heat of the moment. In all such cases, a decision is made in favor of one or the other position without examining the merits of the case, without a detailed review of possible justifications in favor of either of the two positions. Normative political theory does not accept this way of proceeding on this issue. While it does not disregard the importance of emotion, rhetoric, negotiation, and even power, it begins with the assumption that rational argument, in whatever form, must play a pivotal role in decisions on such matters. So how would a normative political theorist proceed? A brief account may be as follows. The normative political theorist must begin with assumptions that most people can endorse. For example, few would deny that all citizens have a basic interest in living a minimally decent life. Nor would anyone deny that absence of physical suffering is part of a minimally decent existence. Thus, a modicum of material well-being is important for everyone, regardless of caste, religion, gender, inherited wealth, and so on. We all have an equal moral right to a minimally decent existence. Once these assumptions are accepted, we are left with the more contentious issues. Does minimal well-being include simply the absence of physical suffering that can be remedied by welfare schemes, or does it include the guarantee of work? Here we have to bring in two further issues. First, whether or not the democratically elected government of the day can be relied upon for initiating these schemes. Second, whether apart from the avoidance of physical sufferance, dignity is also an important component of well-being. What psychological impact does merely receiving benefits have on the poor? Is it not important that even the poor feel not that they are living on charity, but that they have earned what they receive? Once dignity is included in the concept of well-being, which, if we think of humans not just as biological organisms but as persons, we are committed to the view that, at least in modern societies, work is crucial for well-being. Therefore, a right to well-being, a right to be free from suffering, must include the right to work. To go to the second issue now, can we rely on democratically elected governments of the day to guarantee well-being? This is to be decided partly by the political history of societies and our understanding of the behavior of people with wealth and power. My own answer is that the government of the day cannot be relied upon for such guarantees. This may be true even for governments with the best of intentions. Indeed, this assurance is even less likely in democratic societies where governments may change every 4 to 5 years, and people have to live with a government that might initiate policies that go against their interests. Democratic governments cannot be trusted with the promises they keep, no matter how sincere they are. If so, such guarantees must be made an integral part of the Constitution so that every democratically elected government is constrained to ensure the fulfillment of the right to work. An argument such as this neither undervalues democracy nor presents itself as the final word on the matter. It shows that this is one way in which we might proceed in democratic societies. In the last instance, it is meant to take a brief glance at and to illustrate how normative political theory may be done. Contemplative. In her famous book, The Human Condition, Hannah Arendt begins by drawing our attention towards how in 1957, a satellite, an earthborn, man-made object stayed in skies, circled the earth and dwelt and moved in the proximity of the heavenly bodies as though it had been admitted tentatively to their sublime company. She spoke of how for many this was the first step toward escape from men's imprisonment to the earth. She also spoke of other new developments, the splitting of the atom as well as of the birth of a new language of mathematical symbols that contains statements which cannot be translated back into speech. With these introductory remarks, she proposed that in her new book, she would offer a reconsideration of the human condition from the vantage point of our newest experiences and our most recent fears. For Arendt, political theory was not reducible to its explanatory or normative functions, although clearly these functions are part of its defining features. Political theory for her, as indeed for many others, continues to be what it was for classical thinkers: a deeply contemplative inquiry into the general condition of humankind, either over a very long period or at a certain stage of their changing existence. Little theories, grand theories. I have claimed that there are 3 types of political theories: explanatory/interpretative, normative, and contemplative. All theories contain each of these dimensions. However, most of them implicitly emphasize either the explanatory, e.g., Weber's theory on the rise of capitalism or Marx's historical materialism, or the normative dimension, e.g., liberalism. These might be called little theories. On the other hand, some explicitly possess both. Let these as well as deeply contemplative theories be called grand theories, e.g., there are traditions of Marxism that claim to have each of the 3 features. Grand theories need to be distinguished from ideologies, worldviews, and cosmologies that possess one of the 6 features mentioned above, namely, generality. In addition, they may possess 1 or 2 other features, but rarely all. For example, they may attempt conceptual clarity or possess a rational structure, but simply ignore the requirement to unearth hidden presuppositions. Besides, unlike theory, their commitment even to these is half-hearted. They may start off with conceptual elaboration or the construction of an argument, but stop midway. Arbitrarily and abruptly almost always, they bypass controlled inquiry into the particular and are, therefore, largely speculative. Theory and ideology. The relationship of normative political theory, and by implication of grand theories to modem ideology, is particularly complex. Both try to persuade in a crude sense: if we believe that we are roughly equal, we all try to convert one another to our own viewpoint. But there are important differences. While political theory tries to give the fullest possible reason for why a certain standpoint must be adopted, or why an act must be performed on the basis of one set of principles rather than another, ideology lacks a commitment to spell out all reasons. Reason is short-circuited and principles reduced to formulae. This is true of nationalism and fascism, but also of liberalism and Marxism when they function as ideologies. The case of liberal and Marxist ideologies shows that an ideology need not be entirely disconnected from reason. It may have a strategic connection, but it is in the nature of strategic connection that it is snapped if it no longer serves a specified end. As explained above, theory has an intrinsic commitment to reason that an ideology does not have. When liberalism and Marxism function as ideologies, they have merely a strategic connection with reason. This is not so when they function as political theories. It is possible then for Marxist or liberal political theory to come into conflict with Marxist or liberal ideology. If all that I have said above is true, then political philosophy is even more different from another mode of persuasion and conversion, i.e. propaganda. For in propaganda, conversion is sought by opaque, manipulative methods. Advertising is a good example, because here anything goes. Not only is transparency abandoned and reason short-circuited, but everything hinges on pure rhetoric. Lies are permitted, so are half-truths. The bad points of a product are never mentioned, and the good ones are exaggerated. Before I end this section, one misunderstanding must be dispelled. Grand theories do share with ideologies and cosmologies another feature. They all perform one function. All of them attempt to formulate a common understanding of the world, as well as provide a common normative orientation. When they do both, they provide a common self-definition. an identity. In the performance of this function, grand theories, ideologies, and cosmologies may on the one hand compete with, rival, and substitute one another, and on the other hand, be mutually complementary. Thus, I am not suggesting that ideologies should be replaced by political theory. This can never happen. Ideologies have a function in society. Nor am I saying that we must always be rational and that there should be no place in the public sphere for emotion, rhetoric, or even condensed statements or formulae. But none of these should have such an overwhelming place in society that political theory is seen or made to be entirely redundant. Cosmologies and political theory. I have proposed that there is something distinctive about political theory and implied that something socially valuable is lost without it. In other words, I have suggested that we all need political theory. This might seem an odd claim. After all, many societies have lived without political philosophy or theory. At least, political philosophy has not existed as a separate entity in most societies. At best, we might say with hindsight that it lies hidden within cosmologies. My claim would be more defensible if it was made in favor of cosmologies. For it is hard to imagine any society that is not accompanied by a cosmology. One might then ask why cosmologies alone cannot suffice for the functions I have claimed for social and political theory. This brings us to the question of the difference between cosmologies and theories, and to why in modern societies, cosmologies probably do not suffice. I have 3 reasons to offer in support of theories. First, cosmologies are local and too tightly tied to contexts. Under modem conditions, however, we live in several contexts at once. Moreover, these contexts are not insulated from one another. They interact, intersect, intercommunicate. In these circumstances, anything with a purely local significance will not do. We need intercontextual thinking. We need something which does not merely pretend to be general, but is really so. Since theories possess this intercontextual generality, they are better likely to serve us in these conditions. Furthermore, we live in times and in places where people with remarkably different cultural backgrounds and cosmologies have been thrown together. This has happened not merely with globalization, but much earlier with the formation of nation-states. Despite their claims of cultural homogeneity, nation-states have had to deal with diverse local traditions and deep cultural heterogeneity. Nation-states bring together strangers. Recall my point that cosmologies are required to refamiliarize what was once familiar and is currently not. Now, this condition of almost permanent unfamiliarity with everything around us, including other human beings with whom we interact, is pervasive in modem societies where, frequently, the very distinction between insiders and outsiders collapses. Second, the situation in our times is one of a near-permanent crisis of mutual understanding and common agreement. Nation-states are built around a rough consensus on some issues, a mixture of indifference and forgetting on the part of its members, a fair amount of illegitimate force, and huge areas of difference and disagreement. Such large societies can hardly be stable, but they are unlikely to survive without a good deal of open communication among its diverse people. Conceptual clarity enables better communication. Through argument, differences which are the norm in our societies can be managed if not resolved. We need to give reasons to one another for and against why some policy is to be initiated. We need to be more critically self-aware of why we are doing what we do. The rational structure embedded in theories appears to offer some hope towards a possible resolution of some of the most significant differences that remain between us. Third, modem societies no longer have one locus of authority. In the past, community-based cosmologies frequently gave enswerves in a manner that gave the impression that they were emanating a single authoritative source. Some theories which imitate these cosmologies give the same impression, but the truth is that such a source does not exist anymore. We have multiple sources of authority, and to communicate amongst them, we need a space where reasons are offered, examined, questioned, challenged, endorsed, rebutted, or mediated. A theory provides such a space which local cosmologies may be unable to provide. Apart from these, there is a wholly separate reason. Questions answered by normative political theory need to be even more urgently addressed. There are no easy answers to the questions. How are we to live? What am I? What are we to do? These questions have acquired urgency because old certainties are gone. Everything is up for grabs and therefore, everything needs to be justified. Nothing today can be taken for granted. Secularism, democracy, and equality cannot simply be assumed. Their ethical importance will always be questioned. Their value has to be justified not only to those who oppose, but also to those who defend them. Besides, these concepts do not come in one unique form. Therefore, we have to justify which conception of secularism or democracy or equality is worth having in our context. Normative political theory is meant to do just that. To sum up, Both the task of general understanding and prescribing are crucial in modem societies. A theory of both how power is really exercised and how it should be used is crucial for two reasons. First, because modernity disperses communities and yet connects societies in such an intensified manner that understanding and explanations of specific groups and societies will never yield a relevant, comprehensive understanding of any issue. Disparate but related phenomena must be brought together under a general rubric to give us a satisfactory knowledge of them. Second, traditional knowledge systems and older cosmologies are unable to tell us what we need to do and in the light of which values. Modem political theory appears to have the potential to do so, as long as it performs this task with modesty and with the help of social science, humanities, and the arts. History of political thought and political theory. I need to address one final issue before bringing this discussion to a close. I have written of political theory as if its history is irrelevant. If I have given that impression, it is because of paucity of time and space. Let me address it very briefly. Consider a social practice. Suppose that it is being challenged by a group, but you are not among those who oppose it. You wish to defend the practice and therefore ask the legitimate question: what is the good embedded in the practice? In fact, you may be more neutral and may wish to examine and evaluate the practice so that it may be critiqued or endorsed. But before you begin to do so, you must identify it. You need to articulate both what it is and the underlying point behind it. This, however, is not as easy as it seems. Sometimes that with which you are excessively familiar, that which appears to you to be obviously valuable, is among the least understood. It is not properly understood because it has receded into the background, almost merged with it. It is so much taken for granted that one does not even notice that it exists. After all, this is precisely what is meant by taking something for granted. This excessive familiarity has then become an obstruction to its proper understanding and to an understanding of its underlying values. If we are to better understand it, a change of stance towards it becomes mandatory. To begin to notice it, we need to make it unfamiliar, to defamiliarize it. Some strategy of radical estrangement is required to counter an already existing familiarity. We need to introduce a part existential and part reflective disquiet about the practice. Only then will we begin to better recognize it. Among the strategies of estrangement and refamiliarization is to place the practice along with other similar yet related practices. Locating a practice among others may be accomplished either by the use of one's imagination or by cross-cultural comparison. When this is done, one gains the awareness that it is one among several practices, one of the several ways in which the objective or value underlying the practice is accomplished. One realizes that what had appeared natural, what one had taken for granted, is one of the many possible ways of doing roughly the same thing, and that it is not a natural, permanent phenomenon but a social construction carved out of one set of choices. Now, this defamiliarization can be accomplished not just by traveling in space, that is, by moving from one cultural location to another existing at the same time, but also by moving back in time. In short, by asking the question, what were the analogs of this practice in the past that achieved, if not the same, other similar values, values that belong roughly to the same family? Or else, we can go back not to the very distant past where we would find entirely different practices for comparison, but to that moment of transition when this very practice began to first take shape. Indeed, to go back to its moment of origin is useful for another reason. It is useful because when the practice was BOM, there may have been something startlingly new about it. Therefore, it must have been noticed by everyone. This is precisely the time when it was least taken for granted, when those in favor of it were keen to offer a fully explicit defense on its behalf, and those opposed to it were equally keen to rebut it. At that period and in that context, it is likely that a very rich set of arguments surrounded the practice, one that by now is forgotten. By going back in time, we retrieve those arguments that, one must remember, are once again desperately needed, now that it has become contentious. Rather than put all our labor into a de novo articulation of the conceptual and normative structure of the practice, understanding the history of the practice is a more economical way of achieving the same result. We re-articulate what is currently in a hopeless condition of inarticulacy. This remembering is also a process of recovery of the richness of that practice. This is why a proper political argument about rights must take us back to the writings of John Locke. A proper understanding of nationalism must compel us to return to Herder, and in order to properly debate about Western modernity and Colorado nihilism, we cannot set aside Gandhi's Hind Swaraj. For a full disclosure of all the complex reasons for and against a practice, for the values that inspired it and the murk in which it was entangled, we need to uncover the origins of that practice, and to fully grasp these origins, we need to do the history of political philosophy. In this chapter, I tried to answer the question what theories in general are meant to do. I suggested that, in their own distinctive way, theories also answer the big questions of human existence. I then suggested that some of these answers are now best provided by systematic empirical inquiry and natural scientific theories. The natural sciences understand, explain, and predict events and processes in the non-human natural world. Scientific theories do the same at the most general level. The social sciences, including political science, understand, explain, and seek to predict events and processes in the human world. Political theory is then left to perform three important functions: the explanatory function at the most general level, but more distinctively the contemplative and the normative. In this chapter, I also a. distinguish between political theory on the one hand and ideologies and propaganda on the other. B. claim that political theory may be able to respond to our needs under conditions of modernity somewhat better than cosmologies do. C. briefly explained why in the 1950s there was widespread belief that political theory was either dead or in decline, and D. explain the relationship between contemporary political theory and the history of political thought. Points for discussion. 1. Charles Taylor has called humans self-interpreting animals. Gadamer says that interpretation is the distinctively human mode of being. What sense can you make of these statements in the light of what you have read in this chapter? 2. There is a widespread belief that all evaluations are subjective. Good and bad, right and wrong are relative to each individual, at least to every society. This makes normative political theory impossible. Discuss. 3. If cosmologies can explain, understand, evaluate, and give effective answers to questions about who we are, then modern political theory is redundant. Discuss. 4. Deep down, political theories are ideologies. Therefore, political theory is an intellectual passion of the elite. Discuss. Reading list. Arendt, Hannah, The Human Condition, Chicago. University of Chicago Press, 1958. Cohen, G.A. Karl Marx's Theory of History, Oxford, Clarendon Press, 1978. McIntyre, Alistair, The Indispensability of Political Theory, in David Miller and Larry Siedentop, eds. The Nature of Political Theory, Oxford, Clarendon Press, 1983. Parekh, Bhikkhu, Political Theory, Traditions in Political Philosophy, in Robert Gooden and Hans-Dieter Klingemann, eds. A New Handbook of Political Science, Oxford, Oxford University Press, 1966. Plamenats, John. The Use of Political Theory, in A. Quinton, edition, Political Philosophy, London, Oxford University Press, 1967. Taylor, Charles. Chapter, Liberty. Introduction. Consider the following sentences. The BA class wants to have a free period. State of affairs. I feel free to talk to my teacher. Perception. I am totally free to choose my career. Choice. Even in the 21st century, a substantial part of South Asia's population is not free from the clutches of poverty, denial of material needs. No country should be denied its freedom, denial of a sense of dignity. Now, let us substitute the term liberty wherever freedom has been used in the above instances. Each of these sentences brings to the fore a different dimension of the concept, defying a single definition of liberty. They also highlight concepts other than liberty, equality, right, justice, etc. How does one then delineate and distinguish the concept of liberty? Meaning, let us take the following sentence as an example. I am at liberty to learn how to drive a car. To begin with, it means there are no hindrances to your decision. Nobody physically stops you from learning how to drive a car. Second, the existence conditions for learning how to drive a car are available and accessible. So, you would have to have access to a car, a person who is willing to teach you how to drive, streets where it is safe for you to practice driving, etc. Third, and in a certain sense this precedes the first two, you have a choice to learn how to drive a car. So, the concept of liberty carries three connotations: the notion of choice, the absence of constraints to make and exercise such a choice, and the existence conditions that enable you to actuate the choice. Evolution of the concept. Liberty as a concept has been viewed variously by thinkers in various stages of the history of political thought. Each of these views expresses the thinker's understanding of the historical phase in which the concept evolved and is in sync with the larger philosophical outlook of the thinker. Let us understand the views of the various thinkers and see to what extent each of them mirror the three connotations of liberty: choice, absence of constraints, and existence conditions. Read the following sentence and observe the meanings that it gives rise to. I am free to take my political theory exam. Invariably, the first thing that comes to one's mind is that one is not restrained from taking the exam. Now, let us look at the reasons for which one wants to take the exam. Broadly, one wants to take the exam to clear it and secure career prospects. Two immediate reasons can be stated. First, it is necessary to take the exam if one has to be promoted to the next level. Second, if one does not take the exam, one is declared to have failed the paper. So, the fear of failure impels one to take the exam. Let us take the example further. My future security depends on clearing the exam, but I am not prepared for the exam. In this context, if I am at liberty to take my exam and do whatever I can to secure my future, does it include the liberty to cheat in the exam? It is this understanding of liberty that is put forward by Thomas Hobbes in his fictional State of Nature. According to Hobbes, liberty, or freedom signifies the absence of all impediments to action that are not contained in the nature and intrinsic quality of the agent. As Hobbes would explain, it is proper to state that the person who is tied with chains wants the liberty to leave, as the impediment is not in the person but in his chains, whereas that cannot be said of one who is sick or lame, because the impediment is in oneself. Fear and necessity, for Hobbes, are the motivating factors in human nature that impel them towards liberty. As he explains, a man sometimes pays his debts only for fear of imprisonment, which, because nobody hindered him from detaining, was the action of a man at liberty. Two issues emerge. 1. Can the act of one to preserve oneself be justified as an act of liberty, even if it violates the safety of another human beings? 2. Do you think the action of a person based only on fear or necessity is an act of liberty? Would you say that the act of begging due to the fear of starvation or the necessity to eat one square meal a day is an act based on liberty? After all, the beggar is not physically restrained by anybody in the act of begging. While such an understanding of liberty does take into account the absence of constraints aspect, it totally undermines the notion of choice and does not recognize any kind of moral framework. Going back to our example of wanting to learn how to drive a car, one may want to learn to drive a car as there is no other mode of transport available, or because one is coerced into it. However, for it to be a decision based on liberty, the decision has to be based on the fact that one wants to learn or does not want to learn driving. It is this notion of choice that is conspicuously absent in the examples by which we understand Hobbes's view of liberty. The beggar does not have a choice on whether he wants to beg or not. Similarly, a dacoit cannot rob or kill anyone and explain it as an act of liberty to preserve herself/himself. Hobbes' understanding of liberty, based on considerations of fear and necessity rather than choice, does not make a clear distinction between acts of liberty and acts under the threat of coercion. For choice to be exercised in the exercise of liberty, existence conditions have to exist. Such conditions can include material resources as well as a moral framework. The scope to exercise choice in a moral framework finds place in Locke's understanding of the concept. Let us reconsider the example of choice cited at the beginning of the chapter. Am totally free to choose my career. This basically throws up 2 points. No one should dictate to me what my career should be. So, if I want to be a VJ, video jockey, or a writer, I should not be forced to become an IS, Indian Administrative Services, officer, or do an MBA course. However, my choice of career should not harm anybody. So, I should not choose a career as a thief or murderer. It is this view of liberty as choice exercised in a moral framework that comes across in Locke's understanding of the concept. This moral framework is based on the laws of nature, of which equality is a central tenet. The law of nature, according to Locke, is that no one ought to harm another in his life, health, liberty, or possessions. Liberty as a natural right, for Locke, is no more than the liberty to do what the law of nature allows. In other words, what is morally permitted. For Locke, each individual is free to the extent the exercise of freedom does not violate the tenet of equality. The exercise of liberty should not be at the cost of equality. Now, what does liberty as a natural right imply for Locke? As a natural right, liberty is a universal right. It is a right held equally by all in the state of nature. It is also a right that is bestowed by nature along with the right to life and property. As a natural right, liberty is innate in human nature, is universal, and can be apprehended by reason. As a right bestowed by nature, Locke views it as inalienable. In other words, one cannot waive from one's person the right to liberty. As Locke states, everyone is bound to preserve himself and not to quit his station willfully. So by the like reason, when his own preservation comes not in competition, ought he, as much as he can, to preserve the rest of mankind. Locke 1988, page 271, emphasis added. As a natural right, liberty precedes civil and political society in Locke's thought. The contract of civil society is drawn to preserve natural rights, including liberty. While the political society regulates liberty, it has no power to constrain it. The Lockean individual is guided by the faculty of reason in the exercise of freedom in conditions that are alterable. So, the Lockean individual will not seek the freedom to want to fly like a bird, but will seek the freedom to be heard even if in a minority. While the moral framework of Locke ensures existence conditions that qualify the absence of restraint and the element of choice, it does not specify ways to bring about existence. While the moral framework of Locke ensures existence conditions that qualify the absence of restraint and the element of choice, it does not specify ways to bring about existence of conditions to facilitate choice. Let us understand this through the earlier example. I am free to choose my career. In the Lockean scheme, this will amount to the following: nobody has a right to dictate to me my choice of career. I have as much right to choose my career as any other person. My choice should not harm anybody. These implications, however, do not take into account restraints on choices that are not natural. Again, going back to the example of a beggar who begs for a living, nobody need have dictated the beggar to choose begging for a living, and neither does it harm anyone. Does it mean that the beggar chose to beg as a natural right? Till now, the concept of liberty or freedom has been discussed basically at the level of the individual. Also, the exercise of liberty is either preserving oneself, Hobbes, or operandi within a moral framework, Locke. But neither of these conceptions addresses the hindrances of hierarchy and inequality in the exercise of liberty. While Locke does consider natural equality as a prerequisite, social inequalities are not addressed at all. It is this hindrance to liberty that is addressed in Rousseau's thought. Consider the instance that some of us own a vehicle and travel by it in the city. This can have two possible effects. 1. It introduces a hierarchy between those who own a vehicle and those who do not. 2. It increases pollution levels that is harmful to all. So, liberty here can be understood as liberating the people of the city from the hierarchy and inequality between a few people owning vehicles and those who do not. Liberty is also choosing the right option, in this case, a pollution-free option. Rousseau considered freedom as a collective venture and is freeing oneself from selfish motives towards a larger good for the entire group. His conception of liberty liberates human beings from the hierarchical and unjust inequality of society. Rousseau views this inequality as the constraint in the realization of liberty. Unlike Hobbes and Locke, liberty is not a natural right for Rousseau. Liberty for him is liberation from a state of unfreedom, which comes into being with the emergence of civil and political society. Constraints on liberty refer to the constraints of one's baser nature that does not facilitate human nature to think of the good of all. Constraints also refer to the inequality in society that does not allow for the exercise of liberty. A people is liberated only through obedience to law. Law is equated with the expression of the general will of the whole community. The individual in obeying the laws obeys one's own self as the author of those laws, authored by virtue of the capacity of uniting with others in the community. An individual can be free only by being a part of a free people who obey laws. For Rousseau, one is liberated when one is free of personal servitude. His way out is to make individuals dependent not on other individuals or institutions, but upon the whole community, which protects the goods and persons of every citizen with the united force of all. The individual is liberated from subjection to one's lower nature in uniting with the whole community. As Rousseau states, a free people obeys, but it does not serve. It has leaders but no masters. It obeys the laws, but it obeys only the laws, and it is due to the strength of laws that it is not forced to obey man. It is the understanding of freedom through obedience to law that is captured in the famous phrase of Rousseau in The Social Contract: man is bomb-free, but everywhere he is in chains. The element of choice in Rousseau's thought is quite interesting. It appears that he seems to equate choice with the right to choose the right option, where the right option is predecided. For example, driving a car can be seen as something that contributes to pollution. Pollution is harmful to all. It can then be decided that the right option is to ride a bicycle rather than drive a car. So, the existence conditions would be tailored not towards conditions that enable them to drive a car but conditions that are friendly to cyclists and pedestrians, as also conditions that would check pollution levels and be in the interest of the larger good. The word freedom may also have a parallel, though simplistic, reference to the idea of pleasure. Utilitarians see a positive correlation between freedom and pleasure. Freedom is about seeking pleasure and avoiding pain. This is best captured in Bentham's works. Liberty for Bentham is viewed through the utilitarian maxim of greatest happiness of the greatest number. In this view, the liberty of the rapist or the murderer comes into practical competition with that of the victim. Let us look at two examples of pleasure-giving activities. A. Watching sunset is an activity that gives me pleasure. I should be free to watch the sunset. B. Taking drugs gives me pleasure. I should be free to take drugs. Since the utilitarian understanding of freedom does not make any distinction between different kinds of pleasures, there is no difference between the kind of pleasure felt under A and B. There can be four possible reasons because of which one can't endorse such a view of freedom in an unqualified manner. 1. Such an understanding of freedom is not accompanied by a sense of moral responsibility. The drug addict may indulge in antisocial activities that may cause pain to a large number of people. 2. It violates the harm principle that one's exercise of liberty should not harm the life, liberty, and possessions of others that Locke qualifies his understanding of liberty with. 3. Because the pleasure of one person, the drug addict, can cause pain to several people, the utilitarian maxim of the greatest happiness of the greatest number is violated. 4. This understanding, though very similar to the Hobbesian understanding of liberty, does not have the sole qualification that Hobbes sets for the exercise of freedom, namely, self-preservation. So, the drug addict's freedom to take drugs as it gives him, her pleasure, may even be a self-destructive move. This simplistic understanding of liberty within the utilitarian framework has been fine-tuned to a great extent in the work of Bentham's disciple, J.S. Mills on liberty. This view will be discussed in detail in the next section. J.S. Mill on liberty. Look at yet another example cited in the beginning of the chapter. The BA class wants to have a free period. On the face of it, it appears as a collective decision of the class. Now, there might be a few students, as few as even one student, who may want the lecture to take place. What do you think should be the decision of the teacher? An almost immediate response may be that since a majority of the students do not want the class to take place, the opinion of a few students, or one student, who want to attend the lecture should not be considered. This can generally be justified as a democratic decision. Such a democratic decision, however, is at the cost of suppressing the individual decisions of the students who want to attend the lecture. The liberty not to have one's individual opinion suppressed by collective decisions of society and state is at the core of J.S. Mill's understanding of liberty. Mill's views on liberty are based on his understanding of utility, in the largest sense grounded on the permanent interests of man as a progressive being. His essay on liberty seeks to protect individual liberty from the interference of state and society. He takes the concept of liberty beyond the utilitarian doctrine of Bentham by holding the view that a proper conception of happiness includes freedom as individuality. For Mill, individuality was a prerequisite for the cultivation of the self. This would enable society to progress as each individual is useful in proportion to the extent they differ from the rest. J.S. Mill qualified utilitarianism with two considerations. A. In applying the principle of utility, consideration has to be given both to the quality and quantity of pleasure, and B. Utilitarianism need not involve a radical break with traditional morality. Instead, everyday rules of morality can be seen as the utilitarian thumb rule. It is almost inevitable for conflicts to emerge from these qualifications. After all, it is very difficult to prove that watching a classical dance recital is more pleasurable than eating puri on the streets, or vice versa. Conflicts can emerge even for Mill's second qualification. Take the statement, honesty is the best policy. One can find arguments as to how this will result in greater pleasure as well as greater pain. Liberty for Mill can be regarded as a principle that mediates such conflicts. Freedom, or liberty, for Mill, is also valuable as an end in itself. This is not to say that even a wrong act is to be valued if it is freely chosen. What it indicates is freedom as an essential component of the ideal of individuality. It is by virtue of the freely chosen actions that an individual is regarded as a worthy person. Mill discusses liberty under three aspects: liberty of thought and discussion, principle of individuality, and limits of authority over an individual's action. Liberty of thought and discussion is often understood as freedom of expression. It is not just the right of an individual to express an opinion, but also includes the right of individuals to hear opinions expressed. So, while freedom of expression is sought to be exercised minimally at the level of an individual, the good derived from the freedom is for humankind at large. Mill enumerates 4 reasons in favor of the freedom of expression. They are: A. If an opinion is suppressed as against the prevailing notion and the suppressed opinion is right, then humankind stands deprived of its benefit. And, even if it is the prevailing notion that is right, suppression of the wrong deprives humankind of the opportunity to reinforce what is right. So, to facilitate the expression of opinions, true or false, that are against the prevailing notions in society, freedom of expression is needed. B. In the field of social and political belief, truth, rather than being of one view or the other, emerges from the conflict of 2 or more opposing views. It is only freedom of expression that facilitates the airing out of several views. C. Freedom of expression can throw up right views as well as wrong. But even views that are wrong or false should not be suppressed, as they may contain elements of truth. Such elements of truth may be lost to humankind if freedom of expression is not exercised. D. Even prevailing views that are true and right need opposition to reinforce their truth and to prevent themselves from being frozen into inert cliches. Indeed, it is only by being exposed to contradictions that views become reliable guides for action. According to Mill, it is the clash of views facilitated by the freedom of expression that provides the intellectual impetus for thought, discussion, and progress. Mill is convinced that without such freedom, society finds itself enfeebled by dogma. Beliefs held by such a society degenerate into prejudices, and opinions lack a rational foundation. Individuality enables a human being to choose rather than blindly follow accepted modes of behavior, customs, and practices. There is no predecided concept of the right or wrong way of life. The content of right choices depends on the kind of person one is. Mill defends the principle of individuality against governmental interference and social tyranny. The sphere of non-intervention in an individual's life is demarcated by drawing a distinction between self-regarding and other-regarding activities. Self-regarding actions are actions over which the individual is sovereign. Whether an action is other-regarding or is of concern to others depends on whether such action is harmful to others. Now, there can be several instances where the boundaries between self-regarding and other-regarding actions are quite blurred. For example, addiction of an individual to drugs is as much a self-regarding as an other-regarding issue. To counter this, some readings on Mill state that a self-regarding action cannot be viewed as other-regarding if it causes offense. It can be viewed so only if it causes injury. This exempts intervention in self-regarding action on grounds of moral beliefs as to the appropriate form of social behavior. Liberty. A liberal good? It is often felt that liberty is a concomitant value of liberalism. As a multifaceted concept, the value of liberty or freedom is present in the writings of even those who are not considered liberals. Of the thinkers we have discussed so far, Rousseau is one such example. Yet another thinker is Karl Marx. Marx's understanding of liberty is through instances of what is not liberty. Let us go back to our example, I am free to choose my career. To understand the way in which Marx perceives the absence of liberty, let us be more specific. I view myself as a writer and want to choose writing as my career. Now, let us assume that due to lack of the right material existence conditions, in order to survive, I have to work as a factory worker. To have a career as a writer would be to realize the writer in myself. My job as a factory worker disables me from relating to myself. In that sense, my own labor confronts my sense of self and alienates me. According to Marx, what defines human nature is the ability to express creativity. The circumstances that create situations of inability of expression of self are those that deny liberty. Marx explains the denial of liberty, what he terms alienation, as a four-stage process. The agent is alienated from the product, from productive activity, one's own human nature, and from other human beings. Marx explains this by saying, as a result, therefore man, the worker, no longer feels himself to be freely active in any but his animal functions, eating, drinking, procreating, or at most in his dwelling. And in his human functions he no longer feels himself to be anything but an animal. Marx's understanding of the term liberation is leading a life of self-realization. Self-realization can be defined as the full and free actualization and externalization of the powers and abilities of the individual. Marx held capitalism responsible for the lack of opportunities for self-realization. He also emphasized, however, that capitalism creates the material basis for another society in which the full and free self-realization of each and every individual becomes possible. Capitalism hinders self-realization in two ways. 1. The formation of desires occurs through a process the individual does not understand and with which one does not identify. Often, one's own desires appear as alien powers, not as freely chosen. 2. The realization of desires is often frustrated by lack of coordination and common planning. The aggregate outcome of individual actions appears as an independent and even hostile power, not as freely and jointly willed. The non-identification with one's desires and confrontation of one's self by those desires is what he termed alienation. Classification: negative and positive liberty. Let us have another look at the example. The BA class wants to have a free period. Now, the students of the class do know that this may mean that they may not cover their course before the exam. This will cost them their marks and affect their future career prospects. Nobody is forcing the class to miss the lecture. Yet, the temptation to have some free time stops the class from doing what it ought to do: attend the class. In this example, no one is stopping the students from bunking the class, and in this sense the students in the class are free. On the other hand, if being free is being self-determined and entails control over temptations to take care of real interests, then the students of the class are not free. It is to explain this distinction that the concept of liberty was classified in 1969 as negative liberty and positive liberty by Isaiah Berlin in his celebrated work, Two Concepts of Liberty. Negative liberty. The term negative in negative liberty indicates injunctions that prohibit acts that restrict freedom, popularly understood as freedom from interference. The scope of negative liberty is the answer to the question, over what area am I master? Berlin 1969, 121-22. Berlin 1969, 121-22. Berlin further states, if I am prevented by others from doing what I could otherwise do, I am to that degree unfree. And if this area is contracted by other men beyond a certain minimum, I can be described as being coerced, or, it may be, enslaved. Berlin 1969, 121-22. For example, if an individual who is otherwise qualified to contest elections is prevented by others from doing so by the use of coercion, the liberty of the potential candidate is being infringed. Berlin, however, makes it clear that incapacity to attain a goal is not unfreedom. As he states, only restrictions imposed by other people affect my freedom. Negative liberty rests on two main axioms. A. Each one knows one's own interest best. This is based on the assumption of the individual as a rational agent with the capacity to deliberate and make an informed choice. B. The state has a limited role to play. This follows from the earlier axiom. With the individual agency foreground, the state cannot decide ends and purposes for the individual. For Berlin, 1969, negative liberty as freedom is the opportunity to act, not action itself. As opportunity concept of freedom, it focuses on the availability rather than exercise of opportunity. The central problem with the negative concept of liberty is its indifference to the quality of action. For example, it makes no distinction between being liberated to pursue the occupation of one's choice and the liberty to starve. Indeed, poverty is not always seen as an infringement of freedom in negative liberty. Two thinkers who illustrate negative liberty in their writings are Friedrich Hayek and Robert Nozick. Hayek views liberty as a negative concept because it describes the absence of a particular obstacle coercion by other men, and it becomes positive only through what we make of it. This is complemented by Hayek's definition of individual freedom as the state in which a man is not subject to coercion by the arbitrary will of another. Hayek does not view negative liberty as exhaustive of the concept of freedom, as he postulates a necessary connection between liberty, justice, and welfare. He explains this by stating that the conception of freedom under the law rests on the contention that when we obey laws, in the sense of general abstract rules irrespective of their application to us, we are not subject to another man's will and are therefore free. In Nozick's conception, the primary threat to liberty is the imposition of obligations to which one has not consented. Liberty is to be safeguarded by keeping such obligations to a minimum, leaving the greatest possible scope for voluntary agreements and exchange. The idea that respect for individual liberty requires consent is a necessary condition for all obligations beyond the requirements of a minimal framework of rights. Positive liberty. The concept of positive liberty proceeds with the idea that each self has a higher self and a lower self. The higher self, the rational self, should attain mastery over the lower self for an individual or a people to be liberated in the understanding of positive liberty. As Berlin, 1969, states, the positive sense of the word liberty derives from the wish on the part of the individual to be his own master. I wish to be the instrument of my own, not of other men's acts of will. I wish, above all, to be conscious of myself as a thinking, willing, active being, bearing responsibility for his choices and able to explain them by reference to his own ideas and purposes. It does not just refer to non-interference, but includes the idea of self-mastery where the higher self is in command of the lower self. Positive liberty is the freedom to do. It is what can be called the exercise concept of freedom. It is exercising and availing of the opportunities, while negative freedom is just having opportunities. Unlike negative liberty, positive liberty is open to the idea of directing the individual either by law or an elite. As long as the law directs the individual towards rational ends, it liberates rather than oppresses the individual's personality. Rousseau is votary of positive liberty when he states that true liberty is in obedience to moral law. He also refers to it as the function of the will of the enlightened people. From a neo-Marxist perspective, Herbert Marcuse also favors a positive conception of liberty. The reason given is that the working class is incapable of seeing its true end and needs to be directed towards liberation by the revolutionary elite. Positive liberty also includes the idea of collective control over common life. Maintaining a pollution-free environment is a collective effort for the common benefit. While this may allow a certain degree of coercion, it is usually justified by the larger good involved. Many liberals, including Berlin, have suggested that the positive concept of liberty carries with it a danger of authoritarianism. Consider the fate of a permanent and oppressed minor ity. Because the members of this minority participate in a democratic process characterized by majority rule, they might be said to be free on the grounds that they are members of a society exercising self-control over its own affairs. But they are oppressed, and so are surely unfree. J.S. Mill in Negative and Positive Liberty. Mill, often viewed as a defender of the negative concept of freedom, compared the development of an individual to that of a plant. Individuals, like plants, must be allowed to grow, in the sense of developing their own faculties to the full and according to their own inner logic. Personal growth is something that cannot be imposed from without, but must come from within the individual. Critics, however, have objected that the ideal described by Mill looks much more like a positive concept of liberty than a negative one. Positive liberty consists, they say, in exactly this growth of the individual. The free individual is one that develops, determines, and changes her own desires and interests autonomously and from within. This is not liberty as the mere absence of obstacles, but liberty as self-realization. While the emphasis on non-intervention in the life of the individual tends to classify Mill as a theorist of negative liberty, the defense of individuality to facilitate deliberate cultivation of certain desirable attitudes does not preclude the possibility of understanding Mill as a theorist of positive liberty. Insufficiency of negative liberty. Charles Taylor. While Mill does not limit himself to the negative concept of liberty, and Berlin discusses the role of positive liberty as self-mastery that complements the view of negative liberty as non-interference, Charles Taylor points out why negative liberty may be a necessary prerequisite but not a sufficient condition for freedom. Taylor discusses the two types of liberty as the opportunity concept of freedom, negative liberty, and as the exercise concept of freedom, positive liberty. For Taylor, the concept of freedom is inclusive of the concept of self-realization. This notion of self-realization is unique to each individual and can only be worked out independently. Taylor feels that a pure opportunity concept of freedom is inadequate to attain freedom inclusive of self-realization. As Taylor states, we can't say that someone is free on a self-realization view if he is totally unrealized. For example, if you have the potential to sing well, to the extent that nobody goes out of the way to deny you opportunities, your sphere of negative liberty has not been violated. However, you are not liberated till you don't exercise the freedom to realize your potential as a singer. This exercise of freedom is further qualified. Merely exercising freedom does not lead to the attainment of self-realization. There are certain conditions put on one's motivation to qualify the exercise concept of freedom as a quest for the attainment of self-realization. One is not free if one is motivated through fear, inauthentically internalized standards, or false consciousness. So, if you exercise your potential to be a good singer because somebody coerces you, or you think it will elevate your social standing, or you think of it as a way to be popular among friends, then the quest for self-realization is a motivated one. Taylor also states that the subject cannot be the final authority on whether one's desires are authentic. This is because others may know us better than we know ourselves. On the one hand, one has to be cautious that the quest for self-realization, even if decided by the subject, is not motivated by fear or false consciousness. On the other hand, since the subject is vulnerable to having her/his quest for self-realization motivated, the question arises as to who decides the authenticity of the quest for self-realization. One way out is the Rousseauian way, where the right path helps in the realization of one's higher self. This, however, can have totalitarian implications. For, if the subject is to realize a good that is pre-decided by someone other than her/him as consonant with one's higher nature, it is an anachronic situation in which the subject needs to relinquish the freedom to make an independent judgment of the right path to attain freedom. Taylor acknowledges that the concept of positive liberty, understood in the Rousseauian framework, is prone to totalitarian manipulation. However, according to him, the quest for self-realization need not be subject to totalitarian manipulation. The reason given by him is that since each person has her original form of realization, nobody can possess a doctrine or a technique to manipulate with a totalitarian intention, as such a doctrine or a technique cannot in principle exist if human beings really differ in their self-realization. Liberty, freedom as a triadic relation. As Gerald McCallum, 1967, pointed out, there is no simple dichotomy between positive and negative liberty. Rather, we should recognize that there is a whole range of possible interpretations or conceptions of the single concept of liberty. He explains liberty as a triadic relationship in the following manners: I is free from Y to do or become, or not to do or become, Z. According to McCallum, a subject, or agent, is free from certain constraints, or preventing conditions, to do or become certain things. Freedom is, therefore, a triadic relation, that is, a relation between three things: an agent, certain preventing conditions, and certain doings or becomings of the agent. Any statement about freedom or unfreedom can be translated into a statement of the above form by specifying what is free or unfree, from what it is free or unfree, and what it is free or unfree to do or become. Any claim about the presence or absence of freedom in a given situation will, therefore, make certain assumptions about what counts as an agent, what counts as a constraint or limitation on freedom, and what counts as a purpose that the agent can be described as either free or unfree to carry out. Indeed, as McCallum says, a number of classic authors cannot be placed unequivocally in one or the other of the two camps. Locke, for example, is normally thought of as the father of classical liberalism and, therefore, a staunch defender of the negative concept of freedom. He, indeed, states explicitly that to be at liberty is to be free from restraint and violence from others. But he also says that liberty is not to be confused with license and can be exercised only within a moral framework. Locke, 1988. Paris 6, 57. Locke also seems to endorse an account of McCallum's third freedom variable, Z, that Berlin would call positive, restricting this to actions that are not immoral. Liberty is not license. And to those that are in the agent's own interests, I am not unfree if prevented from falling into a bog. Liberty and other concepts. Liberty and equality. The concepts of liberty and equality conflict or complement each other depending on how they are defined. The most common reason for the conflict is scarcity of resources and the nature of its distribution. To understand the nature of conflicts between equality and liberty, let us start with an example. Let us take the example of a family with meager resources to be divided between the education of two siblings, one of whom wants to become a doctor and another an engineer. Arguably, both incur fairly high expenses. Either the family can divide the resources in an equal way between the two siblings, or allow one of them to pursue her/his vocation of choice. However the resources are divided, the values of equality and liberty end up in a relation of conflict. Liberty and equality conflict with each other when equality is understood as equality of outcome, and liberty is understood as freedom to choose. Equality as equality of outcome tends to work as a leveling mechanism. This consequently reduces the freedom of choice by restricting the availability of outcome. In the above example, if the resources are divided into two equal halves, what is achieved is an equal outcome with both siblings having the same amount of resources. This equality is, however, accompanied by the fact that neither can pursue the vocation of their choice. The stress on equality of outcome, thus, is at the cost of the liberty to choose. Liberty and equality also tend to conflict with each other when either concept is equated with fairness. A fair state of affairs is, however, very subjective. Any state of affairs can be fair if some arbitrarily believe it to be fair, and vice versa. In the example discussed above, giving all the resources to one of the siblings can be seen as fair to the extent that at least one of them can exercise the freedom of choice. The same situation can also be seen as unfair as the other sibling is totally deprived of any share of resources. An equal division between both the siblings, too, can be arbitrarily described as fair, as neither is totally deprived of her/his share, as well as unfair, neither is now capable of pursuing the vocation of their choice. Equality and liberty can also conflict with each other when the practice of one is at the cost of the other. The extent to which liberty is attained can be gauged by the extent to which a trade-off has taken place with the concept of equality and vice versa. Again, going back to the example above, the liberty of any one sibling to pursue the vocation of her/his choice is in proportion to the extent of equality that is violated by the other sibling's equal share of resources. The liberty of each sibling is violated to the extent that the equal division of resources has limited their choice. John Rawls, a social contract theorist of the 20th century, attempted to reconcile the values of liberty and equality through his veil of ignorance argument. The motive behind this was as much to secure the inviolability of liberty as welfarist and redistributivist ideals of equality. Rawls developed a scheme of basic liberties in his work, A Theory of Justice. The basic liberties are those that free and equal persons with the relevant moral capacities would choose in what he calls the original position. This original position is a position where individuals divide liberties and resources in society without knowing their placement in society. See the chapter on justice. According to Rawls, these basic liberties consist in freedom of thought and liberty of conscience, the political liberties and freedom of association, as well as the freedom specified by the liberty and integrity of the person, and finally, the rights and liberties covered by the rule of law. To resolve conflict between various liberties, Rawls suggests that the institutional rules that define these liberties must be adjusted so that they fit into a coherent scheme of liberties. This scheme is secured equally for all citizens. In the Rawlsian scheme, redistribution of resources to bring about equality is qualified by two conditions: that the basic liberties will not be infringed upon, and that increase of resources at any level should not be at the cost of the worst-off person. Equality and liberty. A complementary relation? A complementary relation between equality and liberty also depends on the way they are defined. To examine the possibility of a complementary relation, liberty can be understood as being in control of one's life. This implies three things. A. Leading one's life according to one's beliefs. A. Leading one's life according to one's beliefs, desires, and purposes. B. Being able to examine and revise them. C. Being able to pursue alternative paths. Equality can be understood as non-discrimination. As non-discrimination, it entails elimination of disadvantages of those who suffer from them, yet are not responsible for them. It entails protection of essential interests that are harmed by such disadvantages. Without an equal opportunity to be liberated, neither equality nor liberty can attain its purpose in totality. Equality accompanies the concept of liberty in the view of most thinkers. For Locke, natural rights, inclusive of liberty, are regulated by natural law characterized by equality. For Rawls, any method of distribution of liberties or social resources has to conform to the norm of equality. Liberty and rights. While there is a strand in Western political thought that equates the concept of right with the concept of liberty, Hobbes, Locke, Nozick, contemporary theory is of the opinion that they are two distinct concepts. The traditional view understood the equation between the two concepts as the idea of having a right to do or be something is the same as the freedom to do or be something. Later, it was felt that while liberty cannot be equated with the concept of right, a right is a liberty in a restricted sense, a liberty that is protected, recognized, or allowed by the law. Holmes, 1881. Lamont, 1946. The concept of liberty differs with the concept of right in at least three ways. A. There can only be a right to something, whereas freedom can be freedom to, as well as freedom from. One does not have a right from something. This is distinct from a right not to do or be something. B. There are degrees of freedom, but not of rights. One can be more or less free, but one cannot have more or less of a right. C. Liberty cannot be delegated, transferred, or waived, unlike a right. In contemporary theory, Dworkin admits that the concept of liberty can be related to a concept of right in a weak sense. As he explains, someone has a right to liberty if she either wants it or if it is good for her/him to have it. But a right to liberty cannot be always sustained in a stronger sense of right. As in, if someone has a right to something, then it is wrong for the government to deny it to her/him, even though it would be in the general interest to do so. The concept of liberty Indiana, India. The term closest to liberty in the Indian tradition is mukti. Its connotations, however, are entirely otherworldly, understood either as renunciation or as deliverance from the chain of rebirths. The initial understanding of mukti did not refer to freedom from social restrictions. Ideas of modem liberty entered colonial India through three different routes: colonial legal arrangements accompanied by tacit understandings of rights and freedoms of individuals, institutional spread of Western-style education, and intellectual influence of Western social thinking. With the rise of the middle class and spread of non-ancestral salaried jobs, freedom began to be expressed in an individualistic manner. Women were elevated from their hierarchically subordinate position in the J-ointment family to that of a companion. Freedom was also expressed in the religious sphere through the formation of associations. Voluntary associations were also formed for the establishment of educational projects, advancement of women, sports clubs, etc. However, opportunities to form and enter these associations were limited to the upper caste elites. Two pioneers of freedom from social restrictions in India, Rabindranath Tagore and Raja Rammohun Roy, were a part of this elite. In Western India, unlike Bengal, thinkers from lower caste groups began to use ideas of social freedom to attack caste hierarchy, notably Jyotiba Phule and later B.R. Ambedkar. The meaning of freedom came to be located in the everyday life of caste indignities. Freedom had two aspects to it: liberation of lower castes from upper caste domination and affirmative action with regard to jobs in the colonial administration. This strand remained in a state of potential conflict with the nationalist strand: freedom from colonial rule. By the first decade of the 20th century, the meaning of freedom came to be dominated by the idea of freedom from colonial rule. Both the strands of freedom found a place in the views of Gandhi. Gandhi adopted the term Swaraj as an analog to the concept of freedom. The very term Swaraj carries with it the two main components that it embodies: SWA as in self and Raj as in rule, and can be understood as self-rule in two senses: rule of self and rule over self. Gandhi understood and sought to apply freedom as Swaraj in both senses of the term. Swaraj, in the context of the freedom struggle in India, referred to freedom as a constitutional and political demand, and as a value at the social collective level. It meant not just freedom from British rule, but also freedom from the cultural authority of the West. It is the understanding of Swaraj as rule over self that was highlighted by Gandhi in his work Hind Swaraj, where he states, "It is Swaraj when we learn to rule ourselves." Swaraj, in this understanding, is about redeeming one's self-respect, self-responsibility, and capacities for self-realization from institutions of dehumanization. Understanding the real self and its relation to communities and society is critical to the project of attaining Swaraj. Such an understanding of Swaraj advocated that people must continuously strive to create a different set of institutions, structures, and processes consistent with diverse cultures, traditions, as well as principles of the natural world. Gandhi believed that the development that follows would liberate both individual and collective potentialities, guided by the principle of justice. Liberty and the Indian Constitution. The Indian Constitution discusses liberty in Part 3 of the document under fundamental rights. These rights are primarily in the form of negative injunctions rather than positive directions to the state. While the rights are fundamental, they are not absolute. Liberty as a principle is protected not just by the right to freedom and the right to personal liberty, but also by the directive principles of state policy. While Article 19 of Part 3 of the Constitution, right to freedom, enumerates the various freedoms, Article 21 defines the scope of the liberty principle. Article 21, worded in the following manner: "No person shall be deprived of his life or personal liberty except according to procedure established by law," is the only article in the entire gamut of fundamental rights that does not have exceptions or qualifications to its application. In fact, one need not even be a citizen of India to invoke Article 21. In not demanding the criterion of citizenship, the Indian Constitution has elevated the right to life and personal liberty to the status of a human right. Judiciary in India and Article 21 statutes do not cover every conceivable case, and even when a statute does control a case, the courts may need to interpret it. Judicial decisions are known collectively as case law. A judicial decision legally binds the parties in the case. It may also serve as a law in the same prospective sense as does a statute. In other words, a judicial decision determines the outcome of the particular case, and also may regulate the future conduct of all persons within the jurisdiction of the court. It is instructive to note the way courts in India have understood and applied the concept of liberty. Its multifaceted aspects, as mirrored in the application of law, facilitate the structure of reality and prevent liberty from being restricted to the abstract realm. The Indian judiciary is replete with instances of case law on the concept of liberty. Through its judgments and observations, it has substantially contributed to the expansion of the right to life and personal liberty. The four instances cited below indicate the role of judicial decisions in the expansion of the scope of liberty. The judiciary initially restricted itself to limiting the concept of liberty to tangible constraints. The Supreme Court in 1963 in the Karak Singh case pointed out that, in dealing with a fundamental right such as the right to free movement and personal liberty, that only can constitute an infringement which is both direct as well as tangible, and it could not be that the Constitution makers intended to protect or protected mere personal sensitiveness. A far more expansive understanding of liberty was visible in 1981 when a Supreme Court judge observed, Francis Corley Mullen versus Administrator, Union Territory of Delhi, that the right to life includes the right to live with human dignity and all that goes along with it, namely, the bare necessities of life such as adequate nutrition, clothing and shelter and facilities for reading, writing and expressing oneself in diverse forms, freely moving about and mixing and commingling with fellow human beings. Of course, the magnitude and content of the components of this right would depend upon the extent of the economic development of the country, but it must, in any view of the matter, include the right to the basic necessities of life, and also the right to carry on such functions and activities as constitute the bare minimum expression of the human self. The expansive understanding was further reiterated in 1984 in the Bandhwa Mukti Morcha case. The scope of Article 21 was broadened by drawing on the directive principles of state policy. The judgment noted, this right to live with human dignity, as enshrined in Article 21, must include protection of the health and strength of workers, of tender age of children against abuse, opportunities, and facilities, to develop in a healthy manner, in conditions of freedom and dignity, educational facilities, just and humane conditions of work and maternity relief. A holistic interpretation of Article 21 was put forward in 1989, Ramcharan versus Union of India, where it was held that all that gives meaning to a man's life, including his tradition, culture, and heritage, and protection of that heritage in its full measure, would certainly come within the encompass of an expanded concept of Article 21 of the Constitution. In a 1991 judgment, the Supreme Court went on to include the right of enjoyment of pollution-free water and air for full enjoyment of life under Article 21. Points for discussion. 1. Peer pressure often colors our preferences on many issues ranging from consumer brands to career choices. To what extent do we exercise our liberty as freedom in making choices? 2. Liberty loses its meaning as well as legitimacy when viewed outside the civil and political system. Do you think unquestioned obedience to law will ensure the right to enjoy liberty? 3. According to Marx, capitalism hinders self-realization. Which ideology do you think best ensures the right to liberty as self-realization? 4. In 1996, the renowned painter M. E. Hussein portrayed goddess Sarasvati in the nude. Again, in 2000, the film director Deepa Mehta tried to shoot Water, a film on the plight of Hindu widows, in Kashi. In both cases, conservative elements went on a rampage and declared these efforts as obscene, as against Indian culture and ethos. How would you discuss these incidents against the reasons enumerated by Mill under the freedom of expression? 5. It is necessary to speak against and resist the practice of dowry. Can you apply Mill's views on the freedom of expression, individuality, and limits on social coercion to this instance? Would Mill be regarded as a theorist of positive or negative liberty? 6. Can you see a correlation between the judgment of the judiciary in India and the manner in which the concept of liberty evolved in political theory? Reading list. Berlin, Isaiah, 4 Essays on Liberty, Oxford. Oxford University Press, 1969. Chappell, Vere, edition, Hobbes and Bramall on Liberty and Necessity, Cambridge Texts in History of Philosophy, Cambridge. Cambridge University Press, 1999. Dworkin, Ronald, Taking Rights Seriously, London, Duckworth, 1977. Elster, John, An Introduction to Karl Marx, Cambridge. Cambridge University Press, 1986. Gray, John, Liberalism. Essays in Political Philosophy, London and New York. Routledge, 1989. Hayek, E. A. The Constitution of Liberty, Chicago. University of Chicago Press, 1960. Kaviraj, Sudipta, Ideas of Freedom in Modern India, in Robert H. Taylor, edition, The Idea of Freedom in Asia and Africa, Stanford, California. Stanford University Press, 2002. Locke, John, Two Treatises of Government, Cambridge. Cambridge University Press, 1988. Lukes, Stephen. Equality and Liberty. Must They Conflict? In David Held, edition, Political Theory Today, Cambridge, UK. Polity Press, 1991. Rousseau, Jean-Jacques. The Social Contract, ebook available at Rousseau/Jean-Jacques/R864S/Scanlon, Thomas, Nozick on Rights, Liberty, and Property, in Jeffrey Paul edition. Reading Nozick. Essays on Anarchy, State and Utopia, Oxford, Basil Blackwell, 1981. Taylor, Charles, What's Wrong with Negative Liberty? Nigel Warburton, edition, Freedom. An Introduction with Readings, London and New York. Routledge, 2001. 10, CL, edition, Mills Moral, Political and Legal Philosophy, England, Dartmouth Publishing Company Limited. 1999. White, Alan R. Writes, Oxford, Clarendon Press, 1984. Chapter, Equality, Ashokacharya. Chapter Outline, Introduction 59 Evolution of the Concept 60 Why Equalize? 65 Equality of what? 66 In Conclusion, The Politics of Equality 72 Points for Discussion 72. Introduction. Among the billions of human beings in this world, innumerable inequalities abound. People are different and unequal in many respects. They belong to different races, religions, sexes, and so on. Their physical, genetic, and mental endowments are also dissimilar. People differ with regard to their dispositions and abilities and the ways in which they lead and are taught to lead their lives. The range of inequalities and disparities that humanity displays is indeed very wide, and this is an empirical fact. Yet, as humans, we believe, and rightly so, that we are essentially equal and possess equal worth, especially when it comes to realizing this ideal in social, economic, and political structures of our society. We invoke the concept of equality when we want to be counted as an equal, to be treated and aspiring or claiming to be treated as an equal, to be equally entitled to social goods. But what does it mean to be treated as an equal? What sense do we make when we say that irrespective of our differences and certain inequalities, whether as Brahmins or Dalits, black or white, men or women, we, as humans, possess equal worth? We are clearly here not referring to anatomical similarities, save the difference between men and women, and the common facts of our social existence that we, as humans, possess. To wit, the use of language, ability to reproduce, living in societies, and so on. But we are alike in more fundamental respects. Our capacity to feel pain or to suffer, capacity to experience affection for others, and to be able to bear relevant consequences of the same are capacities that have a moral resonance. As Bernard Williams, 1962, highlights, these are moral capacities that are universal to humanity. However, there are other characteristics as well that we possess, and these connect us to other humans in important ways. One of these would be a desire for self-respect, which helps us unravel our own goals without being instruments of others' will. In short, there is something common in our collective experience that forms the core of our egalitarian beliefs. This makes certain causes worthy of pursuit and helps realize the significance of some of our struggles against unequal relationships and social order. Along with other political values such as justice or liberty, equality offers us a moral framework. Along with other political values such as justice or liberty, equality offers us a moral framework that we draw upon to make political judgments and explain, prescribe, or criticize certain political views and forms of political action. The concept of equality lies at the heart of normative political theory. In a very general sense, equality is a relationship between two or more persons or groups regarding some aspect of their lives. The idea of equality is not, however, a simple one, and hence it is not always easy to speak with accuracy what that relationship ought to be and in respect of what. There is no one way in which we may define a relationship between two or more persons or groups, determine the goals of the relationship, and give primacy to one aspect of it over another by attaching preeminent value to the same. There are multiple ways of doing so. In other words, the suggestion here is that the concept of equality can yield various conceptions depending on how we unpack the building blocks, relationships, persons, relevant attributes, and propose an appropriate relationship between them. Evolution of the concept. The history of political philosophy is replete with many references to the ideal of equality, starting from the ancient Greek civilization till the 20th century. Notable for its many egalitarian experiments, the idea of equality has evoked some of the strongest human passions. The content of the concept has undergone momentous transformations across centuries, shaping and being shaped by the millions of people that have been inspired to fight various political battles, sometimes against an autocrat, at other times against unjust social conditions, and on other occasions against undemocratic regimes or policies. Tracing the history of an idea is fraught with difficulties, one of which is the problem of recovery of an interpretive exercise. Quite a lot has already been said on how we should go about interpreting texts and events, the focus of disagreement being on whether or not we can successfully employ contemporary lenses to judge contributions of past authors. Some say we can, and others claim this is impossible. Those who deny the possibility suggest that in order for interpretation to be authentic, it needs to be contextual, not textual. There are merits on both sides, and many scholars are persuaded to adopt a pluralist approach, or at least concur to the validity of the same. The one further issue that remains, however, is that either the recovery of an idea can promise progressive revelation culminating in some contemporary set of ideals, or it may very well be an account of degeneration concluding in a set of dangerous trends visible in contemporary times. The project of recovery, in other words, is laden with either hope or despair. Most exercises of recovering the history of normative concepts in political theory aim at a progressive revival, noting in the process how ideas widen and deepen in scope. This is usually helped by drawing on the role that other ideas or values have also played in enriching the one under study. Thus, an account of the idea of equality cannot be separated from parallel accounts of liberty, justice, rights, popular sovereignty, or democracy from which it feeds and is inspired by. In what follows, we will selectively use some thinkers, Aristotle, Hobbes, Rousseau, Marx, and Tocqueville, who had decisive roles in giving shape to the idea of equality. If we consider the fact that the idea of equality also derives its strengths from similar normative concepts, we may well find other chapters in this book complementing the present exercise. Alexis de Tocqueville, the author of the classic Democracy in America, writes that there is something irresistible and inevitable about the spread and progress of equality in the history of humankind. The gradual progress of equality is something fated, he declares. The main features of this progress, he claims, are its universality and permanence and the fact that the ideal is daily passing beyond human control, and every human and every man helps it along. Tocqueville, 1969. 12. How did something that is now universal and permanent begin its journey? Aristotle. In what by now are well-known facts of the Greek experiments in popular rule, we are well aware of how citizens exercised an equal voice in the governance of their city-states. Aristotle's Athenian constitution contains many references of egalitarian reforms initiated in Athens that prepared the passage for testing the democratic ideal. At the heart of the reforms were attempts that sought to reduce inequalities in many spheres of social life, including, most importantly, the ending of aristocratic stranglehold over land, power, and honor. Practices of equality established by law were a sine qua non of democratic rule. A word that competed in common usage with democratia in ancient Athens was isonomia, meaning equality before and within the law, a form of political equality that secured the equal participation of the many who were poor in the regime. Yet, ancient Athens also had other classes of people who were excluded from the domain of citizenship. Medi.cs, foreigners, slaves, and women. Aristotle's Politics both documents and justifies this exclusion. Aristotle's conception of equality, it is evident, was limited to the class of citizens only. The political equality of citizens lay in acknowledging the virtue of ruling and being ruled in turn. In Book 3, Chapter 9 of Politics, Aristotle draws a straightforward correlation between justice and equality when he says that justice is held to be equality, and it is, but for equals and not for all, and inequality is held to be just and is indeed, but for unequals and not for all. This is the first classic statement of formal equality, reiterating the dominant conception of legal equality of treating like cases alike, and unlike cases unlike. However, unlike other conceptions of formal equality which are generally shorn of substance, this conception captures Aristotle's defense of natural inequality among men to rule. Note that in Aristotle's view, nature, which does nothing in vain, divides people into the ruling and the ruled, where, to belong to the ruling category, one must have rational, deliberative, and authoritative capacities, true for some men, but not all. This inequality between the ruling and the ruled, the unequals, is just. Hobbes. If Aristotle defends natural inequality and then proposes a corresponding political equality between some humans, usually male citizens, Hobbes, who quarrels with Aristotle the most, defends a view of the natural equality between all humans in the state of nature. In Leviathan, his most famous work, Hobbes claims that, in a tour hath made men so equal, in the faculties of body and mind, so that though there be found one man sometimes manifestly stronger in body or of quicker mind than another, yet when all is reckoned together, the difference between man and man is not so considerable, as that one man can thereupon claim to himself any benefit, to which another may not pretend, as well as he. Hobbes, 1968, 183. As to the strength of the body, Hobbes proclaims that even the weakest has enough strength to kill the strongest either by secret plot or by conspiring with others. In addition, as to the faculties of the mind, Hobbes argues that prudence, born out of experience, is equally bestowed upon men. What Hobbes proposes is the equal ability of individuals in the state of nature, which gives rise to an equality of hope to achieve our ends. What drives individuals is an equal ability to work as well as an equal and irresistible passion for power. From this condition of equality, beset however by the passions of self-glorification and competition for more power, emerges the first threat to equality when men try to dominate and subjugate others. In this quest for more power, men forego the need for security and live in a state of depravity. Unless men agree to cede a part of their power to the political authority and accept to lead a civilized but equal existence under the domination of author ity, they can never be fully secure. In the Hobbesian vocation, it is important to acknowledge the achievement of natural equality among men freed from all non-political sources of authority, including the religious. Rousseau on inequality. In his discourse on the origin and foundations of inequality, also called the Second Discourse, Rousseau speculates on human psychology and the history of social institutions. This is where he delves deep into the issue of human inequality, describing its various types that exist among human beings and determining which kind of inequality are natural and which ones are unnatural. Rousseau presents his analysis of society and the origins of inequality as a historical narrative. The narrative is relatively simple but bears a powerful message. For Rousseau, man in his state of nature is essentially an animal like any other, driven by two key motivating principles: pity and self-preservation. In the state of nature, which is more a hypothetical idea, man neither is a rational creature nor possesses the concept of good and evil, has few needs, and is essentially happy. The only thing that separates him from the beasts is some sense of unrealized perfectibility. This notion of perfectibility is what allows human beings to change with time, and according to Rousseau, it becomes important the moment an isolated human being is forced to adapt to his environment and allows himself to be shaped by it. When natural disasters force people to move from one place to another, make contact with other people, and form small groups or elementary societies, new needs are created, and men begin to move out of the state of nature towards something very different. Rousseau writes that as individuals have more contact with one another and small groups begin to form, the human mind develops language, which, in turn, contributes to the development of reason. Life in the collective state also precipitates the development of a new, negative motivating principle for human actions. Rousseau calls this principle amour propre, and it drives men to compare themselves to others. This drive towards comparison with others is not only rooted in the desire to preserve the self and pity others, but it also drives men to seek domination over their fellow human beings as a way of augmenting their own happiness. Rousseau states that with the development of amour propre and more complex human societies, private property is invented, and the labor necessary for human survival is divided among different individuals to provide for the whole. This division of labor and the beginning of private property allow the property owners, and all those who live off the labor of others, to dominate and exploit the poor. Rousseau observes that the poor resent this state of affairs and will naturally seek war against the rich to end their unfair domination. In Rousseau's history, when the rich recognize this, they deceive the poor into joining a political society that claims to grant them the equality they seek. The universal consent of humanity is needed to justify the institution of private property. The rich suggest that everyone associate together to use their common force to secure the weak. The rich suggest that everyone associate together to use their common force to secure the weak from oppression, restrain the ambitious, and secure for everyone the possession of what belongs to him. The naive and unsuspecting poor ran to meet their chains thinking they secured their freedom, for although they had enough reason to feel the advantages of a political establishment, they did not have enough experience to foresee its dangers. Rousseau 1964. 159-60. Instead of granting equality, however, the rich sanctify their oppression and make an unnatural moral inequality a permanent feature of civil society. In the progress of inequality through the different epochs of civilization, Rousseau notes how the changing nature of institutionalized inequality transforms the dynamic of social relations. If the right to property and the establishment of law was the first stage, it authorized the status of rich and poor. The institution of magistracy was the second stage, and it established the relations between the powerful and the weak. The last stage affected the transformation of legitimate power into arbitrary power, which we just discussed above, that authorized the existence of masters and slaves. In Rousseau's inequality continuum, the property owners or the rich amass power and become masters. For the poor, the metamorphosis would follow: poor, weak, slaves. That is a powerful statement, but is soon followed up by Rousseau's claims that when no more inequality is possible and things have been stretched to their limits, new revolutions dissolve the government altogether or bring it closer to its legitimate institution. Rousseau 1964. 172. Rousseau's argument in the Second Discourse is that the only natural inequality among men is that which results from differences in physical strength, for this is the only sort of inequality that exists in the state of nature. As he explains, however, in modern societies, the creation of laws and property has corrupted natural men and created new forms of inequality that are not in accordance with natural law. Rousseau calls these unjustifiable, unacceptable forms of inequality. It is, in other words, moral inequality, and he concludes by making clear that this sort of inequality must be contested. From this analysis and the prescribed prognosis of new revolutions, A straight road leads to the work of Karl Marx. Marx. At one level, Marx's views on equality can best be described as a critique of liberal equality. In his polemic against the prevalent socialist conception of equality, Marx derided his contemporaries for their inability to account for the materialistic conception of history. It was necessary for Marx to correct popular misconceptions surrounding the ideal whose uses were more in the interest of the bourgeois. In the German Ideology, Marx seeks to unravel the ideological bind that certain concepts have in a historical period. A ruling class has its own ideology to which society subscribes. The parallel between Rousseau and Marx here is pretty evident, as Rousseau laments how the poor get duped by the promises made by the rich to secure the consent of the former to institute legitimate power. Marx also shows how the ruling class produces a legitimating ideology to perpetuate the system of economic exploitation. Towards that end, the division of labor in the ruling class of a capitalist society will ensure a division between mental and material labor, and correspondingly the division between the thinkers of the class and the capital owners will emerge. The former are the active, conceptive ideologists, who make the perfecting of the illusion of the class about itself their chief source of livelihood. All historical epochs provide their own ruling ideas. During the time the aristocracy was dominant, the concepts honor, loyalty, etc. were dominant. During the dominance of the bourgeoisie, the concepts freedom, equality, etc. Marx 1978. 173. These concepts are abstract and hold sway by taking on the form of universality to which even some socialists sometimes fall prey. But they are hollow and bereft of substance unless accompanied by a communist vision. What Marx envisions for the final stage of history, the communist, classless society, becomes clear only when we understand the impossibility of human emancipation under conditions of exploitative social relations. The question of human emancipation is linked to freedom from economic inequalities. The capitalist system intensifies and heightens economic inequality. In the transitional socialist stage, emancipation is not complete, but equal access to the means of production is ensured. In this transitional stage, many capitalist practices, including the necessity of labor and material incentives, do not vanish. The distributive principle in operation during this stage is guided by the principle of to each according to his work. Socialism, in the transitional phase, realizes the ethical principle of liberalism. Here, man is seen only as a worker. In his critique of the Gotha program, however, Marx declares that in the final phase of communism, society would be able to inscribe on its banner, from each according to his ability, to each according to his needs. Marx 1978, 521. Under communism, man will no longer be regarded simply as a producer but as a person with needs and desires, which, rather than his contribution of labor, will be the basis for the distribution of goods. The distribution of goods, properly understood, is the consequence of the distribution of the conditions of production. Scarcity and conflict of economic interests are contingent aspects of class societies. These will disappear with the inauguration of communist society. Tocqueville. The central thrust of Tocqueville's work was to study equality as a tendency of modern history. His study of the American Democratic Revolution was designed to understand the historical transition from feudalism to democracy in the Western society as a whole. His study was not meant to just identify the transition, but to account for it as well. Why was the triumph of equality inevitable? The project involved explaining the gradual and progressive development of social equality. Equality as an ideal appeals to people who wish to escape conditions of servitude and dependence. It makes democratic life possible. In comparing aristocracy with democracy, Tocqueville notes, aristocracy links everybody, from peasant to king, in one long chain. Democracy breaks the chain and frees each link. Tocqueville 1969, 508. In democracies, men prefer equality to liberty and hold on to it tenaciously. The charms of equality are felt the whole time and are within the reach of all. The noblest spirits appreciate them, and the commonest minds exult in them. The passion generated by equality is therefore both strong and general. Tocqueville 1969:505. However, Tocqueville warns us of the dangers of excessive equality. There are times when the passions for equality may turn into a delirium. Tocqueville is equivocal about the consequences of social equality on political life. Although passions for equality may be found to exist very strongly in democracies, it is vital, in his view, that a single-minded pursuit of equality at the expense of liberty may prove detrimental to the political health of democracies. Why equalize? Reduction of inequalities may be considered as the primary objective of equality, but why reduce inequalities? The objective of inequality reduction can be inspired, for example, by a commitment to the ideal of uniformity. One way to bring about uniformity in an unequal world is to fix for everyone equal income irrespective of the individual's abilities, or to design and distribute identical houses irrespective of the size of the family. This we know raises more problems than helps resolve. For instance, The idea of an equal income militates against what we deserve by way of differential talents, skills, occupations, and efforts. No one can make a plausible argument that irrespective of our social positions, we all deserve equal income. No one as well can make a convincing case that every family, whatever the size, gets to have a 2 or 3-room house. Or, for that matter, no one would ever argue that irrespective of performance in the examinations, every student should get the same grades. Uniformity, in spite of some of its attractions, cannot be the end of equality, at least the way we understand and extend the latter in distributional terms. Equality must appeal to some other and better standards. However, a caveat is in order. Uniformity is a valuable standard when we speak of fair procedures. The idea here is that, rich or poor, high or low-ranking, each one of us is entitled to the uniformity of equal treatment, say in the court of law, where our wealth or social rank should not affect the dispensation of justice. The usefulness of the yardstick of uniformity, however, ceases to have a moral significance in the distributational sphere. Equality achieves certain ends and, by doing so, augments its moral appeal and it separates standing as an autonomous value. Equality is valuable for fulfilling 4 different ends to which it has an intrinsic connection. First, equality is sometimes required in order to be fair. If there are benefits or burdens to distribute, then, other things being equal, it is unfair to distribute them unequally. It is unfair, say, to award unequal marks or grades to 2 equally talented students who have performed identically in their examinations. In the absence of good moral reasons for an unequal distribution, fairness requires equality. Second, equality is desirable because some measure of equality is necessary for self-respect. People may belong to different positions in society, but that should not reflect on how they perceive each other. When a person feels that in spite of the status differences that she shares with others, she is as good as none, her self-respect is in danger. A fundamental way of understanding the need for self-respect is to acknowledge that the gap between a person's self-image and how others who are better off perceive that person is not too huge. Often, this calls for correcting unjust external conditions by way of, for example, ensuring a minimally just material condition that have a bearing on a person's self-image. Third, equality enjoins a duty to show respect to others. The ability to possess self-respect is not the only thing that matters, but how one treats others. Showing equal respect implies recognizing that all people have capacities to deliberate for themselves and to engage in activities and relationships that are considered intrinsically valuable. Finally, equality is necessary to foster fraternity. Conditions of equality induce some measure of solidarity among the inhabitants of a society by way of removing systematic barriers to social intercourse. Most commuters in buses and on trains do not worry about the caste or religious affiliation of their fellow passenger. Across caste and communal divide, people join hands to fight various forms of injustice. This is possible because we believe in the ideal of equality. Inequalities are objectionable in part because they place barriers to friendship, community, and love. All the above 4 justifications for equality are complementary to each other. Together, they capture different reasons for a general defense of equality, and each separately highlights a special aspect as significant. The argument to be fair on grounds of distributive justice focuses on the equal satisfaction of basic needs. The argument from the perspective of self-respect makes a case for equality of status by requiring that material inequalities should not be glaring. The case for equal respect demands prerequisites of equal opportunities for self-development. Finally, the argument from the perspective of fraternity makes a case for social equality. Miller, 1996. Equality of what? In contemporary political philosophy, a lot of discussion surrounds the equality of what? Debate. Any attempt to apply the principle of equality between individuals must first come to terms with what exactly we must be concerned to equalize. In addition, the what of equal ity has a distributional aspect to it. We are chiefly talking here about distributional equality. Although the final word on the debate on equality of what is yet to be said, scholars generally identify 3 metrics of equality: welfare, resources, and capabilities. Besides the above, there is an alternative conception of equality that is less a competitor to distributional equality and more of a complement. This is the idea of complex equality. We shall examine each one of them below. Equality of welfare. Utilitarians generally argue that the project of distributional equality amounts to the distribution of welfare. Welfare here is primarily understood in 2 ways. According to the classical utilitarian thinking, as espoused by Jeremy Bentham, also see Chapter 3, welfare refers to the happiness which is understood as the net balance of pleasure over pain that the individual experiences. According to this view, in assessing how well off someone is in life, we should look at how happy he or she is, that is, at the net balance of pleasure over pain in his or her life. In more recent writings, however, welfare is identified with desire or preference satisfaction. People have more or less welfare, and so have better or worse lives in a fundamental sense, depending on how far they satisfy their desires or their preferences. In deciding which preferences matter most to a person, the person must be able to form his or her own judgments independently and with full information without any scope for errors of reasoning. A society that believes in distributing welfare equally will not worry much about how much resources individuals get, but whether or not these resources are instrumental in securing for each individual a level of satisfaction or happiness, whether in terms of pleasure or preference fulfillment, equal to everyone else. Under such a scheme, it is imperative that we fulfill everyone's welfare equally irrespective of the inequality entailed in the distribution of resources. Someone who has a taste for an expensive car or jewelry is to be treated at par with someone who is happy riding a bicycle or owning a lantern. There is a moral issue here, however, that is bound to engage our intuitive notions of fairness. Should our society subsidize people's expensive tastes? Why should those who are unhappy without expensive cars have more of a claim on social resources than those who are content with bicycles? Or, for that matter, why should a society underwrite a gambler's professional risks and treat it at par with someone who needs much fewer resources to be trained as a car mechanic? Demands to treat preferences equally can at times be morally worrisome and unsustainable. The ideal of equality of welfare, let us be clear, certainly does not promote the cause of fairness, self-respect, or fraternity. In many ways, the ideal is considered morally objectionable by most liberals and is held to be unattractive as a yardstick for social policy. Equality of resources. The resourcist view of equality or resource egalitarianism is most expressly identified with the views of John Rawls, Ronald Dworkin, and Eric Rakowski. Equality of resources, Dworkin maintains, holds that a distributional scheme treats people as equals when it distributes or transfers so that no further transfer would leave their shares of the total resources more equal. Dworkin 1981. 186. But one needs to know when precisely equality of resources is likely to be achieved. Dworkin suggests a two-stage process. I, the ambition-sensitive auction, and 2, the insurance scheme. But let us start with a simpler story, a story much like a philosopher's fiction that Dworkin himself uses. Imagine we are shipwrecked immigrants washed ashore on a deserted island. Let us further assume for the moment, though we will qualify this later, that everyone has the same natural talents. Huddled together in an island with abundant resources and no native population, we set upon the task of equally dividing the available resources. We elect one amongst us to effect an equal division of resources. The division will follow the auction procedure. In view of the fact that our goals in life may differ, we need to exercise our choices on which resources we need and hence bid for. To that extent, we are each given 100 clamshells to bid for all the available resources in the island that are up for sale in a perfectly competitive market. Each one of us is likely to have different preferences, and our preferences will determine what we wish to spend our clamshells. Someone who wishes to engage in farming will spend a major part of the clamshells on agricultural land, and those others who wish to spend time near the sea will bid for the beaches. And a person who wishes to set up a dairy farm will bid for cattle and some grazing land. In this manner, each one will bid for different resources in accordance with one's ambitions, and each will end up with a bundle of resources that he or she would not wish to trade away with someone else's. The division, so affected by the purchase of a different but equal bundle of resources in the auction, meets the envy test, which implies that no division of resources is an equal division if, once the division is complete, any immigrant would prefer someone else's bundle of resources to his own bundle. Dworkin 1981. 285. We could say that if the envy test is met, then people have been treated with equal consideration, and differences between them owing to different bundles of resources are a reflection of their different ambitions. We have at UST met the requirement of choice in the resource egalitarian conception. However, in the real world, it is difficult to imagine that everyone would be similarly endowed in natural assets. We are reopening an issue that we had assumed to be non-existent earlier. Will the envy test succeed if we assume that people were differently endowed? Suppose some of us are physically challenged and are born with natural handicaps, say without eyesight. Now, in the auction scheme where all of us enjoy equal ability to bid for equal bundles of resources, no two persons with different natural endowments will find themselves under conditions of equal circumstances. A person who is physically challenged, for instance, will have SPE-style needs, and the resources that she purchases with her 100 clamshells will leave her less well off than others. She shares the burden of unequal circumstances, where the more fortunate than her make more meaningful choices with their resources. A disproportionate amount of her resources will be spent in meeting her special needs. This is not fair considering that her handicap was involuntarily acquired. How do we then meet the envy test? One way out would be to compensate for her natural disadvantage from the common pool of resources before we start the auction process. In order to be fair to her, we may be required to design a distributional plan that offsets her brute luck before giving her a fair go at the auction. The plan is simple. We need to be both endowment insensitive and ambition sensitive. This is another way of acknowledging, as Dworkin suggests, that people's fates in any distributional scheme is as much determined by their choices as by their circumstances. Hence, although the auction takes care of people's choices, compensating people or, better still, securing insurance for them against brute luck is morally required. However, the matter is not as simple as it may first seem. One cannot simply concede that we compensate all natural disadvantages of the unlucky. Some disadvantages cannot just be compensated, and some need not be a cause of great concern. And in cases where compensation is due, we can only partially equalize unequal circumstances, not wholly, no matter how much we compensate. We need to strike a balance somewhere between being fair to people's choices and taking moral responsibility for their disadvantages. An ambition-sensitive auction needs to be balanced by an insurance scheme that takes care of natural, undeserved inequalities. Before the auction can take place, all of us may be required to put aside, say, 25 or 30 clamshells to meet the obligations towards the disadvantaged and then bid for the available resources. A central objective of Dworkin's proposal is to invite us to see the parallels between what we commit ourselves to in an ideal setting and what the transposed implications are to the non-ideal, real world. A rough parallel of the insurance scheme in the real world is the practice of progressive taxation. Taxing the rich proportionately more than the poor enables the state to secure welfare for the disadvantaged. A resourcist conception of equal ITY lays emphasis on the centrality of state responsibility towards remedying unequal circumstances among people. Equality of capabilities. The economist Amartya Sen pioneers the idea that distributional equality should concern itself with equalizing people's capabilities, instead of emphasizing on resources or incomes. We should be able to, Sen argues, focus on the real freedoms that people enjoy, such as being able to read, being healthy, having self-respect, being politically active, being able to take part in the life of the community, and so on. The proper focus should be on what people are able to be and do, that is, on their functions, and not on how much resources allocated to them. Resources only secure for us what makes us happy, lead valuable lives, and are therefore to be considered as means of well-being. In contrast to the resource approach, Sen proposes the notion of well-being understood in terms of junction. Reading is a function vital to leading a valuable life. However, Sen does not argue that social policy should be concerned with function. Social policy, according to Sen, should instead focus on capabilities. A capability is the ability to achieve a certain sort of function. For example, literacy is a capability, while reading is a function. In a society where people are illiterate, a state should actively promote people's ability to read, i.e. literacy. Whereas a resource egalitarian may insist that resources such as books and educational services may be provided for in regions that are deficient in literacy, the capability advocate would argue that more than a provision of external means, what matters is the capability, an internal ability of the target population to read and write. This way of addressing the problem of inequality is indeed a novel one. The novelty of the capability approach is further brought home by Sen's observation that a proper analysis of inequality needs to go hand in hand with facts of human diversity. We are, Sen argues, deeply diverse in our internal characteristics, such as age, gender, general abilities, particular talents, proneness to illnesses, and so on, as well as in external circumstances, such as ownership of assets, social backgrounds, environmental predicaments, and so on. Sen 1993, 11. To take one example of an internal characteristic, gender, made worse in the presence of some adverse external factors, discrimination and patriarchal institutions, Sen points to the mortality differential between males and females that also accounts for the phenomenon of missing women in countries such as China and India, especially among rural families in Asia and Africa. Sen 1993. 122-25. If other social characteristics such as identity and social disadvantage are factored in, our understanding of inequality deepens. Hence, it will be plausible to maintain, for instance, that beyond the simplistic account of gender inequality, most Dalit women are worse off than other women in terms of high mortality. However, the buck may not stop here. It will be a real test to determine further whether Dalit women of Delhi, for example, fare as badly as, say, widows from upper-caste rural Rajasthan. Some would argue, and with good reasons, that the latter, due to rigid external constraints, are probably worse off than the former. We need to be sensitive to such differences and not be misled by appearances. Since many characteristics can impinge on people's functioning, it is essential that policymakers amass as much information as possible before they design suitable policies to equalize people's capabilities. Social policy must be attuned to facts of human diversity. A simple-minded approach, for example, of equalizing incomes, towards correcting complex modes of inequality will simply not do. Complex equality. Michael Walzer gives currency to the idea of complex equality. Walzer is an egalitarian but finds himself ill at ease with the intellectual enterprise involved in identifying the single most important metric of equality: welfare, resources, or capability. This enterprise, to him, is somewhat misplaced. It is misplaced due to the egalitarian's unrelenting insistence on a single point of access to the plurality of distributive arrangements. This needs unpacking. Often, in our quest to distribute goods, we harp more on the principles of distribution and less on what meaning we attribute to goods. Walzer argues that people conceive of and create goods, which they then distribute among themselves. It is important that we shift our attention from distribution to the conception and creation of goods. We give meanings to goods, which determines their social value. The same goods have different meanings in different societies. There is no single set of basic goods which could be universally conceived of and given the same value. Walzer would argue, was off the mark when he suggested that what mattered was how a set of primary goods needed to be fairly distributed across societies. If one knew how goods were socially created, one would have difficulty agree with Rawls in giving a universalist account of justice that would apply across time and space. All distributions are just and unjust relative to the social meanings of goods at stake. Walzer, 1983, 9. These meanings change across time and space. For instance, the idea that childcare is solely a family responsibility no longer holds true in some societies, unlike in others. Every society will give value to goods in a particular way and will be sustained by a shared understanding among members. What, however, is typical to the understanding of how goods ought to be distributed is that when meanings given to goods are distinct, distributions must be autonomous. Every set of goods constitutes a distinct distributive sphere within which only certain criteria of distribution are appropriate. Walzer, 1983. 10. Economists may be right to impute a certain measure of rationality and acquisitiveness to the behavior of people in the markets. However, the same does not hold true in all social domains. Fathers and mothers are supposed to be loving, trusting, caring, and altruistic. Citizens are supposed to be equal, impartial, and motivated by views of the collective good. Resources within families are not distributed as wages. Political offices in a democracy ought not to be distributed among relatives. Walzer maintains that there is no reason to expect that the same distributive standards must prevail in different spheres of social life. Thus, the spheres of the market and political power, to take two examples, are distinct and separate. The norms for distributing goods within each are internal to each and ideally should not spill over. Critics, however, may reason that this is easier said than done. Of course, inequalities from economic life do spill over into political life and vice versa. Wealth can buy votes, and elected representatives can misuse their offices to further the interests of business. This, Walzer would be quick to point out, is highly undesirable. Nations do indeed erect barriers, with limited success, to restrict the extent to which wealth leads to political power. Within each sphere, there might well be inequalities, and there is nothing wrong with that. If the distributional norm in the economic domain lays emphasis on effort, and because of which inequalities emerge between those who work hard and those who do not, the indolent or the lazy cannot expect to be similarly rewarded as the diligent. This inequality is acceptable with the caveat that hard work at times goes unrewarded in some societies. What is not acceptable, however, is when people who enjoy a certain preeminence in other spheres are disproportionately rewarded in the economic sphere. A case in point could well be to ask whether reward for work should be related to religious affiliation. In Walzer's scheme, it is clear it cannot be. But what if it does? That would lead to tyranny. Tyranny is the disregard for the distinctness of spheres and the principles internal to them and in ways in which it multiplies inequalities. Some groups can monopolize a particular category of goods and then use their monopoly to achieve unequal distribution of other goods. That would lead to dominance. Our effort should be on the reduction of dominance. Equality requires a diversity of distributive criteria that mirrors the diversity of social goods. Complex equality is the opposite of tyranny. It establishes a set of relationships such that domination is impossible. In formal terms, complex equality means that no citizen standing in one sphere or with regard to one social good can be undercut by his standing in some other sphere with regard to some other good. Walzer, 1983:19. The idea of complex equality is a refreshingly different perspective than those struggling over the metrics of equality. In contrast to the abstractions of individual responsibility and personhood that characterizes the three conceptions we discussed above, Walzer's approach focuses attention on the social meanings of goods and the plurality of the spheres of justice. In conclusion, the politics of equality, the politics of egalitarianism in the 20th century was instrumental in justifying the idea of a welfare state. Among other things, that idea, successful in its heyday, has declined over the past 2 decades. What went wrong? We cannot detail all the causes, but a short checklist may help. Many democratic societies today are witnessing the rise of right-wing politics. This trend started in the 1980s when governments headed by Ronald Reagan and Margaret Thatcher unleashed a backlash against the welfare state. The legitimacy of the welfare state was called into question, and it was largely discredited for having given short shrift to individual responsibility, creativity, and economic efficiency. Right-wing politics in recent times is sustained by citizens who wish to pay less tax and consequently vote to power parties, usually right-wing, who promise less tax. In the global political landscape, moreover, one notices a decisive ideological shift toward the right. The politics of globalization has further caused a setback to the practice of redistribution and the idea of welfare state policies. Yet another distinct political phenomenon is also visible: the political struggles of identity groups. This parallels new concerns in normative political theory too. The equality of what? Debate is being replaced by equality of whom. Egalitarians are increasingly shedding their individualist bias and are keener to engage in concerns surrounding inequality between groups that owe more to non-material factors. The struggles for greater equality by women, minorities, Dalits, linguistic groups, and others are a pointer to the continuing relevance of the basis of social equality and a corresponding search for new paradigms of group-sensitive equality. Points for discussion. 1. In drawing up a will between 5 children with different tastes and ambitions, how would a parent divide the inheritance among them? The following information is provided about the children. 1 is blind. 1 does not wish to work and has expensive tastes. 1 is a prospective politician with expensive ambitions. 1 is a teacher with humble needs. 1 is a fashion designer who works with expensive material. 2. Ace a representative of your class. You have been invited by the college governing council to discuss policy issues related to A. The translation of the most popular English textbooks to your native language. B. The expansion of Braille resources in the college library for visually challenged students. C. The provision of wheelchair access to the entire college premises. Would you justify any of these policies? Why and how? Reading list: Aristotle, Politics, Trans, Carnes Lord, Chicago. The University of Chicago Press, 1984. An ebook version from MIT available at Cohen, G. A. On the Currency of Egalitarian Justice, Ethics, 99, 4, 1989. 906-44. Dworkin, Ronald. What is equality? Part 1. Equality of Welfare, Philosophy and Public Affairs, 10, 3, 1981. 185-246. What is equality? Part 2. Equality of Resources, Philosophy and Public Affairs, 10, 4, 1981. 283-345. Hobbes, Thomas, Leviathan, London. Penguin Books, 1968. Complete text available at http://ebooks. Kemlicka, Will, Contemporary Political Philosophy. An Introduction, Indian edition, New Delhi. Oxford University Press, 2005. Lakoff, Sanford A. Equality in Political Philosophy, Boston. Beacon Press, 1964. Marx, Karl, The Marx-Engels Reader, ed. Robert C. Tucker, New York. W. W. Norton & Co., 1978. Miller, David. Arguments for Equality, Midwest Studies in Philosophy, 7, 1996, 73-88. Podgman, Lewis P. and Robert Westmoreland, eds. Equality. Selected Readings, New York. Oxford University Press, 1997. Rousseau, Jean-Jacques, The First and Second Discourses, New York. St. Martin's Press, 1964. San, Amartya, Inequality Reexamined, Oxford. Oxford University Press, 1993. Tocqueville, Alexis de, Democracy in America, New York. Harper and Row, 1969. Entire text and background available at Walzer, Michael, Spheres of Justice. A Defense of Pluralism and Equality, New York. Basic Books, 1983. Williams, Bernard A. O. The Idea of Equality. In Peter Laslett and W. G. Runciman, eds. Philosophy, Politics and Society. Series 2, Oxford. Basil Blackwell, 1997. Chapter 1. Justice. Krishna Menon. Chapter Outline. Introduction 75. The Issue of Distributive Justice 76. Procedural Justice 77. John Rawls. Justice as Fairness 78. Limitations of Rawls' Theory of Justice 80. Communitarian Critique 81. Feminist Critique 82. Justice, Capabilities, and Freedom. Amartya Sen's extension of John Rawls' Theory of Justice 83. In-State Theories 84. Feminist Accounts of Justice 85. Conclusion 86. Points for Discussion 86. Introduction. Procedural theories of justice do not make a distinction between production and distribution. Such theories contend that there can be no abstract principle of distribution that takes the whole society into account. Such theories work with the idea of individual entitlements. In this context, The chapter deals with the principles of justice formulated by Robert Nozick and John Rawls, as well as with a critique of Rawls' work. The last part of the chapter discusses feminist accounts of justice that have opened up a completely new way of arguing about issues such as justice. The concept of justice that we will discuss in this chapter is closely related to the concepts of liberty and equality discussed in the preceding chapters. In everyday life, justice is seen as an attribute of law. But if we think closely, we shall realize that all laws are not always just. In fact, many great political and social movements the world over have focused upon opposition to unjust laws, e.g. the movement against the apartheid laws in South Africa. The other commonly held belief about justice is that it is always impartial. We only need to think of courtroom scenes in popular Hindi films where the camera inevitably focuses upon the statue of the goddess of justice, who is blindfolded and holds the scales of justice in her hands. Thus, impartiality and fairness are understood to be aspects of justice. One of the earliest accounts of justice is found in Plato's Republic. In this book, Plato tries to establish the true nature of justice and then goes on to construct an ideal state that would be an embodiment of his understanding of justice. For Plato, justice was one of the four principles of virtue, the other three being temperance, wisdom, and for Plato, justice was one of the four principles of virtue, the other three being temperance, wisdom, and courage. An ideal state would be the embodiment of justice, where every individual would be true to his nature, some men being philosophical and intellectual, and others good workers or artisans and so on. In a just state, each individual would fulfill his duty diligently. Needless to add, women hardly figure in Plato's scheme of things. For Aristotle, justice lies in incorporating concerns of equality, proportionality, and the maintenance of equilibrium in society. Thus, in him we find a shift away from the notion of hierarchy that informed the Platonic concept of justice. Subsequent to the concern for justice displayed by Greek philosophy, there was a general lull on this subject. Either divinity and God were invoked, or the ideal of natural justice, or else traditions and conventions determined the ideas on justice. With the gradual secularization of life in Europe, thanks to a variety of changes ranging from the Renaissance to the Industrial Revolution, new ways of thinking about justice emerged. Justice came to be located as an idea firmly within the secular framework of the modem nation-state. What it meant and how it was to be maintained evoked different answers, but it was clear that justice was no longer seen as a religious principle or as based on traditional social practices. It was seen as a set of principles to be upheld by the state in order to make life and business well regulated. Plato presented his account of justice more than 2,000 years ago, but even today some of the most interesting debates and discussions in politics, and more specifically in political theory, are around the question: what is justice? The issue of distributive justice. Politics is to a great extent about who gets what and why in our country. We know that school facilities, food, safe drinking water, healthcare, and many such things are not available to all our citizens. What do you think is the basis on which this distribution is justified? The criteria commonly employed for distribution of goods and services are desert, merit, and need. Justice is, thus, more often than not linked with distribution. It is a distributive concept. The concept of desert, from the old French word desert, meaning to deserve, refers to the actions of men and women that result in special treatment either in the form of rewards or in the form of punishments. It is to suggest that the rewards or punishments that a man or a woman receive, or is subjected to, are a consequence of his or her efforts and actions. The criterion of merit is very similar, implying that the meritorious need to be rewarded. For instance, when a student fails an exam, it is often said that she or he deserved the failure, but it is possible that the student could not attend classes and devote much time to studies because of various problems like an ailing family member or an alcoholic parent. Under such circumstances, can we still say that the student deserved to fail? In other words, it is very difficult to isolate individual actions and efforts from what goes on in society, especially what the society considers desirable, valuable, or meritorious. For instance, men and women might be working very hard at the various flyover construction sites in our cities, but the reward they get is far less than the reward a cricketer might get. Don't you think this has something to do with what our society considers to be more deserving of rewards and what is considered meritorious? Need, as a criterion, suggests that people might differ in their capabilities as well as needs. The principle of justice based on need would argue that irrespective of people's capabilities, their needs ought to be fulfilled. Imagine a situation where a Safai Karmakari, cleaner, with her family of 7 children and old parents gets a 4-bedroom flat and a neurosurgeon, on the other hand, with her 2 children and spouse gets a 2-bedroom flat, based on the criterion of need. If we lived in a world of abundant resources, then perhaps the question of justice would not have risen. Since we don't, the question of who should get what and why will always be an important one. Political theorists divide their answers to these questions into 2 broad categories: procedural and social. There are obviously many variations within these theories, but there are some main features that can be summarized. In procedural theories, demands of justice are satisfied if certain rules are followed. The outcomes of these procedures are not relevant to the evaluation of justice. Justice is only a property of individual behavior and cannot be a feature of society. Individuals are understood as autonomous and rational beings who make their own independent choices and are, therefore, responsible for the consequences of their actions. In theories of social justice, justice is seen a feature of society, so evaluation is done in terms of not what an individual gets or does not get, but in terms of how just or unjust a society or state of affairs is according to some agreed-upon criterion. Such theories would be far more likely to advocate the use of the state to uphold the principles of justice. For example, a society might consider it just to allow only a certain section of its people access to education. Anyone else trying to get access would incur the wrath of the authorities. Procedural justice. The basic point that needs to be highlighted about procedural justice theories is that such theories do not make a distinction between production and distribution. This means that each individual is on his or her own and has entitlements that are individual in character and not dependent on any abstract principle of distribution that takes the whole society into account. This also implies that the state would have no authority to interfere in the matter of individual entitlements. In fact, it would be terribly unjust if the state was to do so. Based on a strong current of individualism, these theories do not accept that societies have any ends or purposes that need to be collectively strived for. This is, indeed, a very attractive idea and makes the individual very powerful, autonomous, and completely in control of his or her life, and also totally responsible for the successes or failures that he may encounter. But when we think closely about this idea, we might feel a bit uncomfortable. It implies, for example, that cotton farmers in Andhra Pradesh are solely responsible for the hardships that they are facing, or that they ought to have worked harder. Procedural theories of justice are more often than not based on a close association with the workings of market economy. It is believed that the market would, if not intervened with, make the best and most efficient use of resources. Any attempt to tamper with this would be unjust and detrimental to everyone. Besides, intervention would have to be based on some agreed-upon principles of desert or need. This, in the opinion of procedural theorists, is not possible because in a free society there can be no general agreement about what constitutes needs or what is a just desert. While they would be concerned about those who cannot do well in the market and might even accept that the state needs to step in to help, they would not accept that this has anything to do with justice. Robert Nozick's theory of justice, as explained in his book, Anarchy, State, and Utopia, is a good example of the procedural theory of justice. The distinction that he makes between historical and in-state principles of justice is crucial to our understanding of his theory of justice. He argues that the historical principle holds that an individual's past actions determine the deserts he would be entitled to, and since actions are different, so would be the entitlements to deserts. The in-state principle suggests that there would be a set of goals to which the distribution pattern should conform. Nozick argues that individual property holdings are just if they are a consequence of fair acquisition or even transfer. This means that no fraud or force should have been used in the acquisition of the property. The idea is that at the heart of competitions, such as races, fairness is upheld if all contestants obey rules and there is no cheating. No one jumps the gun or indulges in substance abuse. Nozick allows for rectification if unfair practices have been followed in the acquisition of property. If, under these circumstances, some individuals are able to acquire and amass huge amounts of property without using force or fraud, Nozick would not allow for a redistribution of this property. If, under these circumstances, some individuals are able to acquire and amass huge amounts of property without using force or fraud, Nozick would not allow for a redistribution of this property. By arguing in this vein, Nozick ensures that the state would have only a very limited role to play in redistribution. Individual liberty, Nozick argues, is thus safeguarded. Nozick does not think of restrictions as being necessary, so long as acquisitions are fair and exchanges are voluntary in nature. In other words, no acquisition or exchange must worsen the position of others. But this is indeed interpreted very narrowly. Nozick prohibits the appropriation of the total supply of something that is essential to life. The example that he gives illustrates this point effectively. No one should appropriate the only water hole in the desert and charge what he will. But this still leaves the possibility for the producer of a drug that cures a fatal disease to charge prohibitively, for nobody's condition is being worsened. A person afflicted by a fatal illness is in any case going to die, and by denying him, her a drug, no new element of suffering has been introduced that worsens the individual's condition. By limiting the role of the state, Nozick hopes to ensure individual autonomy. This, he believes, would help individuals take initiative and use their rationality effectively, creating conditions favorable for the protection of individual liberty. Thus, Nozick's theory of justice is a fierce and interesting defense of individual liberty. John Rawls, Justice is Fairness. John Rawls' well-known book, Theory of Justice, presents a very strong defense of the idea of justice based on the basic tenets of procedural theory, i.e., justice requires a meticulous following of rules. Rawls' theory, however, takes care to respond to the most common criticism leveled against procedural theory, that despite the meticulous following of rules, unjust conditions might be created. In order to avoid this, Rawls suggests that under controlled conditions, rational human beings would choose principles that would uphold ideas consistent with the basic idea of distributive justice. Rawls insists that justice prevails only when every departure from equality can be rationally justified. Unlike in Nozick's entitlement theory, where equality as an idea is conspicuous by its absence, Rawls's theory of justice is premised upon the need for equality. Rawls sets out his theory by placing individuals abstracted from their social and economic contexts behind what he calls the veil of ignorance. Individuals behind this veil are unaware of who they are and what their interests, skills, needs, and so on are. Why does Rawls do this? Because usually people are prevented from upholding just principles guided as they are by their selfish interests. So, imagine a group of people who do not know whether they are Dalit or Brahmin, Kuki or Naga, Muslim or Hindu, and so on. Such a group of people will then not know which way the fault lines of discrimination run in their society. But in Rawls' hypothetical situation called the original position, these people would have an elementary knowledge of economics, psychology, and what Rawls calls a sense of justice. These people, Rawls suggests, would be self-interested but not egoists. They would have no particular vision of what constitutes the good life, but would be interested in maximizing their primary good: liberty, opportunity, income, wealth, and self-respect, and having no scope for envy, they would not be affected by the position of others. Rawls hoped this would enable them to pursue whatever conception of good they might discover to have when the veil is removed. He also assumes that these hypothetical people would be conservative risk-takers and, in a situation of uncertainty, would obviously opt for the least disadvantageous outcome in any choice presented to them. Hence, they would choose those principles which would maximize the position of the worst off, assuming that when the veil is removed, they themselves would turn out to be the worst off. Such people, Rawls argues, would choose the following principles of justice. 1. Each person is to have an equal right to the most extensive liberty, compatible with similar liberty to others. 2. Social and economic inequalities are to be arranged so that they are both a. to the greatest benefit of the least advantaged, and b. attached to offices and positions open to all under conditions of fair equality and opportunity. These principles are arranged by Rawls in a specific order and are subject to the priority rule. The first principle must always come before the second, and 2a has to come before 2b. Thus, there is no risk of individual liberty being compromised for the liberty of others. It also ensures that any departure from the principle of equality brings maximum benefit to the least advantaged. In other words, inequalities should be so arranged that they benefit the worst off. In the Indian context, Rawls' fierce commitment to equality and the insistence that any departure from this principle can only be in the interest of justice is a familiar idea. The strong tradition of democratic politics with its roots in the national movement recognized that commitment to the ideals of equality, liberty, and fraternity in the context of intense and deep-rooted social inequality called for some imaginative and creative political thinking. Dr. B.R. Ambedkar, with his varied personal, educational, professional, and political experiences, provides us with insightful thinking on the subject of inequality and democracy. Despite the differences, the wide spectrum of groups that fought against colonialism in India were united by their commitment to the ideal of equality. This commitment, in the background of an elaborate and well-entrenched system of social inequalities, particularly in the form of caste, made it a rather difficult one. After independence, when it was time for drafting the Constitution, Ambedkar, as the chairperson of the drafting committee, steered the Constitution in the direction of justice and equality. This was based on the fundamental assumption that systematic departures from norms of equality would have to be made in the pursuit of justice. These departures were justified on the grounds that it would guarantee against persistence of discrimination in subtle and indirect forms, and that it would promote integration and better utilization of talents and a more equitable distribution. Apart from all this, it would constitute a kind of historical reparation to offset centuries of deprivations faced by the lower castes in the past. Ambedkar argued that political democracy could not be sustained on the base of social inequality. Thus, the Indian Constitution permits the creation of an elaborate and diverse range of programs that permit the departure from formal equality for the purpose of favoring certain historically deprived groups. The Constitution further bans discriminatory practices, caste-based, in government institutions. Apart from this is, of course, the whole policy of reservation of seats in legislative bodies, administration, and educational institutions. All these together constitute the core of the constitutional commitment to compensatory discrimination. The beneficiaries of compensatory discrimination are three major groups consisting of the scheduled castes, the scheduled tribes, and the other backward classes. Preferences are of three basic types. 1. Reservations to allot or facilitate access to resources and positions that are valued, 2. Provision of services like scholarships, grants, loans and land allotments, healthcare, legal aid, and so on. And 3. Special protection schemes to prevent discriminatory economic and social practices that victimize the backward classes. Thus, in its original conceptualization, these proposals and policies were seen as Nisi's sorry extensions of the commitment to egalitarianism, where every member is seen as having equal stakes in the common resources of the Indian society. Thus, Ambedkar was suggesting that members of the Dalit and backward classes had long been denied their rights, and independent India, with its commitment to equality and freedom, could not afford to ignore the claims being made by this section of its citizens. Limitations of Rawls' theory of justice. C. B. McPherson, in his book Democratic Theory, Essays and Retrieval, argues that Rawls' theory of justice is actually a rather elegant defense of what is essentially a liberal democratic capital. C. B. McPherson, in his book Democratic Theory, Essays and Retrieval, argues that Rawls' theory of justice is actually a rather elegant defense of what is essentially a liberal democratic capitalist welfare state. Rawls accepts that despite equality of opportunity and education, inequalities would remain because of the institution of the family. To illustrate this point, Rawls contrasts the difference between the son of a member of the entrepreneurial class and the son of an unskilled laborer. He argues that such inequalities create differences in expectations, providing incentives for the economy to become more efficient and generate greater material wealth, thus benefiting everyone, including those who are the worst off. Hence, Rawls would argue that not much is to be gained by making attempts to iron out such inequalities. It is such a defense of inequality that McPherson finds inconsistent, given Rawls' initial commitment to the idea of equality. Rawls accepts the inevitability of class divisions based on income and wealth. McPherson argues that such inequalities would adversely affect individual liberty by creating inequality of power in society. McPherson argues that Rawls does not really present a universal account of justice, but an account that rationalizes liberal beliefs and values. Rawls admits that his theory is based on the existence of a particular kind of individual who is free and equal, and inhabits a pluralistic society that has no shared agreement about social institutions and ends towards which they ought to work. His account, he argues, would in such a society provide stability and social unity. Thus, in McPherson's opinion, far from being a universal account of justice applicable to all rational human beings, Rawls' theory is culture-specific and appropriate only for liberal democratic societies with a welfare orientation. Besides, the Rawlsian individual is hardly a stripped-down abstract individual. The rational, self-interested, individualistic and autonomous individual is too similar to the liberal conception of the individual to have any universal application. Communitarian critique. The main focus of the communitarian critique of Rawls is on the idea that people in the original position choose a set of principles that become the foundation of supposedly universal ideas of justice. Communitarians point out that individuals can only be identified as members of pre-existing social organizations. This means that whatever ideas men and women have come out of the society and community they belong to. Hence, their no tie-ins of what should be the distributive criterion will obviously emerge out of this context. For example, people in many communities believe that a part of their agricultural harvest belonged to the temple deity and to the priestly class. To us, in the present context, this would be unacceptable, but it obviously made sense to those people who lived in another time and another context. Communitarians object to the idea that individuals abstracted from their social, economic, and cultural context can make choices. They argue that such a stripped-down individual will be unable to make choices. Since the Rawlsian veil of ignorance keeps individuals out of a real social context, communitarians ask the question of how the choices they make can ever be relevant in an actual social context. Communitarians argue that individuals are determined by their communitarian contexts, and the choices they make are determined by their notion of what is good. This notion of the good is not, in their opinion, a consequence of individual rationality and determination, but is created and held together by what the community to which the individual belongs thinks of as being the good. Michael Walzer, in his book Spheres of Justice, represents the communitarian case against Rawls. Walzer's basic point is that no system of justice can be evaluated as inherently just or unjust. Evaluation is possible only on the basis of the social meanings attached to the goods at stake. The example that Walzer himself gives is of a society based on the caste system, where purity and pollution are determined by birth. Birth, thus, decides access to a variety of goods, e.g. water, land, education. Walzer argues that as long as all the members of the society share the social meanings of the caste system, justice would constitute being true to those meanings and upholding the principle of distribution that follows from it. Thus, the distribution of goods cannot be decided without understanding the specific meanings of those goods, which are socially constructed and embedded in the community, its practices, and institutions rather than in individual deeds and thoughts. Therefore, Walzer suggests that the goods that need to be distributed are social goods because their Walzer suggests that the goods that need to be distributed are social goods because their meaning and values are created socially. Justice, thus, can only be understood within a communal framework and not on the basis of abstract, universal principles. He is of the opinion that different social goods should be distributed for different reasons, according to different procedures, and by different agents. Needless to add, these differences would emerge out of the different understandings of the social goods themselves because of diverse and particular histories and cultures. Feminist critique. Susan Mahler-Oken in her book Justice, Gender, and the Family points out that most grand and philosophical works on justice rarely consider the working of the family as being significant for any discussion on justice. Rawls is no different. The family is considered to be private, and justice as an idea has a bearing on the public sphere. This assumption overlooks the fact that the family and its working is itself to a very great extent constituted by the public world of laws and institutions and ideas of justice that constitute it. Think of the number of laws that govern our family lives: property, inheritance, divorce, adoption, and so on. Thus, the public has a direct bearing on the private. People's lives in the public shapes and is also shaped by their ways of participating in family life. For instance, unequal division of labor within the family creates obstacles for women in their lives outside the family, and these inequalities are often supported by social traditions. Cooking, childcare, and housekeeping are, for instance, supposed to be solely women's responsibilities, giving them very little time or energy, and gradually even robbing them of a desire to enjoy an active life outside the family. Oken argues that any theory of justice which is silent about the inequalities within the family is an incomplete one. If young people grow up within families where injustice is a norm and is rendered acceptable, masquerading as it does in the garb of either virtues like nobility, sacrifice, and patience or nature, they can hardly be expected to acquire a sense of justice. Rawls is also guilty of this omission. In Rawls' scheme, it is only the heads of households, assumed to be men, who come together and agree to accept the principles of justice. Rawls accepts the family as the basic structure of society for which the principles of justice are being chosen, but he does not think it necessary to ponder about the injustices within the family. Oken's suggestion, while retaining the Rawlsian spirit, is to deny people in the original POS any knowledge of whether they are men or women, and then insist that they undertake an evaluation of the family, for it is part of the basic structure of the society. This, she argues, will result in an evaluation of the injustices within the family, and thus a truly humanist notion of justice could be created. Some feminists argue that the model of a self-interested, autonomous, rational, and individualistic person is a typically male conception and leaves little scope for values and practices, like nurturing, caring, cooperation, and empathy, that are typically female qualities. Thus, they argue that female qualities are not represented in Rawls' original position. Yet another set of feminist arguments point out that Rawls' emphasis on impersonality, rationality, and universality are based on male norms of moral reasoning. Women's style of moral reason is different, arising as it does out of considering the particular needs of each person. Therefore, the individual in the original position is a man, and Rawls' theory can hence have little significance to women and specific situations and contexts. It would be worth debating whether men and women are essentially so different. Are all women always caring and full of empathy? Communal riots in our country have time and again shown us that this need not be the case. And are men never nurturing and caring? Justice, capabilities, and freedom. Amartya Sen's extension of John Rawls' theory of justice. The Rawlsian paradigm of justice assigns a central role to the achievement of liberty. Amartya Sen has certain reservations about this freedom-oriented evaluation of justice. In his opinion, the Rawlsian framework concentrates only on the means to freedom rather than on the extent of the freedom that a person actually has. Sen would like to describe his AP approach to justice as a capability-based one, wherein it is not just the access to primary goods, but the extent of capabilities that each individual has to convert these primary goods into lives that they value living, and that would determine freedom and ultimately uphold justice. To explain this further, assume that there are two individuals both with access to the same set of primary goods. Does this ensure that both therefore enjoy the same amount of liberty? Sen's answer would be no. There could be various reasons, like, for example, physical limitations and challenges that impose restrictions on capabilities. So, despite similar access to primary goods, there would be difference in the extent of capabilities to convert these into freedom. Sen clarifies that capability means a person's freedom to choose between alternative lives, and there need be no unanimity about what would be considered a valued way of life. Capability thus represents freedom, whereas the Rawlsian primary goods are just means to this freedom. Sen argues that equality of freedom to pursue our ends cannot be guaranteed by equal distribution of what Rawls describes as primary goods. Sen would want an examination of interpersonal variations in people's capabilities to pursue ends and objectives. People not only value different things as good, but they also have varying capabilities to achieve freely the ends that they value. Rawls is sensitive to the first mentioned diversity. Sen would, however, like him to add to this a concern for variations in people's ability to convert resources into actual freedoms. Variations could be related to age, sex, or genetic endowments. These variations influence people's abilities differently to build freedom in their lives, despite having the same primary resources. End-state theories. End-state theories of justice, i.e. theories that suggest a set of principles to control the process of exchange between individuals, can also be referred to as social justice theories. These theories require an evaluation of the society as whole, and not only of individual actions. Marxist theory is a good example of this approach. In his book, Critique of the Gotha Program, Marx undertakes a detailed discussion of the concept of justice. He works with two types of concepts, one for the transitional socialist society and the other for the communist society that would no longer need the concept. In the transitional socialist society, justice would mean that each person should receive that which is in accordance with his or her labor contribution to the social product. Marx, however, was not satisfied with this contribution principle because it continued to regard people as workers only and did not acknowledge the fact that different workers vary both in talent and in need. Marx was dissatisfied with the contribution principle because it did not incorporate the crucial factor of needs. In contrast, in communist society, the principle would be from each according to his or her ability to each according to his or her needs. This, of course, means that people would produce goods and services without the need for differential rewards, and that they would be completely unaffected by what others get. This would clearly not be possible in conditions of scarcity and conflict between individuals. Hence, material abundance is crucial for this principle to be upheld. At the heart of the Marxist critique of justice is an objection to a community that has to be held together by a network of rights and principles of justice. For Rawls, justice is the first virtue of social institutions. But for Marx, a truly good community would have no need for the concept of justice. Marx accepts that under circumstances of scarcity and conflict over goals, there would be a need for justice as a principle for operation of society. This would, however, inhibit the possibility of a higher form of community, where people would be spontaneously loving and cooperate with each other. Thus, justice is at best seen as an unavoidable but not very desirable necessity for societies flawed by conflict and scarcity. Marx advocates the abolition of private property as an essential step towards the creation of a cooperative and harmonious community. In Marx's opinion, the regime of private property that creates conditions for wage labor in capitalism is both exploitative and alienating, and thus unjust. Marx argued that labor is the source of value, and that it is the worker who creates the immense wealth of capitalist society, but gets only a fraction of it as wage. This was unacceptable to Marx. Socialization of the production process is Marx's solution to this problem. This would, Marx argued, make it possible for workers to have an effective say in production, thus generating satisfaction for the worker and fulfillment of the most genuine human needs. From the Marxist perspective, pursuit of profits in a market-driven society can never be the basis for creating justice. It is only fulfillment of genuine human needs in conditions of unalienated labor that can be the basis for justice. Thus, we see that the Marxist theory of justice, like most end-state theories, claims that certain ways of life constitute human perfection or excellence. Such ways of life should be promoted and other ways of life penalized. It is this privileging of one notion over others that lead critics to distrust it and suggest that these theories are potentially tyrannical in nature. Such theories, critics fear, would not hesitate to use the authority of the state to interfere and take away people's liberty on the pretext of upholding the perfect and just way of life. This is in sharp contrast to, say, Rawls' position. He tries to steer clear of favoring any one notion of the good life. Feminist accounts of justice. One of the central debates within the feminist theory of justice revolves around the question of whether there is a specifically female way of moral reasoning distinct from the universal, objective, and impersonal ethic of justice that much of mainstream political theory works with. Carol Gilligan, for instance, argues that there are two distinct ethics correlating to two distinct conceptions of subjectivity: the abstract individual, as in Rawls, and the connected self, as in Gilligan and other feminist works, manifested by men and women, respectively. They argue that women's morality is characterized by care, nurture, love, values, and peace above all. This they would describe as an ethic based on care, and the impartial, objective, and universal framework as the male ethic of justice. Nell Noddings demonstrates the difference between these two ethics, biasing the examples of Abraham and Ceres. Abraham was prepared to sacrifice his son for the sake of principles, neutral, universal, rational, whereas Ceres was prepared to sacrifice any principle for the sake of her child, specificity, love, and subjectivity. This, to Noddings, is the essential difference between justice and care. Many feminists are obviously troubled by this bifurcation. Catherine McKinnon and Joan Tronto, among many others, have disputed this dichotomy and pointed out that such a dichotomy merely reaffirms the existing sexist stereotypes of women's traditional roles. After all, No one would like to believe that men are incapable of loving and nurturing. There is nothing inherent to women, which makes them incapable of rational, universal, and objective sentiments. Feminists have argued that even if such a bifurcation is sensed today, it has not always been the case, and that this is a consequence of various changes that took place in Europe post-18th century. They seek to point out that this bifurcation is a cause for concern since both women's interconnectedness and men's autonomy are consequences of a largely unequal context. This generates very different and unequally valued sense of self. While a sense of interconnectedness surely needs to be valued, it needs to be rounded off by having an autonomous sense of self and should not necessarily be pitted against it. The overwhelming majority of feminists would be keen to reconcile the two ethics. Susan Mahler-Oakins is one of the most articulate attempts to refashion the ethic of justice from a feminist standpoint. We have already discussed her point of view while examining Rawls' theory of justice. Most feminists today would suggest that an ethics of care could be made effective only if it is grounded in justice. They would rather see care and justice as complementary to each other. In fact, feminist writers like Salah bin Habib argue that the feminist theoriofustus should work within a framework that acknowledges that every time we generalize the other, rational, impersonal, objective, universal way of thinking about people, we should remember that this other is also a concrete other, subjective, specific way of thinking about people. Thus, feminist theories of justice seek to reconcile care and justice. Conclusion. In this chapter, we examine the liberal position on justice and the modifications within this position as envisaged by people like John Rawls. A critical look at Rawls' attempts to revise the standard liberal tenets led us to Macpherson's works. The communitarian and feminist criticism of Rawls was discussed next. Amartya Sen's very sympathetic account and further extension of the Rawlsian theory of justice might interest you enough to read his book Inequality Re-examined. We then moved towards an examination of the Marxist theory of justice. Interestingly, we found that Marx would like to not have to talk about justice because the need for such a discussion, according to him, was typical of societies characterized by conflict and scarcity. Finally, we took a brief look at feminist debates on the concept of justice. What seems to emerge from the discussion on justice is that there can be no one uniform or universally acceptable definition of justice. Our understanding of justice would depend to a great measure on our understanding of the world around us and our opinion of how it is structured and how we would like to intervene to change it. Thus, it is a political concept and can be understood only politically. Points for discussion. 1. The liberal position holds that no social or community practices can have such authority over the individual that he or she cannot evaluate and be detached from. In your opinion, to what extent is this possible? Every year, newspapers in our country report with a certain amount of disdain and horror the practice of mass child marriages that take place in some parts of Rajasthan. The parents of those small children obviously support and believe that it is a practice that is good for their children. What would you do if you were a parent in that context? Do remember that we don't get our notions of what is good and desirable out of nowhere. 2. Do you think that the controversy over the ban on turbans and headscarves in schools in France is just? 3. There could be conditions in society or situations in life when special provisions might be required. A. Would making such special provisions be a violation of justice? B. Can you think of any such situation that might require special provisions? C. How will you defend the special provisions against the charge of being unjust? D. The issue of reserving seats for students from certain socially and educationally backward communities in government-run educational institutions in our country is one possible example. Do you think this policy is unjust? 4. What would Nozick's response be to Vinoba Bhave's Budin movement? Reading list. Barry, N. An Introduction to Modern Political Theory, Basingstoke. Macmillan, 1992. Kimlicka, Will, Contemporary Political Philosophy, Indian edition, New Delhi. Oxford University Press, 2005. Macpherson, C.B., Democratic Theory. Essays in Retrieval, New York. Oxford University Press, 1973. Marx, Karl, Critique of the Gotha Program, 1875. Full text with annotations available at http://www. The Marx Engels Reader, ed. Robert C. Tucker, New York. W. W. Norton and Co., 1978. Nozick, Robert, Anarchy, State and Utopia. Nozick, Robert, Anarchy, State and Utopia, London. Basil Blackwell, 1981. Oken, Susan Mahler, Justice, Gender and the Family, New York. Basic Books, 1989. Ramsey, Maureen, What's Wrong with Liberalism? A Radical Critique of Liberal Philosophy, New Edited Eden, London. Continuum, 2004. Rawls, John, A Theory of Justice, London. Oxford University Press, 1972. Walzer, Michael, Spheres of Justice, A Defense of Pluralism and Equality, New York. Basic Books, 1983. Chapter, Rights, Papias and Gupta Talukdar. Chapter Outline. Introduction 89. The Idea of Rights 89. Theories of Rights 93. Human Rights 98. Some recent debates on Rights 99. Conclusion 104. Points for discussion 104. Introduction. That individuals have rights and the fact that rights mark important limits on what may be done to them by the state, or in the name of other conceptions, is now a familiar position in modern political philosophy. When the founders of the United States stated in the Declaration of Independence, 1776, that certain rights were inalienable, they were at the forefront of a moral movement that continues to exert a profound impact on society even today. Indeed, at the same time, the French were also developing their own equivalent, the Declaration of the Rights of Man and of the Citizen, 1789. Thus, the two most influential political documents of the modern age take the notion of rights as the central concept upon which their political organizations are built. This chapter attempts to give a comprehensive analysis of rights, kinds of rights, rights and duties, and different theories of rights. Recent developments and issues concerning rights are also discussed. The interest in rights was not restricted to the 17th and 18th centuries only. The second half of the 19th century also witnessed a major resurgence of interest in the notion of human rights. Issues of rights play a central role in our political life. The civil rights movement from the 1960s onwards took rights as the cornerstone upon which the rebuilding of our society was to be based. More recently, issues about rights of women and disadvantaged minorities have been a matter of debate. With the increasing medical advancements, we are now discussing whether persons have a right to die, i.e. euthanasia. Discussions about using animals in research and testing are often phrased in terms of animal rights. Sexual choice is discussed in terms of gay and lesbian rights. Human rights have become a major concern in recent times. Thus, discourse about rights has become persuasive in our society. The language of rights has proved to be the most powerful language for moral change in the 20th and early 21st centuries. The idea of rights. Now the question arises, what is a right? Simply speaking, a right is to get a one's due, i.e. to get what is due to someone as a human, citizen, individual, or as a member of a group, etc. To have a right, then, is to be entitled to do something or to have something done. For example, to vote, to speak, to avail of healthcare, etc. It is different from obligation. As Hobbes points out, on any occasion you have a choice whether or not to exercise your right. You are not obliged to do what you are entitled to do. For example, it is your right to vote, but you are not obliged to vote. You are free to exercise your choice, to vote or not to vote. While rights and obligations are not the same, they are still connected. Whenever you decide to do what you have a right to do, others have an obligation to let you do it. But upon what grounds can the claim to have a right be justified? What is it that entitles me and obligates you? The right is conferred and the correlative obligation imposed by a law in a society of which you and I are both members and whose legal system we are both subjected to. But all rights are not legal in nature, moral rights for example. Thus, rights and their correlative obligations are essentially social in character. One has them as a member of a social group, be it a society or a nation. Rights need recognition from society and from the state. Rights, therefore, are claims which can be justified on legal, moral, ethical, or human grounds. A right must be justified in the first place as something I have as a member of some social group. Second, what I claim as a right must be something which is necessary for me if I am to play my proper part as a member. Third, my claim to have it as a right is justified only if I am able to and willing to respect the rights of the other members of the group. Rights express a certain kind of relationship between two parties, the right holder and the right observers. Rights thus have two faces, depending on whether they are viewed from the perspective of the holder of the right or from those with whom the right holder is interacting. From the standpoint of the right holder, a right is permission to act, an entitlement to act, to exist, to enjoy, to demand. But from the standpoint of the right observers, the right usually imposes a correlative duty or obligation, as I mentioned earlier. This duty can be either negative, to refrain from interfering with the right holder's exercise of the right, or positive, to assist in the successful exercise of the right. Finally, to have a right entails certain residential possibilities. This brings us to the distinction between negative and positive rights. Negative and positive rights. Negative rights are rights that entail non-interference from the society at large. For example, the right to liberty, life, property, etc. The right to life prevents others from killing me, but it does not obligate them to do anything positive to assist me in living my life to the full or to live happily. Positive rights are rights that impose obligations on other people or the state to do something for a fuller enjoyment of our rights. For example, the right to health, basic subsistence, etc. requires positive interference to do something. But negative rights restrict us from doing something. Negative rights entail only negative obligations of non-interference. Positive rights entail positive obligations on the part of the right observer to do something to assist in the right holder's exercise of the right. Rights can be classified in various ways: moral, legal, human rights, etc., or civil, political, social rights. I will now discuss the difference between civil, political and social rights. Civil, political, and social rights. In contemporary political thought, the term civil rights is indissolubly linked to the struggle for equality of African Americans during the 1950s and 1960s. The aim of that struggle was to secure the status of equal citizenship in a liberal democratic state. Civil rights are the basic legal rights a person must possess in order to have such a status. They are the rights that constitute free and equal citizenship and include personal, political, and economic rights. No contemporary thinker of any significance holds that such rights can be legitimately denied to a person on the basis of race, color, sex, religion, national origin, or disability. Until the middle of the 20th century, civil rights were usually distinguished from political rights. The former included the rights to own property, the rights to make and enforce contracts, the right to legal recourse, and the right to one's religion. Civil rights also covered freedom of speech and of the press, but they did not include the right to hold public office, vote, or to testify in court. The latter were political rights, reserved for adult males. The civil-political distinction was conceptually and morally unstable insofar as it was used to sort citizens. The civil-political distinction was conceptually and morally unstable insofar as it was used to sort citizens into different categories. It was part of an ideology that classified women as citizens who were entitled to certain rights, but not to the full panoply to which men were entitled. As that ideology broke down, the civil-political distinction began to unravel. The idea that a certain segment of the adult citizenry could legitimately possess one bundle of rights, while another segment would have to make do with an inferior bundle, became increasingly implausible. In the end, the civil-political distinction could not survive the cogency of the principle that all citizens of a liberal democracy were entitled, in Rawls' words, to a fully adequate scheme of equal basic liberties. The claims for which the American civil rights movement in the 1950s and 1960s entirely fought belonged to the first generation of civil rights claims. Those claims included the 18th century set of civil rights, such as the right to legal recourse and to make and enforce contracts, but covered political rights as well. However, many thinkers and activists argued that these first-generation claims were too narrow to define the scope of free and equal citizenship. They contended that such citizenship could be realized only by honoring an additional set of claims, including rights to food, shelter, medical care, and employment. This second generation, 19th century, of economic welfare rights, they argued, helped to ensure that the political, economic, and legal rights belonging to the first generation could be made effective in protecting the vital interests of citizens and were not simply paper guarantees. Yet, some scholars have argued that these second-generation rights should not be subsumed under the category of civil rights. The traditional political and civil rights can be readily secured by legislation. Since the rights are for the most part rights against government interference, the legislation needed had to do no more than restrain the executive's own arm. This is no longer the case when we turn to the right to work, the right to social security, and so forth. The third generation of claims, 20th century, has received considerable attention in recent years, what may be broadly termed rights of cultural membership. These include language rights for members of cultural minorities, and the rights of indigenous peoples to preserve their cultural institutions and practices, and to exercise some measure of political autonomy. There is some overlap with the first-generation rights, such as that of religious liberty, but rights of cultural membership are broader and more controversial. Another classification of rights can be made on the basis of legal and moral grounds. Let us now distinguish between legal and moral rights. Legal rights. Laws differ from ordinary life or moral discourse in that the truth of any legal statement depends ultimately on the acts of certain authorities. Whatever is legal or illegal is so because it was declared so by legal authorities. The ultimate touchstone, therefore, of all legal statements are the acts of these legal authorities. It is because courts have defined terms in a certain manner. Whether these agree with the moral meaning is irrelevant. Legal authorities use the term right to refer to four different properties. The correlate of a legal authorities use the term right to refer to four different properties: the correlate of a legal duty, claim; the absence of duty, privilege or liberty; the capacity to change legal relations, power; and the protection against change in one's legal position, immunity. Moral rights. In ordinary language, we use the term right in at least two ways. We say that someone has the right to something, and we also say that someone has a right to do certain things. In the first instance, the existence of the right concerns the behavior of someone other than the right holder, since to say that I have a right to something is to say that someone has the duty to act in a certain manner towards me. In the second instance, it is the right holder's behavior that is in question, and to say that he has a right to act in a particular way is to say that he is morally free to do so, that it is not wrong for him to do so. These two uses of the term right correspond in part to Dworkin's 1977, 188, strong and weak senses of right, respectively. The standard interpretation of a claim right is that another person has the duty to act in a certain way with respect to the thing to which the first person has a right. But does a right owe something merely imply a duty in others, or is it a package of normative advantages? Either way, the core idea of right appears to be that an object or interest protected by a duty has some things that are considered to be good, and to say that one has a right to such a thing means that one's interest in that thing deserves protection. Not all goods or interests generate rights. It is only when there is a particularly important moral reason for protecting the good or interest in question that we speak of there being a right attached to it. This idea is expressed in Dworkin E.S. 1977. 189-90, well-known claim that individual rights are political trumps held by individuals. He goes on to add that individuals have rights when, for some reason, a collective goal is not a sufficient justification for denying them what they wish, as individuals, to have or to do, or is not a sufficient justification for imposing some loss or injury upon them. The idea is also expressed in Raz's 1995:166 claim that a right exists if an aspect of a single person's well-being is a sufficient reason for holding some other person or persons to be under a duty. Political theories will differ in their estimate of the importance of certain goods or interests for human beings, and therefore in their ascription of particular rights. But the central idea remains that of important interests of individuals protected against wider moral considerations. That is why, according to Hartney, 1991, giving rights to the society would simply annihilate any competing individual rights. But he ignores the very important issue of individuals not as atomized entities, but as culturally embedded, and the idea of good as rooted in one's culture. Theories of rights. We will now discuss different theories associated with the idea of rights. Rights are not only of different kinds, but there are various theories on the origin of rights. The first and the oldest theory of rights is the natural rights theory. The theory of natural rights. The most influential statement on natural rights was given by John Locke in his second treatise on civil government published in 1690, representing 1946. But before Locke, Thomas Hobbes had also propounded a theory of natural rights. Hobbes' idea of natural rights can be traced to his conception of the state of nature. This state is the condition of human life in the absence of organized political authority and government, the natural condition of man in contrast to his artificial condition under a government. According to Hobbes, 1946, 80-81, the right of nature, or what he calls jus naturale, is the liberty each man hath to use his power as he will himself for the preservation of his own nature, i.e. to say his own life, and consequently of doing anything which in his own judgment and reason he shall conceive to be the opportunest means. This liberty is a right to nature because each man has it in the state of nature. It is the only right anyone can have in the absence of a government. But this is not a worthy right because, as Hobbes, 1946, 82, later points out, the state of nature is a condition of war where everyone is against everyone, and in which everyone is governed by his or her own reason. Thus, Hobbes concludes that the natural right of every man to everything must be given up as a necessary condition for the establishment of a government and to end the anarchy of the state of nature. All must agree to obey unconditionally one's supreme authority. Hobbes, however, retains one natural right, and that is the right to life. If the government orders a man to kill himself, he may resist. John Locke, 1946, also thinks of the state of nature as being the condition of human beings in the absence of government. But unlike Hobbes, he does not think that it is inherently a state of war. Men live together according to reason, without a common superior on earth with authority to judge between them, are properly in a state of nature. According to Locke, in the state of nature men are in perfect freedom to order their actions and dispose of their possessions and persons as they think fit within the bounds of the law of nature, without asking leave or depending upon the will of any other man. He also adds that it is a state of equality, wherein all the power and jurisdiction is reciprocal, no one having more than the other. But this natural freedom is not freedom to do as you like. It is freedom within the bounds of the law of nature. The state of nature has a law of nature to govern it. This law teaches all mankind, who will consult it, that being all equal and independent, no one ought to harm another in his life, health, liberty, or possessions. Locke speaks of man as being born with a title to perfect freedom and an uncontrolled enjoyment of all the rights and privileges of the law of nature. But what are these rights and privileges? To this, Locke's answer is that every man has a natural right to his life and freedom of action to use his property as he thinks fit, provided that he does not interfere with any other man's enjoyment of the same conditions. The theory of natural rights has been criticized by many thinkers, but the most vehement critics of this theory are the utilitarians. The utilitarian theory of rights. The utilitarian theory of rights was outlined by the English philosopher Jeremy Bentham, 1748-1832. Bentham was dissatisfied with the aimless and unscientific character of the legislation of his day and critical of the idea that significant and genuinely reforming legislation could be based on the traditional idea of rights. He argued that lawmakers should use what he called the principle of utility, to construct morally sound legislation. By utility, he meant that property in any object, whereby it tends to produce benefits, advantages, good or happiness, or that which prevents the happening of mischief, pain, evil, or unhappiness to the party whose interest is considered, that party be the community. Then the happiness of the community. If a particular individual, then the happiness of the individual. Burns and Hart's 1970. 14. Bentham defines the principle of utility as that which commands a state to maximize the utility of the community. The measure of a government is said to be dictated by the principle of utility when it takes care of the greatest happiness of the community, rather than the happiness of some people. He goes to the extent of bringing out a mathematical way of calculating utility to give an air of scientific authority. Bentham's principle of utility has been persistently alluring to generations of politicians, policymakers, and theorists ever since he promulgated it. It is not only simple, seemingly scientific, and can be given a mathematical formulation, but is also centrally concerned with what we may take to be the core of morality, human welfare. Yet, the principle of utility has been heavily criticized, so that over the years the advocates of that principle have felt the need to modify and redefine it to make it plausible. To appreciate these criticisms, consider the interesting theoretical assumptions built into the Benthamite principle. Consider the interesting theoretical assumptions built into the Benthamite principle of utility. First, Bentham takes it for granted that each of us can evaluate our own happiness. Second, he assumes that this evaluation can also be made by those who are determining policy in a state. Third, his principle assumes that this evaluation is quantitative, that is, happiness is something inside each of us that can be measured and represented by a single number, as if it were stuff that came in degrees. Fourth, his principle assumes that the happiness of each person can be added to the happiness of any other person, allowing us not only to compare the happiness of persons, but also to add their happinesses together to get a sum total of happinesses. It was not long before these assumptions were attacked. Consider the third assumption, that the evaluation of happiness is purely a quantitative matter. Can we really measure people's happiness, assuming that happiness is only one kind of thing that comes in degrees but does not differ in kind? Bentham insisted that happiness was not a word that denoted multiple experiences or feelings in a human being, but only one kind of feeling, the feeling of pleasure. However, John Stuart Mill, himself a follower of utilitarianism, thought that this view was incorrect, since we intuitively think that experiences of pleasure not only differ in quantity but also quality. Mill sympathized with critics of Bentham, who contended that the idea that life has no higher end than pleasure was utterly mean and groveling. Many people who are attracted to the principle of utility have argued that we should not abandon Bentham's idea but only redesign it. They argue for a better way of identifying human welfare, such that it can be quantified, measured, and aggregated. Moreover, contemporary utility theory, developed by John von Neumann, Oscar Morgenstern, and Leonard Savage, has generated a way of doing something like measuring the satisfaction of preferences, so that we come up with a number that accurately reflects how well a person has received what she wants, showing the intensity of those wants. However, these measurement numbers, as they stand, cannot be added together as the principle of utility requires. Critics have argued that such an idea is wrong and that expected utility theory is misused if it is seen as a source for the foundation of a notion of welfare that will be serviceable to the utilitarians. Such critics raise the technical issues about the nature of the measurement of preferences that game theory gives. These sorts of problems have eroded the popularity of utilitarianism in our times. Yet, critics have argued that there are even more serious problems plaguing the theory, having to do with the kind of policy recommendation it would generate if its foundational assumptions could be better clarified and defended. Consider, for example, that the theory tells us to maximize total happiness. Now, if maximizing total happiness depended upon impoverishing some members of the society, the principle of utility would nonetheless tell us to do so. Yet, this intuitively strikes us as unfair. Some people have actually put forward a moral theory called intuitionism. According to this view, we have fundamental moral ideas within us that are the source of our conceptions of justice, into which any adequate moral conception must answer. However, such a theory has not proven popular. First, it has no resources within it to systematize or interpret intuitions if they come to us in an inchoate form. Second, it has no theoretical resources to prioritize among intuitions or decide between them when they conflict. Third, and perhaps most important, given that many intuitions held by people reflect the prejudices, injustices, and peculiarities of their culture, intuitionalism must be able to identify which intuitions should be morally relied upon, and yet it does not have the theoretical resources to do so. Hence, philosophers critical of utilitarianism have attempted to formulate alternatives to intuitionism that could not only show the failure of the principle of utility in a way that relies less on intuition, but also yield a satisfactory conception of justice based on reason. The most prominent of these attempts, by John Rawls, is the topic of our next section. John Rawls on Rights. John Rawls' A Theory of Justice, 1971, is the most influential contemporary work on rights. For Rawls, what is directly relevant for social ethics and justice is the individual's means to pursue their own ends and to live whatever good life they choose for themselves. Rawls' vision of the just state is deeply egalitarian in spirit. His argument makes use of the idea of a hypothetical social contract, applied not to the nature of the state's authority over the people, but to the nature of justice. We are, says Rawls, to imagine ourselves in a contract situation in which we must agree with all those people who will live with us in a society based on the principles of justice that will govern it. He argues that any principle of justice that results from this hypothetical agreement process should be understood to be the best defensible conception of justice available to us. Rawls also believes that the contract takes the individual seriously. He was greatly influenced by Kant, who seems to think that the idea of contract acknowledges the way in which people should be treated as ends in themselves and not solely as means. A social contract test of political policies is, in Kant's view, a way to secure that acknowledgement by hypothetically involving each member of the society in the assessment of those policies in a way that respects her interests and perspectives as an individual. Rawls also believes that a contract test takes the individual seriously in a way utilitarianism does not. Rawls argues that in the utilitarian calculation the boundaries of the individuals are merged, and what is morally important about them, their welfare, is aggregated together. Instead of endorsing a moral reasoning procedure that explicitly conflates individuals, Rawls argues that an adequate theory of justice must morally respond to and preserve the distinction of persons. Rawls' theory of justice as fairness consists of the two principles. First principle: each person is to have an equal right to the most extensive liberty compatible with a similar liberty for others. Second principle: social and economic inequalities are to be arranged so that they are both a. reasonably expected to be in everyone's advantage and, in particular, to the advantage of the least well-off persons, and b. attached to positions and offices open to all. Rawls' arguments have been attacked by many critics. There have been right-wing and left-wing attacks. On the right, critics have charged that Rawls has failed to acknowledge the proper role that effort, merit, and responsibility should have in the distribution of resources. Why should people receive roughly equal allotments when some work harder than others, when some invest more wisely than others, or when some are lazy and fail to contribute effectively to the community? They claim that a system of distributive justice that ignores differences in effort undermines individual responsibility, promotes sloth, and allows the lazy to free ride on the efforts of the industrious in a way that will likely lead to social unrest and eventual diminishment of the economic pool. Now, if it produces the latter results, Rawls' own theory would disallow that distribution, because in this situation giving more to the industrious is justified in order to increase the economic pool and to yield more for everyone. Hence, he would allow unequal distributions in order to forestall a drop in productivity. In contrast, he would not allow them if the economic pool were increased, but the only people to benefit from the increase were the most advantaged. Rawls' right-wing critics would object, however, if the more advantaged by virtue of PSIR aiding those increases are allowed to enjoy their share of the increased economic pool, even if that adds to societal inequality. On the left, critics have pointed to Rawls' willingness to depart from strict equality of holdings, and some have wished for a conception of equality that focuses more on the equality of people's welfare than the equality of their resources. The critics from the left have also been troubled by his failure to incorporate more fully the idea of personal responsibility into his theory. The libertarian theory of rights. Shortly after the publication of Rawls' book, Robert Nozick published Anarchy, State, and Utopia, 1974, which is in some respect a libertarian reply to a theory of justice. Nozick argues against what he calls patterned and in-state conceptions of justice. The former are conceptions of justice that seek to implement a distributive scheme according to some patterning principle. The latter are conceptions that seek to attain a certain kind of telos, or goal, via a certain distribution of resources. What is important in Nozick's view is the idea that each individual has certain rights and, in particular, certain property rights that are absolute in character in the sense that no amount of good accruing to the community generally or to other individuals can justify the infringement or overriding of these rights. Nozick's ultimate concern is with the way in-state and patterned conceptions of justice interfere with liberty. Hence, he argues for a historical conception of justice, on which he bases the theory of rights. Nozick's particular version of historical principle is what he calls the entitlement theory of justice, which consists of three principles. 1. A person who acquires a holding in accordance with the principle of justice and acquisition is entitled to that holding. 2. A person who acquires a holding in accordance with the principle of justice and transfer from someone entitled to the holding is entitled to the holding. 3. No one is entitled to a holding except by repeated applications of 1 and 2. In addition to these principles, Nozick also endorses a principle of rectification that would provide for the redressal of past injustices. But this conception of justice essentially entails the defense of the free market and the capitalist system. His argument is a way of defending the free market insofar as it realizes justice by respecting the liberty of the individual regardless of its effects on aggregate welfare and regardless of its economic implications. There have been many criticisms of libertarian views in general and Nozick's version of libertarianism in particular, some of them passionate. The most obvious and popular criticism has been of the libertarian notion of rights. For why should we think that morality demands that we accord people such absolute rights? How could rights be thought to trump so decisively all considerations of others' welfare in the community? Moreover, what if the economy flourishes better if the state interfered in the market economy? Libertarians may not allow it, and yet most citizens and firms might actually want it and even demand it, insofar as they believe they will be better off with such governmental interference. Human rights. Human rights are international moral and legal norms that aspire to protect all people everywhere from severe political, legal, and social abuses. Examples of human rights are the right to freedom of religion, the right to a fair trial when charged with a crime, the right not to be tortured, and the right to engage in political activity. These rights exist in morality and in law at the national and international levels. They are addressed primarily to governments, requiring compliance and enforcement. The main source of the contemporary conception of human rights is the Universal Declaration of Human Rights, 1948, and the many human rights documents and treaties that have followed in its wake. The philosophy of human rights addresses questions about the existence, content, nature, universality, and justification of human rights. The Universal Declaration of Human Rights, UDHR, sets out a list of over 24 specific human rights that countries should respect and protect. We may group these specific rights into 6 or more families. I. Security rights that protect people against crimes such as murder, massacre, torture, and rape. 2. Liberty rights that protect freedom in areas such as belief, expression, association, assembly, and movement. Political rights that protect the liberty to participate in politics through actions such as communicating, assembling, protesting, voting, and serving in public office. 4. Due process rights that protect against abuses of the legal system such as imprisonment without trial, secret trials, and excessive punishments. Equality rights that guarantee equal citizenship, equality before the law, and non-discrimination. And 6. Welfare rights, or economic and social rights, that require the provision of education to all children and protections against severe poverty and starvation. Another family that might be included is group rights. The UDHR does not include group rights, but subsequent treaties do. Group rights include the protection of ethnic groups against genocide and the ownership by countries of their national territories and resources. The general idea of human rights can be explained by setting out some defining features. It answers the question of what human rights are with a general description of the concept rather than a list of specific rights. Two people can have the same general idea of human rights, even though they disagree about whether some particular rights are human rights. Human rights are political norms dealing mainly with how people should be treated by their governments and institutions. They are not ordinary moral norms applying mainly to interpersonal conduct, such as prohibitions of lying and violence. As Thomas Rogge, 2000, puts it, to engage human rights, conduct must be in some sense official. But we must be careful here since some rights, such as rights against racial and sexual discrimination, are primarily concerned to regulate private behavior. Still, governments are directed in 2 ways by rights against discrimination. They forbid governments to discriminate in their actions and policies, and they impose duties on governments to prohibit and discourage both private and public forms of discrimination. Not every question of social justice or wise governance is a human rights issue. For example, a country could have too much income inequality, inadequate provision for higher education, or no national parks without violating any human rights. Deciding which norms should be counted as human rights is a matter of some difficulty. And there is continuing pressure to expand lists of human rights to include new areas. Many political movements would like to see their main concerns categorized as matters of human rights, since this would publicize, promote, and legitimate their concerns at the international level. A possible result of this is human rights inflation, the devaluation of human rights caused by producing too much bad human rights currency. Some recent debates on rights communitarian perspectives. Communitarians critique the earlier discussed notions of rights on the ground that they take the individual as the unit for the distribution of resources. Communitarians argue that the individual is not an abstract category, but is deeply embedded in his or her culture. Thus, they assert that the community or group identity of an individual should be taken into account, rather than the individual. For many communitarians, the problem with liberalism is not its emphasis on justice, nor its universalism, but rather its individualism. According to this criticism, liberals base their theories on notions of individual rights and personal freedom, but neglect the extent to which individual freedom and well-being are only possible within a community. Once we recognize the dependence of human beings on society, our obligations to sustain the common good of society are as weighty as our rights to individual liberty. The central argument of Michael Sandel's book, Liberalism and the Limits of Justice, 1982, 183, is that liberalism rests on a series of mistaken metaphysical and meta-ethical views, for example, that claims of justice are absolute and universal, that we cannot know each other well enough to share common ends, and that we define our personal identity independently of socially given ends. Hence, communitarians argue, the liberal politics of rights should be abandoned for a politics of common good. Many communitarians agree about the importance of rights and justice, but they claim that liberals misinterpret justice as an ahistorical and external criterion for criticizing the ways of life of every society. Utilitarians, liberals, egalitarians, and libertarians may disagree about the content of justice, but they all seem to think that their preferred theory provides a standard that every society should live up to. They do not see it as a decisive objection that their theory may be in conflict with local beliefs. This is sometimes seen by liberals as the point of discussing justice. It provides a standpoint for questioning our beliefs and for ensuring that they are not local prejudices. As Dworkin, 1985, 219, puts it, in the end, political theory can make no contribution to how we govern ourselves except by struggling against all the impulses that drag us back into our own culture, towards generality and some reflective basis for deciding which of our traditional distinctions and discriminations are genuine and which are spurious. Michael Walzer, 1983, argues that this quest for a universal theory of rights is misguided. The only way to identify the requirements of rights and justice is to see how each particular community understands the value of social goods. A society is just if it acts in accordance with the shared understandings of its members, as embodied in its characteristic practices and institutions. Hence, the identifying principle of rights and justice is more a matter of cultural interpretation than of philosophical argument. Walzer asserts that the shared understandings in our society require complex equality, i.e., a system of distribution that does not try to equalize all goods, but rather seeks to ensure that inequalities in one sphere do not permeate other spheres. However, he acknowledges that other societies do not share this understanding of justice, and for some societies justice may involve virtually unlimited inequality in rights and goods. Multicultural perspectives on rights. One of the central theoretical and practical conundrums of our age is the problem of reconciling the aspirations to political equality with the fact of social and cultural differences within liberal democratic states. The liberal democratic state is increasingly being challenged both by theorists of democratic equality and by political movements to recognize that the ideal of universal citizenship in which each person is treated with equal concern and respect can no longer be easily identified with a program of uniform rights. They assert that the ideal of universal citizenship is based on the conception of equality as difference blindness, which multiculturalists argue is formal and not real in nature. Real equality, according to the theorists of multiculturalism, is ensured not through uniformity of treatment, but by keeping in mind their social and cultural location. Many defenders of group rights for ethnic and national minorities insist that they are needed to ensure that all citizens are treated with genuine equality. According to this view, the accommodation of difference is the essence of true equality, and group-specific rights are needed to accommodate our differences. Proponents of individual rights respond that individual rights already allow for the accommodation of differences, and that true equality requires equal rights for each individual regardless of race or ethnicity. But some minority rights eliminate rather than create inequalities. Some groups are unfairly disadvantaged in the cultural marketplace, and political recognition and support rectify this disadvantage. Kimlicka, 1989a, 1989b, gives the example of the national minorities. The viability of their societal cultures may be undermined by economic and political decisions made by the majority. They could be outbid or outvoted on resources and policies that are crucial to the survival of their societal cultures. The members of majority cultures do not face this problem. Given the importance of cultural membership, this is a significant inequality, which becomes a serious injustice if not addressed. Any plausible theory of rights should recognize the fairness of protection for the minorities. Giving minority rights to members of minority cultures may eliminate the disadvantages faced by them. Group-differentiated rights such as territorial autonomy, veto powers, guaranteed representation, land claims, and language rights can help rectify these disadvantages by alleviating the vulnerable ITY of minority cultures to majority decisions. Given that it is important for minorities to preserve their culture and their differences, they demand special rights that are essential for preserving their culture. Is giving special rights to some people not against the idea of equality? Should all minorities be granted group-differentiated rights? What if by giving group-differentiated rights the minorities demand a separate state for themselves? What will happen to national integration? These are some important issues that come up but which are beyond the scope of this discussion. Although multiculturalism has found many supporters, there are problems within it regarding women's rights, since most cultures endorse and permit control over women by men. Also, multiculturalism would pose a challenge to the liberal notion of nation-state, i.e., it may lead to cessationist movements like the ones in Kashmir and the Northeast in India, Tamils in Sri Lanka, etc. Either way, the apprehensions are well-founded and deserve serious consideration. We need to examine whether communities should be given special rights to preserve their culture. Should they have the right to protect all prevalent practices? Are all existing practices crucial for preserving a particular way of life? Should there be some minimum conditions that all cultures must adhere to? These are important questions that need to be analyzed further within the framework of multiculturalism. In this regard, it is important to consider the issue of intergroup equality. 2. Multiculturalism has raised important questions about the status of minorities within the nation-state. They have revealed the other side of the so-called neutral politics of liberal democracies as being biased against minorities. Above all, it has compelled the liberal democracies to analyze the implications of their socio-cultural policies to see if they discriminate against minorities. Multiculturalism, like postmodernism, has raised questions about universals. It has raised a finger on one standard, i.e., Anglo-American conception of rights, justice, equality, good life, value system, and meanings. Multiculturalists say that a society with strong collective goals can be liberal, provided it is also capable of respecting diversity, especially when dealing with those who do not share its common goals, and also offer adequate safeguards for fundamental rights. There will undoubtedly be tensions and difficulties in pursuing such goals, but such a pursuit is not impossible. The sense of multiculturalism as it is debated today has a lot to do with the imposition of some cultures on others. What they intend to fight is forced assimilation. As Bikaparek, 2000, asserts, in multicultural societies, cultural communities generally demand various kinds of rights they think they need to maintain their collective identity. Some of these rights, usually called group, collective, or communal, are not easy to accommodate within liberal jurisprudence and raise difficult questions such as whether the concept of collective rights is logically coherent and what kind of collectivities may legitimately claim what kinds of rights. Just as individual rights are those rights of which the individuals are the bearers, collective rights are those of which human collectivities are the bearers. Human collectivities are of several kinds, ranging from groups united by transient or long-term common interests to historical communities based on a shared way of life. The feminist challenge. According to feminists, justice should be understood from a group perspective, as groups or communities play a crucial role in shaping one's perspectives on justice. Feminists believe that social or political systems based on the individual perspective of justice are highly biased because they are shaped by the dominant individual male and not by women or other marginalized groups. Thus, such political and social systems of domination, such as that of men over women or of the privileged over marginalized groups, can distort society so severely that none of the theories of justice will prove acceptable unless these systems of oppression are overturned. The feminists argue that if women live in a society where they are not allowed to hold certain forms of property or vote or engage in certain occupations, then merely distributing resources in some kind of equal fashion will not be enough to secure justice. Greater resources do not solve or ameliorate the fact that in such a society women are partially mastered. Susan Mahler-Oken's Justice, Gender, and the Family, 1989. Offers both a critique and a reconstruction of Rawls' original position as an analytic tool used to define workable standards of justice for liberal democratic societies. She says that Rawls' own characterization of the original position, despite its occasional claims to gender neutrality, in fact contains many implicit assumptions that would tend to reinforce the current inequality of women in the gendered structure of social institutions. Rawls' characterization of parties to the original positions as heads of families and as member of the paid workforce suggests an implicit assumption that the parties are the male heads of relatively traditional families. Oken argues that the social structure of gender relations and the nature of family certainly raise issues of justice. In a society where domestic labor is performed mainly by women, women's inequality in other spheres is virtually assured. The equal value of political liberties is out of reach in a gender-structured society, because involvement is time-consuming and women who bear responsibilities for domestic labor have little time for political activities as it imposes the constraint of a double workday on them. Finally, the most important argument is that the primary goods for the social basis of self-esteem are less sure for girls than for boys. The consequences, Oken, 1987:107, contends, is that in a gender-structured society there is such a thing as the distant standpoint of women, and this standpoint cannot be adequately taken into account by male philosophers, whose moral reasoning abstracts from gender altogether. Iris Marion Young, 1989:258, in her widely cited article argues that the ideal of universal citizenship contains three meanings of universality. The first, universality as inclusion of all in full citizenship status and in participation in public life. This stands in tension with the other two meanings of universality, i.e. universality as a focus on the common good, defined in terms of what citizens share rather than what divides them, and universality as equal treatment, defined as same treatment without regard to group differences. Young says that a genuine commitment to universality in the first sense will require a conception of differentiated citizenship, both with respect to deliberation about the common good and with respect to the allocation of rights. Young's critique is aimed directly at the Republican tradition. She acknowledges that contemporary Republicans emphasize on what citizens have in common. This undermines the differences between groups. Different social groups have different needs, cultures, histories, experiences, and perceptions of social relations, which influence their interpretation of the meanings and consequences of policy proposals and the form of their political reasoning. These differences in political interpretation are not merely or even primarily a result of differing or conflicting interests, because groups have differing interpretations even when they seek to promote justice, and not merely their own self-regarding ends. Thus, a genuine commitment to the inclusion of all in public deliberation requires that differences be not suppressed but acknowledged and respected. The best way to do this is to establish special forms of representation for disadvantaged groups that ensure that these groups have the resources needed to organize themselves and their perspectives are seriously considered in public decisions. The attempt to realize an ideal of universal citizenship that finds the public embodying generality as opposed to particularity, commonness versus difference, will tend to exclude or put at a disadvantage some groups even when formally they have an equal citizenship status. The idea of the public as universal and the concomitant identification of particularity with privacy make homogeneity a requirement of public participation. All citizens should assume the same impartial general point of view. Young criticizes the view of universal citizenship on the grounds that societies have certain privileged groups and some oppressed groups, and in such a situation to leave behind particular affiliations and to adopt a general point of view would mean that the interests of the privileged will dominate. Thus, instead of a universal citizenship in the sense of this generality, Young proposes a group-differentiated citizenship and a heterogeneous public. A liberal theory can accept special rights for a minority culture against the larger community so as to ensure equality of circumstances between them. But it will not justify special rights for a culture against its own members. Liberals are committed to supporting the right of individuals to decide for themselves which aspects of their cultural heritage are worthy passing on. Liberalism is committed to the view that individuals should have the freedom and capacity to question and possibly revise the traditional practices of their community should they come to see them as no longer worthy of their allegiance. Conclusion. To sum up this discussion, there is no intrinsic reason to assign rights to individuals alone. For if individuals are incomplete without the cultural resources that communities provide them, individual rights are incomplete without community rights. But we cannot buy peace between the communities at the expense of individuals. Thus, we need to think of community rights as conditional rights. But these cultural rights should not override the core rights, i.e. the right to life, freedom, equality, and the right to assert rights. Points for discussion. 1. A person is terminally ill and is suffering from pain. There is no chance of recovery at any cost. Should the person have the right to die? 2. Do smokers have a moral obligation towards non-smokers to not smoke in public places even if it is not illegal to do so? 3. Two adults decide to get married against the wishes of tier communities. Should they be allowed? In this situation, which rights, i.e. individual or group rights, should prevail? 4. Does the unborn child have rights? Reading list. Bums, Th. and H. L. A. Hart, eds. Jeremy Bentham. An Introduction to the Principles of Morals and Legislation, London, Athlone Press, 1970. Daniels, Norman. Reading Rawls, New York. Basic Books, 1975. Dworkin, Ronald. Taking Rights Seriously, London, Duckworth, 1977. A Matter of Principle, Cambridge, Massachusetts. Harvard University Press, 1985. Chandok, Neera, Beyond Secularism. The Rights of Religious Minorities, New Delhi. Oxford University Press, 1999. Gilligan, Carol. In a Different Voice. In Sandra Kemp and Judith Squires, eds. Feminism. Oxford, New York. Oxford University Press, 1997. Hampton, Jean. Political Philosophy. An Introduction, Delhi. Oxford University Press, 1993. Hartney, Michael. Some Confusions Concerning Collective Rights. Canadian Journal of Jurisprudence, 4, 2. 1991. 293 to 314. Hinman, Lawrence M. Ethics. A Pluralistic Approach to Moral Theory, Fort Worth. Harcourt, Brace, 1997. Hobbes, Thomas, Leviathan, Oxford. Basil Blackwell, 1946. Complete e-text available at http://ebooks. Kymlicka, Will, Liberalism, Community and Culture. Oxford. Oxford University Press, 1989a. Liberal Individualism and Liberal Neutrality, Ethics, 99, 1989b. 883 to 905. Multicultural Citizenship, A Liberal Theory of Minority Rights, Oxford, Clarendon, 1995. Mill, John Stewart, Utilitarianism, in H. B. Acton, edition, Utilitarianism, Liberty and Representative Government, New York. E. Dutton, 1972. Nozick, Robert, Anarchy, State and Utopia, New York. Basic Books, 1974. Oken, Susan Mahler, Justice and Gender, Philosophy and Public Affairs, 16, 1, 1987. 42 to 72. Justice, Gender and the Family, New York. Basic Books, 1989. Parekh, Bhikkhu, Rethinking Multiculturalism, Cultural Diversity and Political Theory, Basingstoke. Macmillan, 2000. Pog, T. The International Significance of Human Rights, Journal of Ethics, 4, 2000. Pog, T. The International Significance of Human Rights, Journal of Ethics, 4, 2000. 45 to 69. Rawls, John, A Theory of Justice, Cambridge, Massachusetts. Harvard University Press, 1971. Raz, Joseph, Multiculturalism, A Liberal Perspective, in his Ethics in Public Domain. Essays in the Morality of Law and Politics, Rev. edition, Oxford. Oxford University Press, 1995. Sandel, Michael, Liberalism and the Limits of Justice, Cambridge. Cambridge University Press, 1982. Sheth, D.L., and Gurpreet Mahajan, edition, Minority Identities and the Nation-State, New Delhi. Oxford University Press, 1999. Walzer, Michael, Spheres of Justice, A Defense of Pluralism and Equality, Oxford. Blackwell, 1983. Young, Iris Marion, Politics and Group Difference, A Critique of the Ideal of Universal Citizenship, Ethics, 99, 1989. 250 to 74. Justice and the Politics of Difference, Princeton, New Jersey. Princeton University Press, 1990. Chapter, Democracy, Janaki Srinivasan. Chapter Outline. Introduction 107 The Concept 107 Direct Participatory Democracy 109 Liberal Democracy 111 Objections to Democracy 116 Perspectives on Democracy 118 Key Debates in Democratic Theory 124 Conclusion 128 Points for Discussion 128 Introduction. The concept of democracy is at the center of fierce debates in political theory as well as in commonplace discussions on politics. This chapter examines the ways in which democracy has been conceptualized, defended, and critiqued. In doing so, it discusses the evolution of democracy as a concept, the various criticisms leveled against the concept, followed by perspectives and debates in contemporary democratic theory. It concludes with some of the key debates which characterize democratic theory today. Consider situations in your everyday life where you are part of a group and decisions have to be made for the group as a whole. Whether it is a group of friends deciding if they should watch a movie or a family deciding where to go for a vacation. Suppose that among a group of 10 friends, 7 want to see a movie but 3 want to go for an art exhibition. What should the group decide to do? Consider another situation where a university class has been asked by their teacher to arrive at a convenient date for having a class debate. And here, in a class of 30, everyone is agreed on a date except for 5 students. These 5, however, have important and unavoidable reasons why that particular date is not convenient to them. What should the class do? Should it go by the decision of the majority? But doing so will deprive those 5 students from the chance to take part in the debate. Would that be a fair decision? Now, suppose the class has to decide on the topic of the debate. The number of opinions and suggestions may increase manifold and decision-making becomes that much more difficult. In all such situations of collective existence, there is a constant need to arrive at common decisions. Who takes these decisions and how? How do we judge whether these decisions are fair or the best possible? The idea of democracy provides one basis for making such judgments. A democratic decision is one that takes into account and reflects the wishes of the people who come under the purview of that decision. There are, of course, other ways to take decisions. A father can decide where the family will go for a vacation without taking the opinion of other family members, or a teacher can give no choice to the students on the topic or the date for the class debate. But advocates of democracy argue that a decision-making procedure which reflects a commitment of taking into equal consideration the preferences of members of the concerned group/s is a legitimate one. Democracy is, thus, both a method to arrive at collective decisions and a set of values and behavior with which people approach decision-making. The concept, how should a political community then arrive at collective decisions? In other words, who should rule? What should be the principle guiding government formation, and what are the institutional arrangements required for this purpose? Democracy is now the universally accepted answer to this question. So much so that everyone, even military juntas, dictators, and monarchs claim to be democrats. The charge of being called undemocratic is taken seriously now, however. This positive value accorded to democracy is recent in history. For a long time, it was associated with mob rule and inefficient governments. The term democracy translates as rule by the people. Who are the people, and how do they rule? On what matters? To what extent? Through what institutions? To secure which goals? Is this a desirable arrangement? There are varied views on the nature, purpose, extent, effectiveness, and desirability of democratic rule, as well as varied critiques on the practice of functioning democracies. Indeed, democracy is often called an adjectival concept because of the endless number of types or models into which democracies are classified. For example, liberal, social, people's, direct and indirect, radical, associations, deliberative, strong and weak, procedural and substantive, pluralist and elitist. The list goes on. Before we examine some of these debates, let us briefly discuss the concept and look at the various theories and types in the light of their differences and areas of consensus. At the heart of all democratic theories is the concept of popular power. According to Anthony Arblaster, 1994, it refers to a situation where power and authority ultimately rest with the people. A democratic government is contrasted with an authoritarian, one where decisions are imposed on the people and exercised without their consent. Democracy ensures the accountability of those holding power to the people who are the ultimate source of that power. It is the consent of the people which makes government authority legitimate. How is this consent to be given? The question of consent immediately connects with that of participation. How much participation is desirable? In a direct democracy, there is a high degree of participation as citizens collectively decide, often through mass meetings, on almost all major issues. In effect, people rule themselves. This form of democracy is associated with the classical Athenian model. In India, the Gram Sabha is such an institution of direct democracy as are a number of devices like referendum, initiative, and recall practiced in contemporary societies. In contrast, in an indirect or representative democracy, government functions through representatives who are chosen through popular elections. These representatives provide a link between the governments and the people, and elections allow the people to control the action of the representatives and prevent abuse of power. Liberal democracy is a representative form of government. While these two methods are seen in opposition to each other, we shall see in the last section how contemporary debates on the question of participation seek to combine the two. Democracy refers to a government based on political equality, i.e. consent is required of all the individuals who form part of the political community. It is informed by the belief that all people are equally capable of and have a stake in making collective decisions that shape their lives. In a democracy, no one person's opinion or interest is of more value than the other. Hence the principle of one person, one vote. It is based on the idea of the equal moral worth of all individuals and against the exclusion of anyone from the political process. Thus, it is against hierarchy or inherited privileges and discrimination. Today, when we say the people, we usually refer to all adult citizens in a polity. This was not always so, and a long struggle was waged by hitherto excluded groups demanding the right of suffrage, from being initially restricted to the property-owning white men in Europe and America, eventually educated men, working-class white men, black men, and women, in that order, were subsequently recognized from being initially restricted to the property-owning white men in Europe and America, eventually educated men, working-class white men, black men, and women, in that order, were subsequently recognized as full citizens with the right to vote and contest elections. Meanwhile, in the colonies of Asia and Africa, democratic struggles took on a specifically anti-colonial character, and the peoples of colonies like India claimed the right of self-government as a people. In a democracy, it is assumed that there will be a diversity of opinions and interests on almost every matter of common concern. Indeed, this diversity is seen as its main strength, and it calls for tolerance for all shades of opinion. A democratic society is also called an open society, where there is space for all voices, however unpopular or conventional they may be, to be heard. This requires a range of political freedoms like freedom of expression, association, and movement, among others, which are protected by the state. People must have access to information and be able to protest and freely criticize the government and others in order to make informed, uncoerced choices and intervene in the decision-making process. Thus, the practice of democracy is unthinkable without rights. But do these freedoms by themselves ensure that all voices are in fact heard, and heard equally? Equal distribution of political power, however, does not mean that everyone manages to have equal influence on the decision-making process. Is it the same for an influential industrialist and a poor farmer, or a slum-dwelling laborer to have the right to vote? Do they have equal influence on policy-making? For democracy to be effective, then those factors which discriminate against sections of people and hinder their effective intervention in collective decision-making need to be addressed. The presence of structures of power that are sources of inequality in a society are an impediment to democracy. The quality, thus, is a condition of democracy, and democratic societies are expected to devise arrangements which further equality. What is the nature of a democratic decision? There has been much debate on this. As a conflict resolution model, democracy is often identified with majority rule, and this raises the problem of oppression of minorities. On the other hand, democracies are expected to arrive at a consensus. But in plural and complex societies that are also unequal, consensus is difficult to achieve. We will see in the last section how these very issues of equality, participation, representation, and diversity pose important questions and are the concerns of contemporary democratic theory. Before that, we will now examine the two main models of democratic practice, namely, the direct participatory model and the liberal democratic models. Later, we examine some of the major critiques of democratic practice. Direct participatory democracy. The most celebrated form of direct participatory democracy was the one practiced in the Athenian city-state of ancient Greece during the 5th and 4th centuries. Athenians prided themselves on the happy versatility of citizens and their ability to perform all tasks of governance, i.e., in enacting, implementing, and adjudicating of laws. They met in open assemblies to debate and deliberate on all matters, and shared magisterial and judicial offices. All major decisions were made by the assembly to which all citizens belonged. Citizens were also meant to sit on juries and adjudicate on disputes. Offices were filled by either election or draw of lots, and no officer was to enjoy perpetual tenure. The idea was to ensure that at least the short-term offices went to as many people as possible. What is remarkable in this model is that it ensured a high level of political accountability and political activity of the citizen. Indeed, citizenship entailed participation. It was a sacred duty and the full-time occupation of the citizen. The purpose of political participation was the common good of the state. This common good was independent of and prior to individual interests and desires. It is when citizens set aside their private interests, completely identify with the community, and give it their best that common good can be achieved. The underlying philosophy was that there was a single, shared, substantive idea of good life for the whole community. The separation between state and society did not exist. Participation in the collective affairs of the community was considered important for the rational self-development of the citizens. It was the highest form of good life that they could hope to achieve, fulfill themselves, and live honorably. Republican Rome shared some features of Athenian democracy, namely, the notion of popular participation in civic life, a strong sense of duty to the community, the idea of public good and civic virtue as being of higher value than private individual interests. This is also called civic republicanism. Rousseau, an early critic of liberal democracy, was heavily inspired by this model. Writing in the 18th century, Rousseau was critical of electoral democracy and representative mechanisms which were emerging in various European states. For Rousseau, democracy was the way by which citizens could achieve freedom. By freedom, he did not mean the absence of constraints on the individual's pursuit of self-interest. Instead, he articulated a positive notion of freedom. See Chapter 3 on liberty for the distinction between negative and positive freedom. Individuals are free only when they participate directly, actively, and continuously in shaping the life of the community, especially in the making of laws. For him, lawmaking was an exercise of sovereignty which cannot be transferred or represented by anyone else, and an expression of the will of the people. For Rousseau, participation was essential for the self-development of the individual, and democracy was a means of individual development, but not the pursuit of selfish interests. Rousseau made a distinction between private will and what he called general will. General will is not an aggregation of private will or interests of individual citizens. Instead, general will is that which emerges when people set aside their selfish interests and deliberate on the collective common good of the community. Freedom lies in obedience to the general will. By doing so, they are obeying their own true nature. Rousseau goes to the extent of saying that people can be forced to be free, i.e., obey the general will. Such conceptions of participatory self-governance, active citizenship, and community life have been an attractive one for all those critical of liberal democracy. Socialists, feminists, radical, and deliberative Democrats have drawn on this legacy. However, the very conditions in which this model has been practiced provides a note of caution. The successful operation of the Athenian democracy depended on a system of exclusivity and inequality. Only citizens were worthy of the good life, and a majority of the population, women, slaves, and resident aliens, were kept out of citizenship. Indeed, it was on the basis of their labor and economic activities that the free adult male could be freed for citizenship. Aristotle, even as he was critical of democracy, justified this denial of political equality to women and slaves, both on the grounds of necessity and the latter's natural inferiority. We shall examine Plato and Aristotle's critique of democracy in a later section. Rousseau, too, explicitly kept out women from political participation. He argued that women were primarily meant to perform sexual and domestic roles, and their public presence would be a distraction. Rousseau did, however, consider a certain measure of economic equality essential for the exercise of citizenship. For any renewal of strong and active participation in society, has to work out a balance between the satisfaction of material needs and political participation in a framework which treats all adults equally. A further point of debate is whether present societies can work with a single notion of common good which can be oppressive not just to individual freedom, as liberals fear, but also to the diverse groups and cultures which comprise most societies. In other words, a participatory system is seen to put pressure on attaining homogeneity. Rousseau's theory, as we observed, has totalitarian implications. Liberal democracy. Today, when we talk of democracy, we often have what is known as liberal democracy in mind. It is the dominant form of democracy as most countries seem to practice this model in one form or the other. However, it is important to remember that liberal democracy is a product of a long history and it contains many strands. Protective democracy. For early liberals, democracy was meant to be protective, in the sense that it was meant to protect the rights of citizens and safeguard them from the tyranny of state power. The liberal element in liberal democracy preceded the democratic element and has shaped its nature. Liberalism emerged in the context of the transition from feudalism to capitalism. In this process, the newly emerging bourgeoisie/middle class sought to put limits on the absolute powers of the monarchs and the feudal aristocracies in European states from the 16th century onwards. See the chapters on liberalism and the state. Underlying this challenge to absolute and unaccountable power is the new doctrine of individualism. According to this notion, all individuals are free and autonomous, masters of themselves, and makers of their own destiny. Individuals are primarily rational and self-interested beings, intent on pursuing their desires and goals. Each individual has his/her own preferences, values, and goals, i.e. his/her own conception of a good life. What individuals require are the basic conditions to pursue these self-defined goals. Liberals identify these conditions as rights, namely, of life, liberty, and property, which are fundamental and inviolable in nature. What binds individuals to each other is a common interest in protecting these rights which would allow them the maximum freedom for free exchange among themselves. The emergence of liberalism is linked to that of capitalism and market society. That is why property is understood as a fundamental right. An individual's property is considered an extension of the self, and an individual is the master of his/her own self. According to liberal thinkers like Hobbes and Locke, individuals do not derive their identity from the community and are not bound to it by any sense of duty, nor do they see themselves as part of a hierarchical system or a divine plan. Thus, liberalism's lasting contribution to political thought is a radical notion of equality among human beings. This view on human nature meant a reconceptualization of the role and purpose of government. Liberals make a distinction between the state and civil society, or the public and the private life of individuals. The public realm is the realm of politics. This is where they are bound to take collective decisions. The economy, family, associations, etc., are part of the civil society, the realm where individuals interact with each other in the pursuit of their interests. This is the realm of competition, conflict, and cooperation among them. It is in order to resolve these conflicts that a regulated framework is required. Thus, the role of the government is to create and maintain a system of individual rights and undertake activities to that end. The coercive power of the state is required to ensure that individuals in their interaction with each other in a civil society do not encroach on each other's rights. Governments were not meant to arrive at or promote a common good, since individuals do not share a substantive notion of good life. The state is a neutral arbiter. It is not supposed to interfere in the functioning of civil society. At the same time, liberals share a deep fear that governments will abuse this power and encroach on these rights. Liberals were giving voice to the struggle by the bourgeoisie to unshackle the restrictions of feudal and aristocratic authority. In other words, there is need for a strong but limited government. Moreover, among free and equal individuals, any institution of authority over them requires their consent. Otherwise, it will be illegitimate. Thus, there is need for a mechanism through which people can consent to a government and retain control over it to ensure the performance of the tasks entrusted to it and restrain it from exceeding its limits. This is where liberals turn to democracy as a solution. Liberals advocate a representative democracy. The task of governance requires expertise, but those in power must be made accountable. Political participation is not considered a good in itself, like in Athenian democracy, but a means to control the government and ensure the protection of individual liberties. Through franchise and competitive elections, individuals choose representatives who then form governments on the majority principle. Political decisions can be made only by these representatives, because only they enjoy the consent of the people. This ultimate authority of the people is affirmed, and people can keep a check on the representatives through periodic elections. The powers and tasks of the government are defined through the Constitution, especially by including within the provision of fundamental rights, and through the principle of rule of law and the presence of an independent judiciary, for example, the Bill of Rights in the U.S. Constitution and the fundamental rights in the Indian Constitution. The separation of powers among different branches of government is meant to provide a system of checks and balances, preventing the concentration of power. Even though the model of representative democracy was based on the principle of equality, in early liberal democracies, franchise or political equality was in effect restricted to a few. They were more in the nature of oligarchies. Early liberals were as fearful of the tyranny of the masses as they were of the tyranny of state power. Locke, James Mill, Madison and Montesquieu were all opposed to universal franchise. For example, John Locke, who was the first to articulate the key ideas of liberal democracy, restricted franchise to property owners, defended property as a natural right as well as the unequal distribution of property, and modified his powerful notion of consent to mean active consent of the propertied and tacit consent of the rest. Even John Stuart Mill, who supported universal adult franchise and was among the first to support enfranchisement of women, sought to restrict the right to vote to those with basic educational qualifications and desired provisions for giving extra votes to educated and better qualified individuals. It was feared that if vested with political freedoms, the majority would not use their right to vote responsibly, but would overturn the distribution of unequal property in society. In Indian courts, a series of cases came up after the adoption of the Constitution which challenged the land redistribution policies of the government as being violations of the fundamental right to property. Understood as popular rule without the restrictions of individual rights, democracy, thus, becomes a threat to liberty. There is a conflict between the liberal and democratic components. It was in the aftermath of the French and the American revolutions that popular democratic struggles emerged. The 19th and 20th centuries were marked by increasing and often violent struggles by the working class, African Americans, and women, demanding the extension of suffrage on the basis of the very ideas of individualism that had been invoked by the propertied male to win freedom from aristocracies and monarchies. The implicit radical potential of the notion of individualism, rights, and equality was realized by these struggles. It is only with this acceptance of universal adult franchise that liberal democracy acquired its current form. John Stuart Mill and developmental democracy. Predominantly, liberal democracy is concerned with the protection of individual rights and prevention of abuse of power. Participation in this context is of value because it allows the individual to put forward his or her interests and keep a check on the activities of those in positions of power. It is of no intrinsic value in terms of the self-development of the individual. James Mill controversially claimed that since individuals find political activity a distraction from the pursuit of self-interest, franchise need not be extended to those whose interests are subsumed under those of others. Not only did he exclude women in this way, but also men under the age of 40, whose fathers could represent their interests. The views of John Stuart Mill, known as the best advocate of liberal representative democracy, present a contrast to this. For Mill, a representative system must create maximum space for people to take part in the functioning of the government and not restrict their involvement by merely allowing them to vote. He considered participation important because it develops the confidence of the people in their ability to govern themselves. Mill, thus, understood democracy as a system which allows for the development of an individual's personality. It develops the intellectual talents of people and is the best condition for liberty to flourish. Participation makes informed and intelligent debate possible. It is through thorough debate and discussion, where there is space for rational persuasion of each other, that the best argument emerges, and this helps in solving the problems affecting the whole community. This is why he regarded the parliament as the forum where all kinds of opinion should find a space and be vigorously debated. Mill considers a measure of socio-economic equality as necessary for democracy and liberty to be actualized. Despite his insistence on the value of participation, he was skeptical of the capability of every citizen to govern and considered governance a task requiring expertise. He sought to balance this by recommending maximum participation at the local level, so that people get educated in the task of governance. In the next section, we shall see how he suggested institutional measures to counter the ills of democracy. Policy making and the pluralist view. Decision-making in a liberal democracy is an outcome of the aggregation of individual preferences or choices. In a protective model, these choices are aggregated over the choice of government personnel and not over the activities of the government. That is, the vote and electoral processes allow people to choose or reject a representative or a political party, but not to determine what policies the government should undertake. This is because protective democracy offers minimal scope to government activity. However, as the functions and activities of the government increased, the focus turned to the policy-making process itself. Utilitarian thinkers like Bentham and James Mill propounded the principle of greatest happiness of the greatest number. See the chapter on liberty, as the basis of determining functions of the government. While they advocated minimal government and free market, they did make space for selective state intervention in the economy for welfare activities like education and wage reforms. But the idea that government policies must reflect the aggregate choices of the majority became important for liberal democracies. The welfare state model of liberalism assigns more tasks to the government in the economy, and these tasks, like the provisions for social security, education, regulation of industry, and making employment opportunities available, are justified in the name of democracy. John Rawls, for example, justifies extensive intervention in the economy to provide equality of opportunity to all. For more details, see chapter on justice. But most liberals are skeptical of extensive redistribution of wealth. How do people influence policy? The pluralist theory provides an answer. The pluralist view, associated with the work of Robert Dahl, is a specifically American understanding of political processes, but still has relevance for understanding liberal democratic practice in general. Power, according to Dahl, is the capacity to influence the process and outcome of decision-making. People form groups and associations based on their specific interests. So in any society, there will be a wide variety of interest groups. Interest or pressure groups are the mechanisms that people adopt in order to advance their interest, promote their causes, and achieve preferred policy outcomes. For example, Kisan Savas, teachers and students' unions, women's organizations, trade unions, associations of industries like FICCI or CII in India. And the policy-making arena is like the market, where different groups pursue their interests and the outcomes are not predetermined, but a balance is achieved out of conflicts through a sort of an invisible hand mechanism. Political decision-making is a complicated process and involves bargaining between various actors. In the process, people use a wide range of means at their disposal like economic and social position, education, organization skills, reputation, religion, etc. Unlike elitist and Marxist views, pluralists understand power as not concentrated in a particular class, but is spread throughout society. It is a democracy that provides opportunities for everyone to articulate interests, mobilize support, and seek representation. A vigorous interest group activity keeps the wielders of political power in check. Democracy here is identified with certain institutional mechanisms and procedures, representative institutions, accountability of executive to elected assemblies, basic liberties for all, including the freedom of expression and organization, and an independent judiciary. As long as these procedures are followed, a system can be referred to as being democratic. This is also called procedural democracy, as distinguished from a substantive democracy. The latter is concerned with the attainment of certain ends, like equality or justice. The chief merit of the pluralist analysis is that all modern democracies do have a plurality of forces struggling and competing for their interests. However, procedural democracy is compatible with the results which are always skewed in favor of particular interests and groups. Social and economic inequalities reduce the opportunity of disadvantaged groups to influence policy outcomes. Thus, an agricultural landless laborer's collective effort cannot hope to match CII or FICCI either in resources or in influence. In his later writing, Dahl does acknowledge the fact that inequalities can be debilitating and consistently leave certain groups out of the political process, despite the formal freedoms of a democracy, in which every citizen has the right to participate in the decision-making process. Thus, there are structural and ideological constraints which prevent democracies from operating as an open, equal marketplace of competing interests. In this process, the existence of democratic procedures and its openness to conflicting views, interests, and methods of influence is valuable for a democracy, but the outcomes are liable to be undemocratic. Thus, in the liberal view, the aim of democracy is to aggregate individual choices and preferences in the best possible way. This aggregation of choices could be restricted to the choice of government by voting for a representative who usually belongs to a political party or should constitute a mechanism of policymaking. In the first view, the role of democracy is to basically provide a defense against arbitrary and unaccountable government through elections and constitutional government. In the second view, democracy has a more direct link with choosing and influencing the activities of the government. This is usually done through a wide range of interest groups, political parties, and pressure groups. Today, liberal democracy is both at a moment of triumph and crisis. On the one hand, the collapse of the communist bloc, introduction of liberal democratic institutions in the former communist countries, as well as the military intervention of the USA and West Asia to introduce democratic regimes signal its near universal acceptance as the only practical model of democracy. Indeed, the key ideas and institutions of liberal democracy like representative governments, rule of law, individual rights, electoral competition, and multi-party system have become central to any conception of democracy. Francis Fukuyama, in his End of History thesis, argues that there is no credible alternative to liberal democracy. On the other hand, liberal democracy continues to be subjected to a scathing critique by socialists, feminists, multiculturalists, and deliberative Democrats for not being democratic enough. and these critiques have sharpened in the context of globalization. They observe how the form of liberal democracy currently advocated is minimalist, or what Benjamin Barber calls a weak democracy, emphasizing elections and a choice of political parties. Before we examine any of these critiques, let us look at some of the common objections to democracy. Objections to democracy. Critics of democracy can be classified into two groups: those who are dissatisfied with a particular kind of democratic practice and seek to deepen it, and those who are critical of the democratic principle as such. We have observed how the positive value attached to democracy is a recent one in history. The very principle of popular power continues to be subjected to trenchant critiques. Let us examine the main objections to democracy. A key objection to democracy is that it produces incompetent and inefficient governments. In his critique of Athenian democracy, Plato argues that governance is a matter of skill and expertise and therefore should be left to experts. Human beings are by nature fundamentally unequal. However, democracy presumes that everyone can handle complex matters of governance and is, therefore, based on a false understanding of human nature. Thereby, it substitutes ignorance and incompetence for excellence and expertise. Because it allows non-experts to rule, democracy is an irrational form of government. He recommended a strict division of tasks depending on one's ability. Matters of the state would thereby be left to a particular class of people who by nature and training were most fit to rule, whom he called philosopher kings. To rule meant ensuring that everybody else performed tasks they were most fit for. A distinction is made here between popular rule and public interest, whereby governments are prevented from functioning in public interest and taking strong purposive action due to the compulsions of democracy. In India, for example, democracy is often blamed for the ills afflicting the country. Common middle-class assessments blame the government for following populist policies and not correct or rational policies, like providing slum dwellers with ration cards because of the compulsion to seek votes. A deep fear and distrust of the masses runs through the history of democracy. Aristotle, in his classification of governments, placed democracy as an impure system where the multitude rule in their own interest. As already observed, early liberals were skeptical of mass suffrage and considered political equality a threat to liberty. Constitutionalism and an elaborate system of checks and balances were devised to prevent majoritarianism. Writing in the 19th century in the context of the emerging democratic society in Europe and America, Tocqueville coined the phrase tyranny of the majority to describe the threat that democracy posed to minorities and individual liberty. He particularly feared its cultural repercussions. Since the cultural standards of the majority are dominant, general morals, manners, and creativity are debased in a democracy. For example, when Bollywood films are discussed, a distinction is often made between films for the masses and those for the classes, or between popular and art films. Even J.S. Mill, for all his defense of democracy and political participation, considered majoritarianism and mediocre government as the biggest weaknesses of democracy. Not only does majoritarianism exclude minority voices, but it lowers the standards of the government. Subsequently, people with a lower level of intelligence perform the most important task of legislation and administration. Mill suggested a number of institutional mechanisms to counter these ills. Through proportional representation, minorities can obtain a place in the legislative assembly, and, through plural voting, educated and intellectually superior individuals can have more say in the choice of representatives. He was particularly concerned about the opinion of minorities, the experts, and the geniuses, who get sidelined when the majority principle is applied. Majority rule has a tendency to promote uniformity and conformity, whereas the main catalysts of progress are the nonconformist geniuses. This system of plural voting, in fact, violates the basic democratic principle of political equality. He also recommended a separation of the tasks of government, wherein the all-important task of law formulation would be done by an expert constitutional committee, and the administrative tasks were to be carried out by a skilled bureaucracy. The task of the representative assembly was to debate and deliberate on the legislation and to monitor the functioning of the government. Mill's philosophy, thus, combines a value for participation and equality, which is unique among liberal thinkers, with elitism, where governance is seen as the task of the educated and the experts. Moreover, despite his egalitarianism, he did not recommend representative governments for colonies like India. Democracy was possible only in civilized countries and not in barbaric ones, and, therefore, despotic rule was suitable till the time the people of the colonies were ready and capable of democracy. While Plato and Mill draw attention to the dangers of majority rule, elite theorists consider a functioning democracy impossible because of the inevitability of concentration of power. While Mill and Plato, among others, are elitist in their views, elitist theory is attributed to a specific critique developed by Pareto, Mosca, Mills, and Michaels about the inevitability of elite rule. Classical elite theorists like Pareto and Mosca say that political power in every society has always been in the hands of a minority, the elite, which has ruled over the majority in its own interest. These elite manage to dominate because they possess exceptional skills, especially the psychological attributes and political skills of manipulation and coercion. They are far better organized than the masses and also possess qualities which are considered valuable and hence use it to justify their privileged position in the society. C. Wright Mill's study of the American political system refers to a power elite, which dominated executive power, and members of this class were closely knit, sharing the same background and common values. Thus, they dispute the pluralist contention that power is widely distributed in society. In his study of socialist parties, Michaels noted how despite socialist principles, the actual working of the decision-making process tended to concentrate power in the leadership due to bureaucratization and centralization. Not only did the leaders not consult the working class members, the decisions taken were often contrary to their interests. This led Michaels to postulate an iron law of oligarchy, which applied to all organizations, resulting in undemocratic outcomes. In India, we note the wide prevalence of dynastic rule and the involvement of all members of a family in politics. This phenomenon is observed in almost all countries and is an evidence of the tendency of concentration of power among a few who have access to the political system. The merit of these critiques lies insofar as they expose the myths of democratic practice by exposing who actually wields power. But in considering this concentration of power as inevitable, these critiques affirm a belief in the natural inequality among human beings and are pessimistic in nature. In this view, the value of democracy, given the inevitability of elite rule, is that it allows people to choose among the elites. Joseph Schumpeter, in his influential work Capitalism, Socialism, and Democracy, puts up a model of competitive elitism as the most workable one in modern industrial societies. He has a low opinion of the ability of people to develop an informed opinion on key issues and opines that it is better to let experts rule. Passive citizenship is good for governance. The only role that people have is in the selection of the government among rival competing political elites through voting. Democracy, thus, performs the crucial function of legitimating a government. The unanswered question is one of how people who are incapable of reflecting on key issues can make an informed choice among political groups. Perspectives on democracy. Let us now examine those perspectives on democracy that affirm it as an ideal but critique its practice. Since liberal democracy has been the dominant form of democratic practice in modern times, critics who seek a deepening of democracy begin with an assessment of liberal democracy and develop their alternative with reference to it. Socialist view. Socialists share the elitist view that even in a democracy, political power is used to protect and advance the interests of a minority, while elitists attribute psychological, social, and economic attributes to the elite which allow them to dominate. For socialists, the power of the minority derives from their economic class position, that is, their control over the means of production. The inequality then is not natural, but a product of specific social and economic arrangements. The capitalist market economy produces systemic inequality. All strands of socialism draw attention to the incompatibility between democracy that is based on political equality and capitalism, which is based on the right to private property and market economy. In a market economy, people have unequal access to economic resources, and this also is the source of unequal access to knowledge and information. Thus, the existence of private property and the unequal distribution of wealth is the source of socio-economic inequality in society, and this prevents most people from effectively exercising their political freedoms. In a market economy, most people neither have the time nor the resources for more political involvement. Marxists challenge the liberal conception of the state as a neutral body. The state, insofar as it is committed to securing the right to private property, is deeply implicated in civil society. There are two strands of thinking about political power in the writings of Marx and Engels. In the first instance, the state and its agencies are the instruments of dominant class interest. As Marx declared in the Communist Manifesto, 1848, the executive of the modem state is but a committee for managing the common affairs of the whole bourgeoisie. In the second instance, Marx and Engels talk about the relative autonomy of the state from the dominant class. The practice of parliamentary democracy and the compulsions of elections do lead governments to respond to some demands of the working class majority. Many liberal democracies do undertake policies to correct the uneven outcomes of the market, like restrictions on wealth, employment guarantees, etc. But for Marxists, this is at best a short-term measure because the state cannot go against the long-term interests of capital. This is why for Marxists, the vote cannot be used to transform the system, because any welfare policies will be corrective at best and will not address the structural reasons of inequality. The ability of the governments to undertake welfare policies is constrained by the Constitution. Marxists acknowledge the emancipatory potential of liberalism because it rejects hierarchy and affirms the equal moral worth of all individuals. However, the liberal distinction between the state and the civil society, or the public and the private, marks the economy out as the private realm of freedom and therefore out of the purview of political decision-making. The socio-economic divisions generated in civil society render the political equality guaranteed by the state ineffective. A democracy which does not tackle the inequities of class power is inadequate at best and a sham at worst. As against the fear of people like Tocqueville that democracy can lead to the tyranny of the masses, Marxists fear that it will not. The ideological and cultural hegemony of bourgeois values secure the consent of the working classes. This includes telling the poor that the reasons for poverty are because they are not hardworking enough. See Chapter 9 on power for the concept of hegemony. Liberal democracy and its institutions thus provide an ideological facade of equality and thereby act as a legitimizing shell for capitalism. While democracy provides the road to socialism, it is incompatible with capitalism. Marxists and socialists are further critical of the nature of individualistic rights, which are the cornerstone of liberal democracy. Marx terms these the rights of the egoistic man, separated from his community and perceiving everyone else as a competitor and a threat. The socialist aim is a situation where the free development of each is compatible with the free development of all. Thus, they endorse a more participatory democracy where democracy extends to the management of all collective affairs, including the workplace. The idea of a cooperative without the divisions of owner and wage labor informs socialist conceptions of economic democracy. Communist countries seek to achieve socialist aims through a revolutionary break, and they advocate a model of people's democracy where a single party, the Communist Party, assumes leadership and directs the country in its transition to socialism. Social democracy, on the other hand, seeks to reconcile socialist aims and liberal democratic institutions. It perceives the establishment of socialism as a longer, gradual process in which electoral democracy can be used to correct the injustices of capitalism. This is to be done by extensive regulation of the economy, provision of employment and educational opportunities include affirmative action and social security measures. We shall elaborate on social democracy in the next section. Marxists have usually ignored the concentration of power in the party and the state. The experience of one-party communist states, the distortions of the communist bloc in Eastern Europe, and the fall of USSR have led to a reappraisal of democracy within Marxist thought. The debate had usually been structured as prioritizing between political freedom and economic freedom. Contemporary thinkers on the left, on the other hand, affirm that socialism and the attainment of economic equality do not necessitate giving up the gains of liberal democracy, and particularly those of individual rights. What is needed is a deepened of democracy which can both tackle inequalities and allow more participation. They also draw attention to the rise of corporate power and the unaccountable nature of international financial organizations that dominate world economy. They understand neoliberal globalization as posing the biggest threat to democracy in present times. Indian debates on democracy. In India and the rest of the Third World, democratic ideas emerged as part of anti-colonial struggles which claimed that colonial rule was a violation of the principle of self-determination and that the people had a democratic right to self-rule. These movements further claimed that the backwardness of their countries was because of colonial exploitation wherein the resources of the colonies were used not for the benefit of its people, but for those of the colonizer. With independence, all Third World countries had to address the need for rapid economic development and social transformation. The possibility and desirability of democracy and the nature of democratic arrangements were debated in this context. The Indian independence movement was inspired by socialist ideas and impressed by the achievements of the Soviet Union. Thus, socialist analysis was sought to be applied to understand Indian problems. In this section, we will examine the views of two thinkers, Jawaharlal Nehru and Ram Manohar Lohia, both of whom sought to adapt socialism to the Indian context, and see how their understanding of socialism had an impact on their approach towards democracy. Jawaharlal Nehru is credited for the strong foundation of India's constitutional and democratic institutional traditions. He was influenced both by the liberal democratic traditions of the 19th century and the Fabian socialism of the early 20th century. At the same time, he was also impressed by the rapid economic transformation achieved by the Soviet Union. His views on democracy reflect all these influences. He considered democracy a peaceful way to achieve the goals of individual freedom and social justice. For Nehru, the well-being of the individual was of principal value and the highest goal of the society and the state. His thought reflected respect for the freedom and dignity of the individual and the need to allow all individuals to grow and develop their potential. He had faith in the power of debate and discussion in the pursuit of truth, and the possibility to educate and persuade people through rational means to think in terms of common interests. This required free public discussion, tolerance for differing points of view, and dissent. He advocated the institutional framework of liberal democracy for India, i.e. fundamental political and civil rights of the individual, freedom of the press, secularism in terms of the separation of religion and the state, rule of law, parliamentary government, and an independent judiciary. Nehru shared the socialist critique of capitalism. He defined equality not just in terms of political equality, but as equal opportunity for all and progressive economic equality. He recognized that in the context of economic inequalities, the democratic machinery can be hijacked by the ruling class. As he said, equality before law cannot make a millionaire and a pauper equal. Democracy can flourish only in the context of social and economic equality. So, political democracy can be of value only if it can be used to achieve what he called economic democracy. This meant active involvement of the state in the economy, and he advocated a state-led economic development program through the device of planning, as well as redistributive mechanisms like land reforms. While he admired the prosperity and equitable redistribution of wealth achieved by the Soviet Union, he was critical of communism because it had a tendency to become authoritarian, violent, and to suppress political dissent. He did consider that political liberties slow the pace of growth and achieve lesser redistribution, but he preferred slower growth and lesser equity to the sacrifice of political liberties. In this way, democracy was to make possible both economic justice and individual freedom. Thus, Nehru advocates a model of social democracy. Democracy in the international scenario was another area of concern for him, and the policy of non-alignment was formulated in order to secure independence in foreign affairs and equality in international forums, especially for weaker countries. Lohiya's views are significantly different from Nehru's. He is critical of both communism and Nehru's democratic socialism. Both, according to him, understand socialism as involving only a transformation of capitalist relations of production. That is, they are concerned primarily with redistributive mechanisms. However, the inequalities of capitalism lie not just in its production relations, but in its technology. Capitalism specifically requires large-scale industrialization and a centralized production process. In the political domain, this requires a centralized state apparatus. Thus, capitalism has a tendency towards centralization of power, and this makes it authoritarian. Nehruvian socialism was nothing but state capitalism with some welfare features. While Nehru recognized the tendency towards centralization, he considered the provision of fundamental rights and universal franchise as guarantees of the freedoms of the individual. Lohiya considered electoral and parliamentary mechanisms as important but inadequate to achieve either the active involvement of the people or in achieving social transformation. Lohiya, thus, drew attention to the way communist states concentrated power in the state apparatus. Socialist transformation can be achieved only with the active participation and struggles of the people. Democracy involves people taking control over their lives. It is a process of empowerment. This means preventing the concentration of power and energizing the civil society's constant struggles against oppressive social and cultural injustices. Lohiya advocated a two-pronged strategy to tackle centralization and concentration of power: decentralization of political power through the four-pillar framework and decentralization of the economic production process through the small unit machine. Use of the latter, along with appropriate technology, would help technology address the specific needs of Indian society. This meant rejecting a singular model of economic development based on the experience of the Western capitalist countries. With the four-pillar framework, the sovereign power of the state would be constitutionally diffused into four levels, namely village, district, province, and the center. Areas like the army or core industries would come under the center, smaller industries under the district, and agriculture under the village level. What is significant about this decentralization was that it was meant to be decentralization not just in executive powers, but in the legislative and planning process too. This would ensure decision-making by the smallest of communities in human activities like production, ownership, administration, and education. Lohiya was particularly concerned about the interlinked structures of caste and gender oppression that characterized Indian society. Empowerment of this majority and making them take an active and effective part in the affairs of the country required decentralization. Lohiya's views assume importance because there is a renewed focus on participation and decentralization as a way to tackle bureaucratization and centralization of power. We will look at this issue in the last section. Feminist view. Feminists have further critiqued the liberal distinction between the public and the private. They characterize relations between men and women as one of unequal power relations. In the sphere of the family and the household, the division of labor is unequal as the bulk of the child-rearing and household tasks is done by women. Further, these tasks are devalued and not considered productive enough to constitute paid labor. Thus, the domestic arena is a site of unequal power structures and is, therefore, an arena of democratization. In liberal theory, the family is part of the private sphere and hence kept out of politics and therefore out of democratization. This is one dimension of the feminist slogan. The personal is political. The other dimension is that this gender division of labor and power in the private sphere is linked to the unequal distribution of political status and power in the public sphere. In Western countries, which have the longest history of democracy, women were the last category to get the right to vote. Switzerland, for instance, enfranchised women as late as 1971. Most political thinkers explicitly excluded women from the category of citizenship on the grounds of their natural inferiority and incapability. Despite formal political equality, women continue to be grossly underrepresented in political institutions and decision-making structures. In India, for example, the proportion of women in the Lok Sabha has never exceeded 12%. Further, political equality has been undermined on the grounds of sexual, social, and economic inequality. Thus, specific policies are required to enhance participation and representation and deliver equality. For instance, redistribution of domestic work, both through sharing and through public provisions for childcare, and electoral reforms. In India, the proposal to reserve 33% seats for women in the parliament and the legislative assemblies is a proposal of the latter kind. Feminists, however, note that the measures to ensure substantive equality for women have to be of a distinctive kind. They have to incorporate a notion of difference. Typically, democratic theory understands equality as the removal of differences. So, formal political equality recognizes no difference among people, and socio-economic equality understands difference as a disadvantage and seeks to remove them. But the idea of disadvantage is based on a notion of comparison, which is always based on a particular standard. The concept of the individual that is central to liberalism is that of an independent, rational, self-interested person. Understanding differences between men and women solely as a disadvantage is to adhere to a male norm. For example, politics has always been construed as a male domain, and women politicians have to prove they are tough and strong according to this standard. At the level of policy too, for example, pregnancy is understood as a disease or illness because it is the male body which is the standard of normality. Understanding differences as disadvantages has meant that democratic theory has been insensitive to the realities of women's lives. Using a particular norm as the standard and imposing it on others is an act of discrimination. This disadvantages women as a group. Thus, feminists contend that there is a gender bias in the democratic theory itself. In order to ensure substantive equality, democracy has to think in terms of recognizing and accommodating differences. Like the deliberative Democrats, see next section, feminists have also been critical of liberal democracies for taking people's preferences as given and for the restrictive view it has of participation. If interests and preferences are taken as given, then democratic decision-making will simply reproduce the status quo. Unequal power structures sustain themselves through ideologies and socialization. Thus, for women, the process of democracy is also a process of empowerment, where they become aware of exploitation, gain confidence, and seek to transform their conditions. This, however, calls for a more active and participatory democratic practice. Deliberative view. In contemporary political theory, a key idea is that of deliberative democracy. It is associated with people like David Miller, J. Drisek, and Joshua Cohen, among others. Liberal democracy views decision-making as an outcome of aggregating the preferences of individuals. In this sense, it is believed that people's preferences and interests are formed independently, and the political process only negotiates between the conflicting interests. Deliberative Democrats, on the other hand, believe that people's preferences are formed during the political process and not prior to it. Democracy, then, is a process of arriving at an agreed-upon judgment or a consensus. Such an agreement is an outcome of deliberation, i.e. a process where people try to persuade each other through the give and take of rational arguments. In this way, people become aware of information and perspectives that they are previously unaware of, and then they can question each other's views. In this process, preferences or interests get transformed to reflect a common agreement. Deliberation, thus, reinvents a participatory model of democracy, and the key idea is that of a dialogue. Through open participation and unlimited discourse, a better argument emerges. But this needs what Habermas calls an ideal speech situation, i.e. a situation where free and equal participants are able to communicate with each other without discrepancies of power and constraints of particular circumstances. There is an inherent danger of preferring certain dominant forms of communication and knowledge as more authoritative. Moreover, deliberative Democrats hope for a consensus which is difficult, if not impossible, to achieve in diverse and complex societies. Key debates in democratic theory. In this section, we briefly discuss those issues which have emerged as areas of debate in contemporary democratic theory. Democracy and difference. Historically, democracy has been a movement that has aimed at the removal of differences. It was assumed that equal political rights and recognition of citizenship would counter the discrimination people faced on account of differences on the grounds of caste, race, ethnicity, and gender. This idea of eliminating differences in consideration of equality has been important for emancipatory politics because it affirms the idea of equal moral worth of all individuals. We have seen how feminists consider that a substantial notion of equality must incorporate a notion of difference. On the notion of difference, feminists are joined by multiculturalists who argue that in culturally plural societies, Treating all differences among people as a disadvantage is to use the dominant group's culture as a norm. Most contemporary societies are culturally diverse and are composed of many communities. For example, immigrants, indigenous people, racial minorities. India itself is multi-religious, multilingual, multicultural, and also has Adivasi communities. Not only are communities socially and culturally different, they are often in relations of domination and subordination with each other. Further, liberal democracies claim to be neutral with respect to conceptions of good life and leave these to individual choice. However, the laws and practices of a country reflect the cultural bias of the majority. Feminists and multiculturalists say that liberalism, which values the abstract self-interested individual, is itself a particular notion of the good life. For an Adivasi group, where property is common, the insistence on private property is alien. Liberalism values diversity, but in terms of opinions it recognizes diversity only at the individual level. But an individual's identity is formed in a cultural context, and ignoring or devaluing the culture is discriminatory both to the individual and to the group. Thus, a commitment to the equal worth of all individuals means equal respect to their culture and equal treatment of all groups. It is only when this diversity is valued and respected that people can develop their capacities and contribute to collective life meaningfully. Not recognizing the differences among groups is to ignore the diversity of the ways of life and experiences among people. Such a democracy assimilates and evaluates everyone, keeping the culture of the privileged groups as the standard. Those not conforming to this standard either have to lose their identity to assimilate or get marked out as the other. Ignoring the specificity of a minority group is to marginalize it. Democracy involves equality in setting standards, too. Thus, according to the late Professor Iris Marion Young of the University of Chicago, asserting the value of group differences provides a standpoint to both point out that the norm presented as universal is culturally specific and criticize them by presenting an alternative. Some feminists say that care and nurture, which women have been associated with, are desirable values for everyone. Tribal communities and forest dwellers compare their harmonious coexistence with the environment to the destructive industrialization which is presented as development. As democracies are concerned with equality, it must have procedures and mechanisms which recognize difference. Iris Marion Young recommends procedures that ensure additional representation for all oppressed groups, affirmative action and public funding to promote the self-organization of groups, consultation with the groups on policy matters affecting them, and a veto power over specific policy decisions which directly affect the group. The meaning of representation in this context requires that a democratic polity must be representative of the diversity within it. Wilkimlicka recommends self-governance rights for indigenous peoples and cultural rights for ethnic groups. The Scheduled Tribes and Other Traditional Forest Dwellers, Recognition of Forest Right, Bill, 2005, passed in the Lok Sabha in December 2005, likewise proposes that forest dwellers have a right to the forest and mineral resources. These proposals, however, raise significant issues. There is a danger of freezing identities and privileging a particular identity of an individual over the other identities he may have. Further, there is the question of internal democracy in the groups, whose views are to be seen as representative of the group. In India, for example, in the debate over the Uniform Civil Code, personal laws of religious communities are sought to be replaced on the lines of the Hindu Code Bill, which ignores the differences among communities. However, all personal laws are discriminatory to women. The right of a group to maintain its identity conflicts with the equal rights of women within the group. Thus, the recognition of difference is both a requirement of and poses important issues for democratic theory, representation, and participation. Most practicing democracies are indirect or representative in nature. However, what does it mean to represent? Are representatives meant to be delegates, i.e. give voice to the wishes of their electors? In territorial constituencies, however, the process of amalgamating the interests of a diverse electorate is a challenge. J.S. Mill rejects the idea that representatives are delegates because that would tie them down to the preferences of the electorate. Instead, he says, representatives must be free to act according to their own judgment. However, they are meant to act on behalf of the people and not merely reflect their views. In that case, what kind of control can people hope to have over their representatives? The other view of representation is that people mandate a person or a political party to carry out a specific set of policies and thus direct the government. But in most countries, the election manifestos tend to be very general in nature and are not concrete policy documents. Moreover, elections are fought and won on a variety of grounds as political parties try to incorporate all sections. Political parties, which are the main players in an electoral system, themselves constitute the political elite and are often deliberatively vague about policies. Elections are media-orchestrated events. Besides, in most countries, either a first-past-the-post (FBTP/FBP) or a proportional system of election is followed. In the former system in particular, the victorious party that forms the government has most often not secured the majority of votes. There is, hence, a mismatch between the number of seats won and the percentage of votes secured by the party. Thus, an election, which is the main vehicle of representation, is an inadequate mechanism to convert people's views into policy directives. All these developments have meant a renewed attention to participation, even in order to ensure that there is a check on representatives and to prevent abuse of power, protect democracy. There is need for more active citizen involvement. The remedy for bureaucratization, corruption, centralization, lack of transparency, and accountability is sought in participation. In that sense, the traditional line dividing a direct and indirect democracy is being redrawn. The recent Right to Information Act, which seeks to make government functioning open, is one such initiative in India. Critics of centralized government also advocate decentralization through local self-government institutions like panchayats. The main objection to participation has been that it is difficult to make it work in a large and diverse society. However, the advancement of technology, the spread of the reach of the media and the internet, devices like the Jan Sunvai or public hearing, devolution of powers to local bodies wherever possible, and involvement of citizen groups like resident welfare associations make increased participation possible. The point being made is that both representative and participatory mechanisms can be combined. Democracy and development. Indian democracy has often been analyzed as a miracle because it has survived in the context of widespread inequality, poverty, and unemployment. Democracy is often blamed for the slow rate of development achieved by India. We often hear popular calls for a strong political leadership or even a dictator who can lead the country towards economic growth. Democracy here is seen as a luxury that poor countries cannot afford. It is also seen as an impediment to development, and so suspension of democratic rights or political freedoms is desirable. This is popularly known as the Lee thesis, attributed to Lee Kuan Yew, the former Prime Minister of Singapore, who held that the denial of political and civil liberties and a measure of authoritarianism is advantageous to economic growth. The notion that democracy slows growth is popular, and we saw how communist regimes made it a choice between political freedom and economic rights. Amartya Sen contests this thesis and says that it is not supported by satisfactory empirical evidence. He further argues that in poor societies, democracy has both an instrumental and a constructive role to play in promoting development. In a democracy where the rulers have to face the electorate, there is an incentive to listen to the needs of the people. Political freedoms and civil rights, a free press, the presence of opposition parties, all of these mean that the actions of the government are subject to the evaluation and criticism of society, and that has a direct impact on the political fortunes of those in power. Democracy, thus, plays an instrumental role in promoting the economic needs of the people. Additionally, he argues that democratic arrangements play a constructive role in the sense that they even allow for the conceptualization of what constitutes economic needs. Democracies create a set of opportunities, and through open debate, discussion, and dissenting opinions, people get involved in formulating their needs and priorities. This view is important because there are contending views on what constitutes development. The idea that economic growth constitutes development is contested not just by those critical of the way the benefits of growth are concerned by the powerful, but also by environmentalists. Movements like the Narmada Bachao Andolan contest the claims of benefits that high-level industrialization and multipurpose river projects are supposed to bring. Many tribal and local communities claim the right to use natural resources in a way that is beneficial to the community. They contest the notion that there is a single model of development which is applicable to all. Social and environmental movements assert the need to formulate alternative, people-centered, sustainable models of development. If by development one means improvement of living conditions, then the precise mode of development to be adopted by a society is a matter of democratic decision-making. The scope of democracy. Socialist, feminist, and multicultural critiques, as well as anti-race and anti-caste movements, draw attention to the presence of various structures of power and inequity in society. Since these power structures affect the way people exercise their political freedoms and their ability to influence collective decisions, removal of these structures becomes a concern for democracy. That is, a democratic society is the basis for democratic political arrangements. Chantal Mouffe and Ernesto Laclau identify the task of radical democracy as a struggle against all modes of oppression and subordination in society by fully realizing the ideals of liberty and equality for all. As the concept of equality expands from formal equality to include equality of opportunity and equal treatment of culturally diverse communities, thus include equality of opportunity and equal treatment of culturally diverse communities, thus requiring a notion of difference, the scope of democracy will widen. Democracy, conceived in this form, is of relevance to all spheres of human collective life, be it the family, association, workplace, community, or the nation. Within the framework of the nation-state, the agenda of deepening democracy involves enhancing participation and the devolution of power to regional and local levels. However, The principle of democracy is relevant beyond the level of the nation-state as well. Our globalized world is characterized by a high degree of interdependence among nation-states due to changes in production, communication, and trade. International financial agencies like the International Monetary Fund and World Bank, and transnational corporations are powerful players in the world economy and exercise much influence over third-world states. They are not subject to any transparent system of accountability. On the other hand, many pressing issues like environmental protection and human security require cooperation among states. And on issues like violation of human rights and peace, international intervention in nation-states is required. The current UN system and international organizations like the World Trade Organization are skewed in favor of the most powerful states. These underline the need for effective and democratic global systems of governance. David Held suggests a cosmopolitan model of democracy as a way to respond to these changes and democratize the global system. It envisages setting up political, legal, administrative, and regulatory institutions at global and regional levels, which would help create methods to ensure transparency and accountability in international government and non-government institutions, secure worldwide consultation and referenda on certain issues, and enforce peace and human rights within nation-states. This model of democracy is not meant to be an alternative to the nation-state, but a system that complements democracy at the national and local levels. Conclusion. Everybody yes for democracy in principle. It's only in practice that the thing gives rise to stiff objections. Noam Chomsky. The history of political theory is witness to divergent views on the desirability of democracy as well as its nature and extent. These differences emerge from what one expects democracy to achieve. In this chapter, we examine the key ways in which democracy is understood and the dilemmas faced when it is sought to be applied. Points for discussion. 1. Movements for self-determination exist in many parts of the world. Can democratic principles be applied to resolve them, and how? 2. Is it possible to combine the political participation valued in the classical model with equality of all individuals in the community? What sort of changes in the life of the society and the arrangement of its activities would be required for this purpose? 3. World War I was fought to make the world safe for democracy. Similarly, today we face a situation where the U.S. leads an attempt to introduce democratic regimes in many parts of the world. Given this situation, do you think democracy can be imposed from above? 4. In your opinion, how can the conflict between the cultural rights of a community and the equal rights of women be democratically resolved, as in the case of the Uniform Civil Code in India? Reading list. Arblaster, Anthony, Democracy, Concepts in the Social Sciences, New York. Open University Press, 1994. Carter, April and Jeffrey Stokes, Democratic Theory Today. Challenges for the 21st Century, Cambridge. Polity Press, 2002. Cunningham, Frank, Theories of Democracy. A Critical Introduction, London, New York, Routledge, 2002. Elstub, Stephen, Democracy, in Ian McKinsey, edition, Political Concepts, A Reiteran Guide, Edinburgh, University of Edinburgh Press, 2005. Held, David, edition, Prospects of Democracy, North, South, East, West, London, Polity Press, 1993. Models of Democracy, Cambridge, Polity Press, 1996. Mahajan, Gurpreet, edition, Democracy, Difference and Social Justice, Delhi. Oxford University Press, 1998. Marx, Karl, Communist Manifesto, First Pub, 1848, London. Penguin, 2002. Entire text with study guides and questions available at Parekh, Bhikkhu. The Cultural Particularity of Liberal Democracy, Political Studies, XL, Special Issue, 1992. Phillips and Engendering Democracy, Cambridge, Polity Press, 1991. Chapter, Citizenship, Anupama Roy. Chapter Outline. Introduction 131. What do we mean by citizenship? 131. Historical development of the concept of citizenship. 132. Th. Marshall. Equal and universal citizenship. 137. Limits of liberal citizenship. Uniformity and generality. 138. The search for alternatives. 139. New contexts and changing concerns. Multiculturalism and globalization. 141. Conclusion. 146. Points for discussion. 146. Introduction. The form and substance of citizenship in each historical period reflect the dominant configuration of socio-economic and political forces of each historical period. The specificity of citizenship in each historical period can be understood by seeking answers to questions like who are the citizens, who are excluded from citizenship, and what is the process/basis of exclusion? What is the nature of citizenship? Is it a legal status indicating entitlements? Or does it also involve active participation in political life? What kind of relationship between the individual and the religious cultural community is envisaged in the rights and responsibilities of citizenship? What are the avenues of participation towards building a responsible citizenship? Answers to such questions would give us an insight into the manner in which the notion of citizenship has evolved historically and grasped the complexities of contemporary debates. Contemporary debates on citizenship raise case tie-ins around notions of equality and rights, issues of individual, group and community rights, active and passive citizenship, and the relationship between and relative primacy of rights and duties. What do we mean by citizenship? More often than not, citizenship is seen in terms of a legal/formal status, having a specific nationality, holding a passport, and deriving from this status entitlements and claims, rights guaranteed by the Constitution, as well as specific duties and responsibilities which the Constitution may lay down. The idea of citizenship, however, goes beyond the legal formal framework to denote substantive membership in the political community. The commonly accepted definition of citizenship by T.H. Marshall in Citizenship and Social Class, 1950, as full and equal membership in a political community, holds the promise of equality and integration within the political community. While citizenship may be identified with an ideal condition of equality, it may actually remain elusive and fettered, as societies are always marked by hierarchies of class, caste, sex, race, and religion, rather than equality of status and belonging. Equality and integration as constitutive elements of citizenship give it, however, its unique character as a momentum concept. Citizenship's internal logic that demands that its benefits necessarily become progressively more universal and egalitarian. Hoffman, 1997. 71-72. Citizenship may then be seen as a condition that is continually evolving and changing. At different moments in history, becoming a citizen has involved either an extension of the status to more persons or a liberatory dismantling of hitherto existing structures of oppression. The constituent elements of citizenship have been uncertain and often contradictory, making it difficult to outline a precise notion of citizenship. There are divergent responses, for example, to questions pertaining to whether rights or duties are the defining elements of citizenship, or whether the arena of politics or state activities is its rightful domain as opposed to the spheres of culture, economy. There are divergent responses, for example, to questions pertaining to whether rights or duties are the defining elements of citizenship, or whether the arena of politics or state activities is its rightful domain as opposed to the spheres of culture, economy, and society. Again, there is no consensus on whether citizenship is only a status or a measure of activity, or what is of primary significance for citizenship: the autonomy of the individual or the community and the societal context that shape the needs of the individual. Even on questions pertaining to the legitimate unit of citizenship identity, viz., the nation-state or the global civil society, there is a lack of consensus. In order to understand why these contradictions coexist in the conceptual framework of citizenship, it is important to see them in terms of historically emergent strands. It is important, moreover, to explore these various strands in their specific historical contexts, keeping in mind, however, that at each historical moment the earlier strands coexisted, keeping alive the tensions and uncertainties over the form and content of citizenship. Historical development of the concept of citizenship. The word citizenship is derived from the Latin navis and its Greek equivalent polites, which means member of the polis or city. The manner in which citizenship is understood today as a system of equal rights, as opposed to privileges ascribed by conditions of birth, took roots in the French Revolution, which started in 1789. With the development of capitalism and liberalism, the idea of the citizen as an individual bearing rights irrespective of her/his class, race, gender, ethnicity, etc., became further entrenched. Since the 1980s, globalization and multiculturalism have provided the context within which this notion of citizenship has been challenged. Thus, the development of ideas that surround the concept of citizenship can be attributed to four broad historical periods: A. Classical Greco-Roman period, 4th century, onwards; B. Late medieval and early modern period, including the period of the French and American Revolutions; C. The developments in the 19th century corresponding to the growing influence of liberalism and capitalism; and D. The contests over the form and substance of citizenship in the late 20th century, with an increasing preoccupation with multiculturalism and community rights. Two dominant strands or traditions of rights and citizenship can be seen to have developed over these periods: civic republicanism, characterized by the ideas of common good, public spirit, political participation, and civic virtue; and liberal citizenship with an emphasis on individual rights and private interests. The Marxists and feminists have criticized both these traditions as exclusionary and have suggested radical changes in the theory and practice of citizenship. Similarly, cultural pluralists, radical pluralists, and civil society theorists have offered alternative ways of thinking about citizenship and rights. The classical period and civic republican citizenship, civic virtue, freedom, and active citizenship. The term civic republican denotes a constitutional government founded on principles of sharing of power to prevent arbitrary authority and the involvement of citizens in public affairs to the mutual benefit of the individual and the community. The Greek republics or city-states, Athens and Sparta, were exponents of the classical institution of citizenship that we identify with the civic republican tradition. Athens and Sparta were based on opposing political principles, Sparta on stem authoritarianism and Athens on democracy, but they were both exponents of the principles of classical citizenship as public service and civic duties. If Athens required commitment from her citizens for ready participation in governmental and juridical functions, for Sparta, civic duty involved selfless devotion of her citizen soldiers. In politics, Aristotle explicates what citizenship should ideally be and what the conditions are in which such an ideal may be realized. In its earliest forms in the Greek republics or city-states, citizenship was an expression of the inherent centrality of the political element in human nature and remained the primary organizing principle of human life. Greek republics like Athens and Sparta were closely knit, self-governing political communities characterized by small populations and minimum social differentiation. The organization of the republic was based on familiarity and trust, principles of active political participation, the prioritization of the public and political aspects of life, and the primacy of the identity of man as citizen. The idea of citizenship around which the city-states were organized may be seen as manifesting the conditions in which human beings may, following the Aristotelian dictum, realize their natural selves. In its classical formulation, therefore as a binding force in the community and as the means by which human beings could be in touch with their true nature, citizenship emerged as a framework for securing freedom for citizens. This notion of citizenship as the means as well as the state or condition of freedom has been an enduring element of citizenship since classical times. An important element of citizenship as a means and condition of freedom was participation in civic life. Greek citizens were described by Aristotle as all who share in the civic life of ruling and being ruled in turn. While the idea of participation in the act of ruling continues to be a significant component of active citizenship zealously cherished by those who espouse citizenship as a civic ideal in the context of classical Greece, not everyone could share in the civic life, which consisted of the ruling and the ruled. Citizenship was limited to those having the capacity to participate in the process of governance and was confined to free native-born men, excluding women, children, slaves, and resident aliens. In the ultimate analysis, citizens constituted only a small part of the population, whose participation in public life was made possible by the exclusion and subordination of the private sphere of the family and economic life, and by the existence of slaves, who were responsible for performing the principal economic functions. Thus, the classical notion of citizenship, while handing down the legacy of citizenship as a realm of freedom and participation, also spelt its association with privileges and exclusion. The Greek idea of citizenship as active participation was modified during the time of Roman imperialism, dictated by the need to hold together a large and heterogeneous empire. Even as fresh grounds of inclusion were added to meet the need of integrating a diverse population into the Roman Empire, a gradation within the framework of citizenship was introduced. While within the polis there existed only one kind of citizenship, whereby all citizens enjoyed equal privileges of participation and governance in a manifestation of what may be called imperial inclusiveness, the idea of citizenship was modified by the introduction of a passive notion of citizenship as a legal status. The introduction of this element brought large numbers of people, ethnically different from Romans, within the purview of Roman influence by extending to them the protection of a uniform set of laws. Subsequently, citizenship could now be imagined not solely as participation in the making and implementing of laws, as was the case in the Greek tradition, but also as a legal status involving certain rights and equal protection of the law. The new element of citizenship as legal status, while making possible a degree of inclusiveness, i.e. including non-Romans to Roman citizenship, also added a hierarchy of status by introducing the second-class category of civitas sin suffragio, citizenship without franchise, i.e. legal but not political rights. Moreover, women and the, chiefly rural, lower classes continued to be denied the status of citizens. The characteristics of a citizen, however, remained marked in a way that citizenship ideally denoted activity or manifested the potential or capacity for activity. Citizens were required thus to develop qualities of civic virtue, a term derived from the Latin word virtus, which meant manliness in the sense of performing military duty, patriotism, and devotion to duty and the law. The late medieval and early modern periods, legal protection of liberty and passive citizenship. Around the 16th century, the notion of citizenship as a legal status seemed to have become dominant. The aim of absolutist states to impose their authority over heterogeneous populations provided the context in which a citizen came to be defined by Jean Bodin, 1945, the 16th century jurist, as one who enjoys the common liberty and protection of authority. In this view, the citizen was, unlike the Greek citizen, not himself an authority, but following the Roman tradition, someone who was under the protection of the state. Unlike the Greek and Roman traditions, however, citizenship was primarily a passive idea. Citizenship in this period did not stand for common, shared, public responsibilities, and civic virtues. Instead, the notion of common liberty became the primary concern of citizenship. This concern embodied a passive or negative notion of citizenship involving claims for security or protection that was to be provided by the authorities. For the early modem liberals, what was to be protected was one's physical life, as in Hobbes, the family and home, as in Bodin and Montesquieu, or conscience and property, as in Locke. The principle of liberty thus established the primacy of the private and the familial world. The protection of authority was needed primarily to preserve this domain. Again, unlike the class cycle idea of citizenship, citizens were not political people. The political community was not the predominant core of their lives, but rather the outer framework, in which each citizen enjoyed the liberty of private pleasures and pursuits of happiness and, as mentioned earlier, the protection and security of the private/familial domain in which these pleasures were realized. Thus, in this period, the principle of imperial inclusiveness seems to have brought about a passive notion of citizenship as a legal status. A nostalgia for citizenship as activity, as in classical Greece and Rome, with an emphasis on civic virtue and public duty persisted, however. Alongside the notion of citizenship as a status that guaranteed the enjoyment of liberty, the emphasis on public responsibilities and civic virtue remained influential as an ideal. Machiavelli, for example, praised the ideal of civic virtue in classical republicanism. He firmly believed that men had to be kept constantly alert to their performance of civic obligations, which could be achieved by education, religion, and a fear of consequences in case of dereliction of citizenship duties. For Machiavelli, not only was good citizenship essential for a secure state and republican government, citizenship was possible only in a republic. Machiavelli's citizens, however, had to be made of sterner stuff and tougher moral fiber than their classical counterparts, equipped with courage, fortitude, audacity, skill, and civic spirit, the latter meaning spirited action. Montesquieu likewise argued that a state based on the principle of popular participation, as distinct from other forms of government, depends on its stability on the civic virtue of its citizens. For Rousseau, civic virtue and participation were the necessary elements of citizenship. He saw the general will as citizens contributing without thought of personal advantage to political decisions. It may be pointed out that all the thinkers of this period looked at civic virtue as an ideal to be pursued, and lamented the lack of citizenship qualities in their own social-political contexts. Machiavelli, for example, lamented the fact that few of the Italian states of the 16th century displayed the qualities of the ancient republics and even fewer men, the qualities of virtue. Most thinkers of this period, 16th to 18th centuries, including Rousseau and Montesquieu, whose ideas influenced the American and French revolutions, favored the revival of the civic ideals of the classical republican tradition, which had been sidetracked by pursuits of private pleasures and personal interests. It was this strand of civic republicanism, a feature of classical tradition and remained an elusive ideal in the medieval and early modern periods, that was revived by the French Revolution in 1789. The French Revolution was a revolt against the passive citizenship of the early modern times. It attempted to resurrect the republican ideals of participation against the claims of the empire and the monarchical state. Apart from attempting to transform the apolitical lives of the citizens, the French revolutionary tradition introduced an important element to citizenship that changed the way in which rights were incorporated into the notion of citizenship. In fact, the manner in which citizenship is understood today as a system of horizontal, equal rights as against the hierarchical, feudal system of privileges has its roots in the doctrines of the French Revolution. The French Revolution and the Declaration of the Rights of Man and of the Citizen gave rise to the notion of the citizen as a free and autonomous individual, participating in making decisions that all had agreed to obey. Thus, the conception of the citizen established by the French Revolution combined the classical connotation of citizenship as civic participation with modem liberal individualism. The revival of civic republicanism, and its association with the idea of the citizen as an autonomous and rational individual, was due to nationalism, which was a powerful force that redefined the form of socio-political solidarity and paved the way for a more democratic notion of citizenship. Generally understood, nationalism refers to the self-definition and self-consciousness of the nation or a people as a unified entity, an expression of solidarity or interconnectedness among people and a recognition by others of this solidarity are integral to nationalism. In other words, nationalism involves a. the self-awareness by a people that they constitute a nation, b. the consciousness that there is something about them as a nation that makes them different from other nations, and c. that there is a larger imperative from which the self-definition as a nation derives. The definition of nationalism by Anthony Smith, 1983, as an ideological movement for the attainment and maintenance of self-government and independence on behalf of a group, some of whose members conceive it to constitute an actual or potential nation like others, captures the essence of nationalism, which he sums up in the phrase ideal of independence. The aspiration for solidarity and sovereignty implies, argues Smith, that the group should be free from external interference and internal divisions to frame its own rules and set up its own institutions in accordance with its needs and character. The group is self-determining because its individuality gives it laws that are peculiar to it. Only the assembly of all the citizens of the community acting in concert can make laws for the community. No section, no individual, and no outsider can legislate. The 19th and 20th centuries, capitalism, liberalism, and universal citizenship. With the development of capitalist market relations and the growing influence of liberalism in the 19th century, the combination of the two traditions, civic republicanism and liberal individualism, proved tenuous. The idea of citizens as individuals with private and conflicting, rather than a commonality of interests, gradually gained precedence. A much less demanding liberal citizenship involving a loosely committed relationship to the state took over, held in place by a set of civic rights honored by the state, which in turn interfered as little as possible in the citizen's life. The emergence of a market economy and an influential bourgeoisie was accompanied by the dismantling of the existing feudal and quasi-feudal socio-economic structures that had fettered individual initiative and autonomy with their emphasis on personal subservience and entrenched social and economic hierarchies. The idea of citizenship that emerged in this context was characterized, according to Derek Heater, 1990, by individual rights and individual mobility across social class, made possible by the idea of equality among citizens and the replacement of a localized civil society by an all-encompassing national political community. T.H. Marshall, Equal and Universal Citizenship. T.H. Marshall, in his influential account of the growth of citizenship in England, states that the concept developed in a peculiar relationship of conflict and collusion with capitalism. Marshall's widely accepted definition of citizens as free and equal members of a political community comes primarily from the study of citizenship as a process of expanding equality against the inequality of social class, the latter being an integral element of capitalist society in Citizenship and Social Class, 1950. Marshall distinguishes three strands or bundles of rights constituting citizenship, viz., civil, political, and social. Civil rights, defined by Marshall as rights necessary for individual freedom, include freedoms of speech, movement, conscience, the rights to equality before the law, and the right to own property. These were negative rights in the sense that they limited or checked the exercise of government power. Political rights, viz., the right to vote, the right to stand for elections, and the right to hold public office, provided the individual with the opportunity to participate in political life. The provision of political rights required the development of universal suffrage, political equality, and democratic government. Social rights, argued Marshall, guaranteed the individual a minimum social status and provided the basis for the exercise of both civil and political rights. These were positive rights to live the life of a civilized being according to the standards prevailing in society. These standards of life and the social heritage of society are realized through active intervention by the state in the form of social services, the welfare state, and the educational system. Each of these three strands has, he suggests, a distinct history confined to a particular century: civil to the 18th, political to the 19th, and social to the 20th, and corresponds with the development of specific state structures: the judiciary, parliamentary institutions of governance, and the educational system and the welfare state, respectively. The elements of equality and universality are emphasized by those espousing the virtues of liberal citizenship. Marshall's definition of citizenship as full and equal membership in a political community is seen as encapsulating the two promises that modern citizenship makes: A, horizontal camaraderie or equality, as opposed to hierarchical inequalities among members of the political community, and B, the promise of integration, whereby the expanding circle of citizenship gradually brings into its fold various excluded and marginalized sections of the population. This membership is thus also the expression of an identity, of a sense of belonging to the political community that is the nation-state, and assures a share in a common, national, culture, and social heritage. Citizenship's promise of equality is, moreover, premised on effacing or masking ascriptive and hierarchical inequalities of culture, caste, gender, ethnicity, etc. For example, the provision of equal rights by state, or equal protection by the state to its citizens, irrespective of class, caste, gender, race, etc., has at its core the idea of a neutral state. This basically means that for the liberal state, the citizen is like an individual wearing a mask, so that attributes of class, caste, gender, race, etc. are not visible. Logically, then, all citizens appear the same to the state, and it would therefore treat everyone equally by applying uniform standards, so that irrespective of whether a person is an upper caste man or a Dalit woman, they possess the same rights and are protected by the state in the same manner and measure. Limits of liberal citizenship: uniformity and generality. The notion of equality proposed in liberal citizenship has been seen both as the basis of its achievements as well as the source of its limitations. As far as achievement is concerned, it holds out the promise of including all persons irrespective of their caste, class, gender, race, and religion, as citizens. In other words, generalizing citizenship across social structure. The promise of inclusion involves the assurance that all persons are equal before the law and, therefore, no person or group is legally privileged, and that the state shall not discriminate among persons on the basis of any of these differences. The provision of citizenship in this manner, in terms of uniform application of same rules, disregards, however, the differential situation of persons across classes to exercise the rights or legal capacities that constitute citizenship. This basically means that, in effect, the status of citizenship will not be available equally to all. Those disadvantaged by class, caste, race, gender, etc., will be unable to participate in the community of citizenship in which they have legal membership. The disability is a double one because in such circumstances citizenship rights that are only formal cannot influence the conditions that render the possession of citizenship ineffective, if not. The disability is a double one because in such circumstances citizenship rights that are only formal cannot influence the conditions that render the possession of citizenship ineffective, if not worthless. Critics of liberal citizenship, including those on the left, the feminists, communitarians, multiculturalists, etc., have pointed to the contradictions and ambivalences that surround citizenship's relationship with capitalism. While Marxist and feminist critiques will be examined later, it is important to point out that even within liberalism these ambivalences and the limits they put on citizenship's potential as a momentum concept have been visited at various points in time. Marshall himself located the roots of this contradiction and its potential for conflict in future in the element of citizenship that assured to each citizen equal social worth, not merely of equal rights, which would guarantee to citizens an equality of status, a minimum supply of certain essential goods and services. Marshall, 1950. 24. These contradictory impulses were addressed by John Rawls in the 1970s, A Theory of Justice, 1971, and then again in the 1990s, Political Liberalism, 1993. Generally speaking, Rawls' citizens are free and equal members of a constitutional democracy, each with her distinctive conception of the good. To pursue these goods, they need the same primary goods, i.e. the same basic rights, liberties, and opportunities, as well as the same all-purpose means such as income and wealth and some social basis of self-respect. In order to ensure that the same primary goods are available to all, they agree on a conception of justice that states that all social primary goods, liberty and opportunity, income and wealth, and the basis of self-respect, are to be distributed equally, unless an unequal distribution of any or all of these goods is to the advantage of the least favored. Rawls' two principles of justice provide the framework within which a liberal democratic citizenship could now unfold, viz. A fully adequate scheme of equal basic rights and liberties, and D, equal opportunity, combined with the most clearly distinguishable feature of Rawls' approach of justice as fairness, the difference principle, viz. that social and economic inequalities would be acceptable only insofar as they operate to the greatest benefit of the least advantaged members of society. Quoted in Schaffer, 1998. 7. The search for alternatives. Marxist critique of bourgeois citizenship. It is generally pointed out that for Marx the claims of liberal citizenship to equality and freedom were incompatible with capitalism. The explanation for this incompatibility has been sought in Marx's interpretation of the modem state as a bourgeois state, as a manifestation and guardian of bourgeois interests, incapable of delivering the promises of equal citizenship. Equal right in a capitalist society is a bourgeois right consisting only in the application of an equal/uniform standard. This works out in effect as a right of inequality in its content, since with the application of an equal standard, people's unequal location in a hierarchized society, their needs, social contexts, relationships, etc., are ignored. Such rights, moreover, are embedded in the notion of alienated, isolated, circumscribed, and egoistic individuals. Marx's treatment of citizenship and rights is, however, more nuanced and differentiated. As pointed out by Amy Bartholomew, 1990, in his work on the Jewish question, Marx distinguished the rights of man from the rights of citizens, directing his criticism of rights primarily towards the rights of man, or the so-called natural rights. Marx rejects the rights of man, viz. freedom of religion, equality, liberty, security, and private property, embodied in the French and American Declaration of Rights. None of these rights, he argued, went beyond the egoistic man. That is, as an individual separated from the community. The only bond that they admit between people is one deriving from necessity, need, and private interest. These rights, therefore, not only reflect but also constitute competitive, egoistic, and atomistic individuals who view the community and others as potential enemies. None of these rights, he points out, addresses or embraces communal or social concerns, human sociality, or the species being. Marx had a different view of citizens' rights, and political participation in general. Citizens' rights in Marx's schema included political and civil rights, and rights of democratic participation. Marx is appreciative of citizens' rights because they could be exercised by individuals only as members of a community, and their content was participation in the community life, in the political life of the community, and the life of the state. They are, moreover, embedded in the political life of the community and envisage an individual without egoistic boundaries. Marx was supportive of citizens or political rights, both in terms of restricting the freedom of the state and in providing the participatory rights that encouraged some kind of collective action. He supported freedom of speech, dissent, and organization as well as universal franchise because he admitted the possibility of achieving socialist transformation through the vote. Marx's criticisms of rights can, therefore, be better understood as pertaining to the actually existing rights of man, e.g. right to liberty, which he argued emerged from and contributed to a particular form of individualism, bourgeois individualism, and were wholly preoccupied with his private interest and acting in accordance with his private caprice. Feminism and citizenship. As discussed above, the idea of general and uniform citizenship has been criticized by Marxists for overlooking the inequalities that exist in real life. Feminists have shown how the idea of citizenship has been especially inimical to women. Feminists of all strands have criticized the dominant conceptions of citizenship on two counts. They argue, first of all, that citizenship is gender-blind. By focusing on uniform and equal application, it fails to take cognizance of the fact that modern societies are steeped in patriarchal traditions, which make for male domination and privileges. Equality in such conditions remains a facade, and the inequality of women is sustained by policies that work within the framework of formal equality. Second, most historical conceptualizations of citizenship have thrived on the division between members and non-members. The discursive practices surrounding the no-tie-in of citizenship have produced dichotomies where the space for citizenship became increasingly identified with male and public activities. The universality and generality demanded by citizenship required that concerns around particular contexts of caste, class, race, and gender be removed from the public domain and be relegated to the private. While the public/private distinction was essential for the assertion of the liberal notion of citizen as the autonomous individual, it also led to the identification of the private with the domestic, which played an important role in the exclusion and subordination of women. Thus, feminists have argued that both the ancient and modern concepts of citizenship have been inimical to women, either excluding them from citizenship altogether as in the classical tradition, or integrating them indirectly as citizen consorts, as in the French revolutionary tradition. Modem citizenship, while not entirely excluding women, incorporated them on the basis of their socially useful and dependent roles as mothers and wives, thereby placing them outside the sphere of politics and distancing them from resources and opportunities like education, property, etc., which equip individuals for political participation. Feminists have taken different routes to overcome their exclusion from the political community. One strand has focused on political participation, viewing citizenship as an aspect of public/political activity, and as embodying the transformative potential of democracy. They have argued for women's inclusion in the public sphere as equals, laying emphasis on revitalizing/democratizing the public sphere through communication, speech, and action, which are seen as empowering, and through alliances for a shared common objective. Thus, it is the exercise of rights in the political sphere which is seen as crucial to the full development of women's citizenship as part of what Reinvoet, 1998, calls an active and sex-equal citizenship. A second major strand of feminism is, however, skeptical of what is felt to be a merely add women approach, which while looking for avenues of inclusion into the public sphere, does not question its maleness. This view approaches citizenship from the vantage point of what women do in the private realm. Questioning the patriarchal state, it argues for the inclusion of women's specific functions into the public realm of citizenship, hoping thereby to promote the suppressed private side of the public/private divide into the realm of democratic politics. This has led to two distinct lines of argument. The personal is political, which implies a continuity of power between the state and the so-called private domains, and submits them both to the norms of justice and equality of the public realm. And maternal citizenship, which advocates that women should value their particular skills and interests, rather than merely enter the bastions of male-defined politics on its terms. By emphasizing the public role, maternalists like Carol Gilligan, 1982, Jean Elston, 1981, and Sarah Ruddick, 1989, feel that the degradation of the private role, the domestic, becomes unavoidable. They would prefer to see the dismantling of citizenship based on male personalities and the development of new notions based on female characteristics of love and compassion. New contexts and changing concerns. Multiculturalism and globalization. Differentiated and multicultural citizenship. Contemporary debates on citizenship and rights have questioned the idea that the citizen can enjoy rights independent of the context to which he belongs. A significant terrain of contention has opened up since the 1980s in citizenship theory, with multiculturalism, plurality, diversity, and difference having become significant terms of reference for re-theorizing citizenship. This contest pertains in effect to the unmasking of those differences that were earlier seen as irrelevant to citizenship. There is a growing effort to redefine citizenship by giving due importance to cultural differences among individuals and striking a balance between the numerous religious, ethnic, and linguistic identities while constructing a common political identity of the citizen of the nation. Notions of multiculturalism and minority rights have been invoked in contemporary times as democratic values, whereby cultural communities can lay claims to inherent rights and negotiate fair terms of inclusion in the national political space. This influential strand within citizenship theory has sought to invest in multiculturalism as the core element of democratic citizenship that cherishes cultural diversity and envisages a society in which different communities forge a common identity while retaining their cultural provenance. The case for a differentiated citizenship was put forth by theorists who felt that the common rights of citizenship, originally defined by and for white men in a class-differentiated society, could not accommodate the needs of large numbers of ethnic, religious, and linguistic groups who feel excluded from the common rights to citizenship. They emphasize that instead of masking these differences in the allocation of rights, effort must be made to take account of the specificity of the different circumstances of citizens. An increasing number of theorists argue that different groups can be accommodated into common citizenship only by adopting what Iris Marion Young, 1989, calls differentiated citizenship, which means that members of certain groups should be accommodated not only as individuals but also through their group, and their rights would partially depend upon their group membership. Young argues against a society where some groups are privileged while others are oppressed, insisting that as citizens, persons should leave behind their particular affiliations and experiences and adopt a general point of view. Reinforcing the perspective and interests of the privileged will tend to dominate this unified public, marginalizing or silencing those of other groups. Seeking to redefine the principle of equality to make it compatible with the multicultural present, Wilkimlicka, 1996, provides a framework of representation and membership that accommodates cultural and group differences in a way that a person's group membership and membership in a cultural community is not of any disadvantage to her. Moreover, he also seeks to find a meeting ground between cultural communities, the right to self-preservation, and rights to individuals as defined in terms of civil and political rights. Kimlicka suggests the following ways in which the demands of national minorities and ethnic groups may be accommodated within a framework of democratic citizenship. A. By protecting the common rights of all citizens, which basically means the protection of civil and political rights of individuals, freedom of association, religion, speech, mobility, and political organization for protecting group difference. B. By accommodating cultural diversity through special legal and constitutional measures, with members of specific groups being guaranteed special rights, or as Young, 1990, would call them, group-specific or group-differentiated rights. Kimlicka identifies three forms of group-differentiated rights: I. Self-government rights, 2. Polyethnic rights, and IL. Special representation rights. Self-government rights recognize some kind of political autonomy or territorial juristic tie-in of national minorities, which they claim were not relinquished by their, often involuntary, incorporation into the larger state. Such rights may be manifest in federal structures where the boundaries of federal subunits give some autonomy. Polyethnic rights concern themselves with specific rights of immigrant communities and represent a challenge to the Anglo-conformity model, which assumes that they should abandon all aspects of their ethnic heritage and be assimilated to existing cultural norms and practices. At first, such rights may take the form of demanding the right to express their peculiarities and differences without fear of prejudice or discrimination in the mainstream society. Ethnic groups have, however, expanded this right, demanding positive action in the form of protection, preservation, and nurture from the state to root out discrimination and preserve their existence as distinct entities. Some ethnic and religious minorities have also demanded various forms of public funding of their cultural functions, funding of ethnic associations, magazines, and festivals. The most controversial demands have perhaps been those that demand exception from laws and regulations that disadvantage them given their religious practices. For example, Jews and Muslims in Britain have sought exemption from Sunday closing. Jews in the United States have sought to wear yarmulke during military service. Muslim girls in France and Britain have asked for exemption from the school dress code to be allowed to wear the hijab or chadors. Special representation rights have evoked interest amongst national and ethnic groups, as well as non-ethnic categories, women, the poor, and the disabled. This basically translates into democratizing the structures of the state by making it more representative, for example, making legislatures more representative by including members of ethnic and racial minorities and women, the poor, disabled, etc. Defense of these rights has come both on the basis of rectification of oppression and also for providing opportunities for self-determination. The arguments made in favor of multiculturalism are, thus, not only for the correction of historical wrongs, or even the removal of discrimination. The commitment to sustain the community is primarily rooted in the belief that communities have much to offer the political community. The investment in diversity is also based on the assumption that every culture has valuable elements that can be shared and learned from. This assumption immediately opens up possibilities of conceiving the political community as a shared public space where equality is a significant norm. An important contribution of multiculturalism to the theory of citizenship has thus been that it has altered the way in which the political community has been thought of. Far from being a homogeneous whole, the political community is seen as heterogeneous. Moreover, this heterogeneity is seen as valuable for a democratic public space. Yet, in its enthusiasm to establish the primacy of the community and the idea of the individual in community, multiculturalism runs into the danger of denying the individual the right of critical and creative membership in the community and overlooks the hierarchies and oppressions that communities themselves sustain and promote. By focusing disproportionately on the preservation of community, it leads to arguments favoring not only the protection of the community from external constraints, but also the acknowledgement of its right to apply internal restraints. By empowering the community to apply internal restraints, it preserves structures of authority that work to the detriment of individual freedom. Moreover, by acknowledging the community's power to apply internal restraints, it seems to subscribe to the notion that the rights and freedoms of all individuals do not matter. In other words, within such a framework, the rights of individuals who belong to minority communities appear to be dispensable. Return of civic republicanism, civic virtue, and good citizenship. Alongside the recognition of cultural context for the formulation of citizens' rights, the Republican ideals of civic virtue and good citizenship have also been revived in various ideological strands. The ideal of good citizenship defined by civic virtue, patriotism, and participatory citizenship, as discussed earlier, emerged in classical antiquity and was revived as an ideal in Renaissance Italy, 18th century America, and France. From the late 18th century, the civic republican tradition gave way to the liberal. The revival of civic republicanism or neo-republicanism has come about in the non-liberal as well as liberal articulations of citizenship, taking different forms depending on the specific ideological tradition in which it is placed. By and large, the revival has been attributed either to the implications the liberal style of citizenship has had for social relations, or the intrinsic values of civic republicanism itself. Broadly, two strands of neo-republicanism may be identified. One strand exhibits disillusionment with the thin democracy that liberal citizenship has generated over the years, manifested in political apathy and passivity. While theorists on the left would like to roll back passivity by enabling and empowering citizens through democratic participation, radical pluralists like Chantal Mouffe, 1992, believe that a relation of democratic equivalence may be established through political participation and the articulation of difference. These notions of active citizenship conform to the distinction between civil society and political society, where civil society is an extra-political arena in which individuals enter in order to articulate their purely private concerns. On the other hand, political society is generated whenever individuals communicate not their purely private concerns but rather matters of shared importance in order to influence or make demands on the state. A different articulation of active citizenship is found in Michael Walzer's works. Acknowledging the plurality of social life, Walzer proposes that citizenship provides a common binding principle. Citizenship as a binding principle makes itself manifest in civil society, the setting of settings, Walzer 1989, which provides the space where individuals as part of diverse social groups are trained in civility and self-restraint. It is in this articulation of public life, in the shared forum of participation of diverse groups, that individuals think of a common good beyond their own conceptions of the good life. Critical of the growing numbers of people who are radically disengaged or passive clients of the state, Walzer is equally uncomfortable with political participation as the only form of active citizenship. He places faith in the idea of critical associationalism, which is based on the belief that in the modern world the density of associations life and the activities and understandings that go with it need to be recaptured and relearned, and proposes that participation in voluntary organizations of the civil society, churches, families, ethnic associations, voluntary groups, schools inculcate the civic virtues that bind citizens in mutual obligation. On the other hand, another strand represented by communitarian theorists such as Alistair MacIntyre, 1981, Amitai Etzioni, 1995, and Michael Sandel, 1982, blame the passivity of liberal citizenship for the disintegration of social bonds and the rise in enemy and alienation in modern societies. Broadly speaking, this strand, like those discussed earlier, extract from the Republican tradition the focus on community and duty. Yet, it is distinct from them, since it omits from its program direct political participation and the Republican concern for freedom. Moreover, in their quest for ways to a restored sense of neighborhood and even a national togetherness, they are intolerant of the political and plural diversity that the other strands of theorizing espouse. MacIntyre and Sandel represent, therefore, the growing strand of social and political conservatism, which dismisses the idea of the unencumbered self, but rejects all forms of pluralities, arguing that the politics of right should be replaced by a politics of common good. We may recall that in Marshall's formulation, social rights constituted the third phase of the evolution of rights, coinciding with the development of the welfare state and instrumental in integrating the poor, migrants, and racial minorities into the fold of citizenship. Theorists of the new right, however, see social rights as promoting passivity and a culture of dependency among the poor. Working within a framework of common good and common obligation of all citizens, they argue for a workfare program instead of a welfare program, cutting back the safety net of the poor and tying welfare benefits to work responsibilities. Unlike the civil society theorists, who argue for the enhancement of responsible citizenship through participation in institutions of civil society, the new right sees the market, characterized by free trade, deregulation, tax cuts, the weakening of trade unions, and the tightening of unemployment benefits, as the school where citizenship virtues of initiative, self-reliance, and self-sufficiency are learned. Globalization, world citizenship, and human rights. An influential strand of citizenship theorists argues that an increasingly globalized, interdependent, and interconnected world, marked by transnational movement of populations and multicultural national populations, one can no longer talk of citizenship in terms of membership in a territorially limited nation-state, the hitherto uncontested unit of membership. They propose the de-linking of the relationship between citizenship and the nation-state, replacing it with global/world citizenship with its basis in human rights. Yasmin Soysal, 1994, for example, argues that globalization has brought in a new and more universal concept of citizenship that has universal personhood rather than national belonging as its core principle. Universal personhood delinks legal rights from citizenship status and national belonging, and is reflected in the status of guest workers in Europe who have lived in Europe for years without ever acquiring citizenship, primarily because the countries of residence assured their legal and social rights. These assurances, feels Soysal, are further augmented by the global system of human rights law, the United Nations network, regional governance, etc., that have ushered in the idea of a global civil society. The assurances guaranteed by membership of this global civil society make the securities of nation-state membership redundant. Much of this assurance, it is argued, has emanated from the high degree of agreement on the need for human rights and the recognition that violations of human rights have global ramifications, and their protection must, therefore, involve transnational efforts. The emphasis on world citizenship with human rights at its core is, however, riddled with contradictions. Despite the increased role envisaged for a transnational network and cooperation, human rights by themselves are not able to ensure the development of participatory networks essential for safeguarding rights. In the case of Soysal's guest workers, for example, the denial of political rights, even when social and civil rights are assured, deprives them of a right to participate in the formulation and implementation of policies, which may impact their social entitlements and civil liberties. Moreover, the emphasis on human rights and the world citizen is counterbalanced by a simultaneous lament of a crisis in citizenship, which is addressed with the invocation of stringent immigration laws, the fortification/reinforcement of national and regional boundaries, and emphasizing descent and blood ties in the consideration for citizenship. Moreover, human rights, like citizens, are almost always articulated in abstract and universalistic, i.e. context-free terms, masking the diversity and historicity of citizenship and rights. The idea of human rights as the replacement for citizenship rights can be retained only when citizenship is construed in passive terms, and rights themselves are detached and distanced from the social and political structures that sustain them and the specific struggles that produce them. Conclusion. The significance of contemporary debates on citizenship lies in their admission that the political community is complex, hierarchical, and culturally and ideologically plural. Even the fact that they envisage a public sphere beyond the boundaries of the nation-state is important, since it gives an analytical framework to understand the politics of a heterogeneous public. This assures, as Iris Marion Young, 1990, puts it, that a. no persons, actions, or aspects of a person's life may be forced into privacy, and d. no social institutions or practices may be excluded a priori from being a proper subject for public discussion and expression. Young, 1990. 120, 178. The significance accorded to the contextualized self, too, is crucial in building a substantive notion of citizenship. The idea of the individual as a part of the community, bound to other individuals not by necessity or private interest, but by community or social concerns, is an important aspect of such a formulation. At the same time, the notion of community and what constitutes common concerns must be worked out continually through processes of interaction and dialogue. It is through a concerted effort at the retrieval of the political as an interactive public space that collective energies can be congealed into shared bonds of citizenship. What is required, therefore, is not the essentialization of community/cultural identities into compartments that exclude dialogue, but to see how economic, social, and political factors constitute the life experiences of people within and across communities. Points for discussion. 1. While legal and political rights were being won in Europe, colonization was proceeding in many parts of the world. Do you think Marshall's evolutionary threefold typology of citizenship rights hold true for other societies? 2. Do you think positive discrimination in the form of reservation of seats in recruitment or in political representation can be understood within the framework of differentiated citizenship? 3. The practice of citizenship in the contemporary world has seen simultaneous and contradictory trends towards both transnational citizenship and fortification of nation-state boundaries and sovereignty. Do you agree? Identify such patterns in state practices in India and abroad. 4. The manner in which individual, group, and community rights figure in the Constitution manifests the ways in which the different strands of citizenship have sought to address the limits of liberal rights. Discuss. Reading list. Bartholomew, Amy. Should a Marxist believe in Marx on rights? Socialist Register, 1990. 244-64. Bowden, Jean. Method for the Easy Comprehension of History, Trans. Beatrice Reynolds, New York. Columbia University Press, 1945, 1566. Elshton, Jean Bethke. Public Man, Private Woman. Women in Social and Political Thought, Princeton, New Jersey. Princeton University Press, 1981. Etzioni, Amitai. The Spirit of Community, Rights, Responsibilities, and the Communitarian Agenda, London. Fontana, 1995. Fox, Keith. Citizenship, London and New York. Routledge, 2000. Gilligan, Carol. In a Different Voice. Psychological Theory and Moral Development, Harvard. Harvard University Press, 1982. Heater, Derek. Citizenship, The Civic Ideal in World History, Politics, and Education, London. Orient Longman, 1990. What is Citizenship? Cambridge. Polity Press, 1999. Kimlicka, Will. Multicultural Citizenship, A Liberal Theory of Minority Rights, Oxford. Clarendon Press, 1996. Kimlicka, Will and Wayne Norman. The Return of the Citizen, Ethics, 104, January, 1994. McIntyre, Alistair. After Virtue, Notre Dame. University of Notre Dame Press, 1981. Marshall, T.H. Citizenship and Social Class, Cambridge, UK. Cambridge University Press, 1950. Marshall, T.H. and Tom Bottomore, eds. Citizenship and Social Class, London. Pluto Press, 1992. Mouffe, Chantal, edition. Dimensions of Radical Democracy, London. Verso, 1992. Ruddock, Sarah. Maternal Thinking, Towards a Politics of Peace, Boston. Beacon Press, 1989. Sandel, Michael. Liberalism and the Limits of Justice, Cambridge. Cambridge University Press, 1982. Schaffer, Gershon. The Citizenship Debates. A Reader, Minnesota. University of Minnesota Press, Minneapolis, 1998. Smith, Anthony D. Theories of Nationalism, London. Duckworth, 1983. Soisel, Yasmin. Limits of Citizenship, Chicago. University of Chicago Press, 1994. Voet, Rian. Feminism and Citizenship, London. Sage, 1998. Walzer, Michael. Citizenship, in Terence Ball, James Farr and Russell L. Hanson, eds. Political Innovation and Conceptual Change, Cambridge. Cambridge University Press, 1989. Young, Iris Marion. Justice and the Politics of Difference, Princeton, New Jersey. Princeton University Press, 1990. Yuval Davis, Nira. Women, Citizenship and Difference, Feminist Review, 57, 1. 1997. 4-27. Power, Nivedita Menon. Chapter Outline. Introduction 149 Conceptions of Power 149 Power as Exploitation 151 Authority, Legitimacy and Hegemony 152 Feminist Theories of Power 154 Foucault on Power 155 Conclusion 157 Points for Discussion 157. Introduction. This chapter begins with an overview of the debates centered on the different conceptions of power, which leads to the idea that power is an essentially contested concept. This is followed by the consideration of power in different forms as exploitation, as legitimate power and authority, and as hegemony. Thereafter, feminist theories of power are briefly discussed. The chapter concludes with Foucault's conception of power, which marks a radical break with the earlier notions. Conceptions of power. Power in ordinary usage is understood as an ability, strength, or capacity. For instance, in the term electric power. In social and political theory, however, power refers to the ability to do things and the capacity to produce effects within social interaction. In this sense, Power is a type of behavior and specifically derives from the existence of social relationships and organized social interactions. The most well-known definition of power is given by Robert Dahle has power over B to the extent that A can get B to do something which B would not otherwise do. This definition assumes two things about power. A. Power is an attribute of individuals which is exercised over other individuals, and D. Power is domination over others, that is, power is used to make others do what one wants, against their own will. But both these assumptions are challenged by other theorists. There are those, for example, who locate power at the collective level and attribute it to collectivities and structures. Marxist theory views power as distributed unequally in a class-divided society, such as a capitalist society, where the ruling classes own the means of production and exercise power over the working class, which owns no property, but produces surplus value through its labor power that is appropriated by the capitalists. Similarly, feminist theorists understand power as located within structures of patriarchy, which ensures that there is a systematic domination of women by men. In both analyses, power is seen as located within structures, and individuals derive power from their location within a structure. The second assumption is challenged by theorists who view power not simply as domination. That is, not only as power over but as power to power as an enhanced capacity emerging from collective action. This view is associated with Hannah Arendt, who theorizes power as enabling and generated when people communicate and act together in a shared enterprise. In this sense, having power is the basis of being able to act as a morally responsible human being. Power as power can be understood in a different way, too. Renowned sociologist Talcott Parsons developed an account of political power, which treated it as the analog of money in economic systems. That is to say, he thought of power as something that circulates in society the way money does. In this sense, just as the possession of money enables the capacity to secure economic goods and services, so the possession of power enables the capacity to secure the performance of political obligations. Just as money circulates, so does power. Parsons, thus, emphasized on both the facilitative dimension of power, that is, its capacity to get things done, as well as its systemic character, that it is a property of the entire social system, not merely of individuals. In view of the debates on the notions of power, Stephen Lukes suggests that power is an essentially contested concept. This notion was first outlined by W.B. Galley. The argument is that there are concepts, the very description of which are value-laden. For example, when you term something as an art, or when you refer to a democracy, you are not merely objectively describing it, you are ascribing a value to it. That is, non-art and non-democracy are implicitly devalued in this description. William Connolly points out that when we describe something, we characterize a situation from the vantage point of certain interests, purposes, and standards. That is, any description, however value-free it may appear, is subjective to the extent that it has embedded in it the intention with which the thing is described. In that sense, every description is made with some interest or purpose in mind, and assumes some standard. Thus, when you describe something as a lever, you are ruling out other descriptions of the thing as a piece of wood or iron. Or when you refer to a tulsi leaf, for example, as in medicine, you are ruling out its description as a green leaf. Similarly, when you describe a woman as tall, you have a standard of height in mind. This means that to choose one description as more appropriate over another depends on the purpose which the description is to be put to. Values are involved in choosing the correct description. The choice is not made in a vacuum, nor is it dependent on some inherent objective quality that the concept possesses. According to Lukes, there are three dimensions of political power, which explains why he considers power to be an essentially contested concept. A. At the most explicit level, power may be exercised to ensure that a more powerful set of interests prevails over others. This is closest to the view of power, as expressed by Dahl, which we began with. B. Less obviously, power may be exercised to ensure that certain issues and options never come up for debate at all. That is, power can shape the setting of the agenda for debate itself, and exclude certain issues from the beginning. This view of power is put forward by Peter Bachrach and Morton Baritz. They argue that if political theorists look for power only at the explicit level, they will remain unaware that even in situations of apparent equality among participants, power may already have been exercised. That is, power may have been used to prevent the articulation of certain demands and views. These demands and views then never reach the public domain, which can as a result appear to be homogeneous and equal. C. Stephen Lukes goes even further and presents what he considers to be the most radical view of power. The second view still depends on observable conflict, but Lukes argues that power should be understood as structural and working in various ways to shape the very perceptions of people. Power can work in a way that what people consider to be in their interest is, in fact, what is desired by those in power. People's real interests are hidden from them. In this view, Power should be assumed to be operating even when there is no apparent conflict. This view is closest to the Marxist view of power. Why Luke calls power an essentially contested concept is because whether we agree that the second and third dimensions also express power relations will depend on our overall understanding of politics, morality, and ethics. That is, you might disagree that the third dimension can be recognized at all as power, because you believe that society is plural and equitable, that everybody has the opportunity to be powerful, and that there is no hidden dimension that hides from people what is in their best interests. Thus, Luke suggests that since people differ in their understanding of how society functions, and what is just or unjust, equitable or not, we will not be able to arrive at a mutually and rationally agreed upon notion of what power is. It is in this sense that power is an essentially contested concept. Power is exploitation. Exploitation is a specifically Marxist understanding of power. In any society in which technological advancements have made possible the production of a surplus, when more is produced than the minimum need for survival of the population, this surplus is appropriated by or taken over by one section of the population. Exploitation occurs when the surplus produced by one section of the population is controlled by another section. In the Marxist understanding of history, society develops through several modes of production. In such a situation, exploitation takes place in specific ways. Under capitalism, exploitation takes the form of extraction of surplus value from the working class, mainly by the industrial capitalists, but other fractions of the ruling class also share in this appropriation of the surplus. Capitalism differs from other non-capitalist modes of production in that exploitation can take place without the direct intervention of force. Thus, exploitation is hidden from the participants by the language of the contract, in which every individual is equal. In a capitalist society, the myth of free and equal exchange between equal partners to the contract is perpetuated by law and the state through juridical equality, which implies that everybody is equal under law. For Marxists, this is a fiction because freedom of contract, equality before the law, and the right to vote are all severely restricted in the absence of economic democracy. To quote a saying in 19th century England, everyone is free to sleep under the bridges of London, from the king to the pauper, the point being that the king would never have to sleep under the bridges, and the pauper does not have the corresponding right to sleep in a palace. In the previous modes of production, exploitation was transparent. For example, the peasant had to give a part of the crop produced to the landlord, or work for a fixed number of days in the landlord's fields. If the peasant did not do so, the landlord would use force to extract what was expected. Such modes of exploitation continue even today in many parts of our country. The modes of extraction of surplus value involve force, which can be referred to as extra-economic coercion. Under capitalism, however, the coercion is purely through economic means, since the contract involves a wage paid in exchange for the labor performed. The exchange is seen to be equal. In the Marxist understanding, however, the surplus produced by labor far exceeds the wage paid for it in exchange and is appropriated by the capitalist. This appropriation is exploitation. Authority, legitimacy, and hegemony. When rules are complied with or obeyed, it suggests that it has the consent of the citizens, that they affirm a belief in legality. Such a system is assumed to be legitimate, and power that is complied with because it has legitimacy is termed authority. Max Weber's discussion of authority is the classic one. He distinguished between three kinds of authority: rational, legal, traditional, and charismatic. Rational legal authority is characteristic of the modern industrial bureaucratic state. Here, those who occupy positions of power exercise their power and are obeyed on the basis of impersonal rules that can be justified on rational grounds. Thus, when you stop at a signal from the traffic police, you are not obeying that particular person, but what he represents the rules of traffic in an urban society, where the absence of such rules would spell chaos. Traditional authority exists because of historical and cultural reasons. Instances of traditional authority are those vested in tribal chiefs and religious leaders. Charismatic authority exists because of some personal quality possessed by an individual who may not have either modern official status or traditional authority. Jesus, Muhammad, Hitler, and Gandhi would all be examples of those wielding such authority. Weber presented these types of authority as ideal types, that is, theoretical devices to help in social analysis, rather than as descriptions of empirical reality. So, no one institution or individual in authority exemplifies one type entirely. Charismatic authority often draws on tradition. Rational legal authority and charismatic authority may go together, and so on. A related distinction is between de facto and de jure authority. The latter refers to the authority that has legal sanction, while the former refers to the person or institutions actually exercising power. This is best exemplified in the situation of coup d'état, in which an elected government is overthrown by the military. Here, the deposed government represents the de jure authority, while de facto authority is exemplified in the military dictator and the army. However, David Held is one of those who questions the equation of obedience to a system with legitimacy. Held points out that the reason or ground for obedience is not necessarily normative agreement amongst everyone about what a society as a collective should do. Only, in this case, can we say that obedience to rules proves that the system has legitimacy. Held argues that, in fact, the reasons for obedience to rules can be varied. People may obey because of coercion, because they do not question tradition, or simply because of apathy. We have already seen how the Marxist concept of exploitation offers a similar challenge to the idea that obedience to a system proves that it is legitimate. It provides an alternative understanding of how obedience to power is enforced through legal codes. Economic compulsion is an important medium of ensuring obedience. Modern capitalism has created a mass of propertyless wage workers who have no option but to sell their labor to owners of capital in order to survive. This ensures conformance and obedience to rules. Another dimension of legitimacy is provided by the notion of hegemony. This concept was developed by the Marxist theorist Antonio Gramsci. Hegemony is the control of society by purely cultural means. Thus, he distinguished between the repressive function of state power on the one hand and the ability of the ruling class to control society by generating consent on the other. In this understanding, power is not exercised only through coercion, but is complemented by the direction provided by the ruling classes. Thus, the consent of the ruled is a crucial part of the power exercised through hegemony.